I don't want to set the world on fire.
Please welcome Tom Summery. I'm here, and the white privileges are going to save you tonight, okay, guys?
Desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Any government is to monopolize as much violence as possible in order for it to inflict it on as many citizens as possible.
I've been on this like weird anarchist arc for a few months now. This is playing by their rules, exactly how they are.
Me. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame.
You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe.
That's right. It's time for the Dog and Chicken Show.
Welcome, one and all, folks, to the election night coverage here on the KOE Nation Big Buckin' Empire simulcast, folks. How are we all doing there, folks? Folks, I am actually... Hola, Isabella. You know, it's great song. Oh, Isabella. But, folks... I am your king of extreme, the return of the king, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, returned after a sabbatical of trial and tribulation to bring you the news of this election. Folks, I am here to join with all of you, and I am joined this evening. You can, of course, find me, KOE, Phil KOE, at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Of course, you are here, Big Buckin' Empire, as well on YouTube, on Facebook, and also on Rumble. We're working on that at the moment, folks. To all you folks over there at Rumble, we just stay patient. But in the meantime, find us at Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook, KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And I am joined this evening by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, folks. Yes, it is here. Midterm Elections 2022. Simulcast coverage amongst the KOE Nation and the Big Buckin' Empire. Oh boy, what a day, what a night. It's going to be a long one, so strap in. I've got a couple of screens up here. I've got Fox over here, and I've got MSNBC over here, so... any updates I see off to my peripherals, I'll give to you folks, and anything else that we can pop up and talk about. And we got a lot of people who are going to come by and have discussions with us. It's going to be a fun night. So, Phil, I mean, this is your baby. This is your I know you've been frothing for this. So
election nights, like it's been
started off.
It's been trials and tribulations, and this is my return, the return of the king, folks. It's been quite an evening. I got a little bit of a warm up doing about an hour and a half on Prime Kai, so that I really just getting the blood flowing there. But Tony, of all that, we've actually got a run-in. We've got somebody that's actually making a run. Like, this is his second time being on KOE Nation. This is his Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook debut of the one, the only, Iko Rich. How are we doing, good sir?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, listen, I gotta change mics within Streamlabs, and I don't know.
Oh, okay, I'll snap you out, and while we're doing that, Tony, because we're so in demand here, this is basically like this show is basically the Studio 54 of podcasting. We've got another run in here. The one, it's a guy you need to know. It's a pal you need to see. It's a friend you need to get acquainted with. Somebody even that you might need to know. Somebody online. How are we doing, good sir?
Fantastic. Great to see you guys. How you doing today? I haven't
Welcome
seen
back.
you. Well, Phil, it's been a short while, but Tony, it's been freaking forever. What's new
I
and
know.
exciting?
How we doing? I'm doing great. It's getting colder here, and maybe that's hell freezing over because the elections are here. So I mean, it's what's not to love? What's not to
That's
love?
the truth.
Yes.
That's the truth. Quite the day, man. Oh, man. All the festivities around. We had people out there selling popcorn and cotton candy. We had an hour-long wait to vote today. It was amazing.
Oh, wow.
Hour long. Wow.
Oh, yeah. The lines around the university and whatnot, those kids go crazy for it.
Okay, I need to give my full disclosure here. I live in a village so small that it doesn't appear on most maps. And so when I went to my polling location, when people always talk about, oh my God, the problems of rural voting, like, okay, my polling station's 2 blocks from my house. So I went there. There was 3 little old ladies sitting at the one desk that gets you your ballot. There's one little old lady sitting by the ballot box. And I was the only person there for about 5 minutes until 3 more people showed up to vote. So like in the rural area, like when I hear like long lines, I'm just like, what? Like it just like blows my mind when I hear about people waiting an hour to vote. Like that's just shocking to me. Like because we're and hey, Aiko.
Hey, I can hear you now.
Nice. Now, before we get into anything further, somebody, and Aiko, for somebody, where can folks find you online, good sir?
Well, I am Somebody Online. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube as Somebody Online. You can find me on Twitter at Some Dummy Online because that's where I tend to say my dumber things. On Tuesdays, typically, I run a show on Twitch called The Political Annex because I found in most of these debate panels, most people agree on most of the big issues. So we talk about what the actual problems are there, and then we talk about actual solutions. We try to get things solved. We talked about the environment crisis, what the actual problem there is, and what people think actually needs to happen in regards to trying to fix the whole situation. I don't want to spoil anything. You guys can go back and we'll rewatch that some other time. But man, oh man, we talk about so many different things. We actually come up with actual solutions so that, you know, once we actually have power, the government actually sorts things out. We can tell them what we actually want them to do.
Whoa. Solutions on Twitch? I don't think I've ever seen that. Other than on your show and KOE Nation, of course. But now, Aiko, where can the folks find you, good sir?
Well, I only say dumb things, and therefore right now I'm only on Twitter. But I think I might stream on Twitch at some point, and if I do, it'll be with this same name.
That's not
a little
show.
later. I'll be nice.
Not
and
this show, Steven.
Yeah, that's not. This isn't the Gin Shot show, unfortunately. But Jesse, we will get into that. But okay, well, Aiko, in that case, in the meantime, if you like Aiko, just subscribe to KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, where you will see more of him. Because actually, well, we're going to get into this a little later, but in my run for presidency, if that's a thing, we're exploratory committee. Well, we might get to that in the next hour, but it's an exploratory committee. Aiko is my nominee for head of the EPA.
Oh,
because he actually knows this. He actually knows some of this shit. I remember last time we talked about it, you're like, Phil, absolutely not. I don't want to do that. Like, and that's why you need the job. Because you don't want to do it. That's why Nate Dallin is my nominee for Supreme Court, because he does not want to be on the court. And I'm like, okay, then you kind of need to be. Sorry. That's
like Cincinnatus, right? Drafted into the job.
Yep.
I got a couple of updates on the screens here. Fox is saying 72% reported for the Florida Senate. Val Dennings at 43%. Marco Rubio at 55%. And over here on ABC, we've got, well, they just changed the screen on me. I apologize. 63% of the vote, 75.3 for Warlock, and 23 for Herschel Walker.
Ooh, this is not look. Now we still got some more to go.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, like to me, I'm still predicting there is a like 60% chance that the Georgia election goes to runoff. Like I think
fully
there's.
Expect it to. Do you want to hear my overall Senate projection? Because it's black-pilled. It's not going to make anybody happy. My prediction is 49 Dems, 50 Republicans, and a runoff in Georgia. Therefore, we will not know control for at least another month.
Oh man. So us
No
podcasters
resolution.
get to have more drama for a full month. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, that's almost for us podcasters, that's almost the best possible outcome. 50-50, and we have a runoff in Georgia again where the Republicans and Democrats will pour billions into that. Like, oh my God.
It reminds me, do you remember Ossoff's congressional run in 2017?
Sentient invite, Nate. Ossoff in 27
when he was running for the House.
Okay.
He was running against Karen Handel, and they poured gazillions of dollars because everybody wanted to win the first race after Trump got elected. And so they, the Ossoff had actually shouldn't have. This was a traditionally Republican district, but was moving quick to the middle as a result philosophically of the reaction to Trump being elected. And so they just poured tons and tons in. And Ossoff was kind of a joke at that time because after pouring millions and millions into that race, the national Democrats did, the Republicans still won that race. And so it was comical. It was amazing. And then also a big turnaround for him because, he lost that race. But because he lost that race, he became the next senator in Georgia. So you just don't know, what's going to happen in these Georgia special elections. They're always just insane.
And actually, thank you for that. And we will get to somebody's take here in just a second. But we have another run-in here this evening. We've got a man that's got the charisma of Rowdy Roddy Piper. He could take Hollywood like he's Mackay fucking Pfeiffer. Folks, introducing the one, the only motherfucking Cypher. How are we doing this evening, sir?
Hey, how are you guys doing today? I'm sure the Republicans are very happy right now, huh?
Yeah, we will see how it goes throughout the evening. But my prediction right now is that we're going to have a runoff in Georgia and that it'll still be 50-50 split in the Senate. So us podcasters will have another month of fun. And so that's really the best outcome for us podcasters.
Florida governor race has DeSantis at 57%, Charlie Crist at 42%, reporting for 73%.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
It's really just a matter of between DeSantis and Abbott and Kemp, who's going to have the highest margin between those three of victory. Right. I'm curious.
DeSantis. I'd say Kemp.
Oh, all righty.
That's my bet on that.
We will see. Since nobody else got, I'll take Abbott. I'll take Abbott. Okay. All right. We got some.
Abbott can suck the big one.
not a fan. Cypher,
nah, he does a lot of kickbacks.
Okay. We will get into that in a little bit, but before we get into that, two things. We're going to get into what somebody thinks of this general, but first, Cypher, where can folks find you?
I am Cypher, also known as Crowdsourced Politics. That is the moniker which I stream under. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, pretty much anywhere else under Crowdsourced Politics or Crowdsourced Poll right now. The TikTok is basically just me walking my dogs and giving 1 or 2 minute thoughts while I do that. So you can get those, and Twitch and YouTube are similar content, but some of it's a little more produced on YouTube. So
nice. So, all right, Jesse West asks, what did I miss today? Been busy. Just heard about Maricopa County. Just a little too on the nose. Ouch. Well, yeah, the report was that there was problems with vote tabulation machines in 20% of the precincts. And we'll see what happens with that in the future. To me, honestly, though, I made this statement the minute it happened. It's, if I was a candidate from either party on either side and it was within the margin of error, you lost by the margin, couldn't really fault either of them to say, I want to recount or I want to audit this election, or I couldn't really fault them at this point. So I don't think we're going to have that. I think we're going to have at least slightly more decisive victories in Arizona, but that if there was something within the margin of error, either candidate from either party, I couldn't fault them if they said we need to look at this a little further.
That's fair.
And now, before you were so unjustly cut off, somebody, Well, actually, first let's go to this grow the farm up comment. Sorry. Herschel Walker equals bad candidate. If he wins, it's truly a red tsunami. If he loses, he was just a bad candidate on the gnarliest Point Break, Keanu Reeves, Patrick Swayze, half pipe red wave. Wow, that was a lot of 90s there. That took me back. Jesus Christ. Wow. Thanks for joining.
I'll buy into the coherent part of that one. Walker is an absolutely terrible candidate. I mean, some of the things that he's done on there, I mean, these memes will go down in history as like, wait, this person actually thought that this was a conceivable race to run. It's not going to be a huge statement on what we have either way. It's extremely early on. A lot of the reporting that we're getting is a lot of things that we really predicted going the way that we're seeing them go as of right now. This is going to be an extremely interesting and very tight election. And unfortunately, the situation that we're finding ourselves in more and more is that we're really not going to know almost any of these things for several days, probably several weeks. And then even still, we're going to have a bunch of argument as to how well we know what the results of this even was.
You know, I've said for a while, like, because I didn't really know much about Ralph Warnock. I just started researching him, in the lead up to this election. I was like, wow, he's the preacher at Martin Luther King's church? Like, holy shit. This is like the best candidate the Democrats could ever nominate for anything. Like, I'm shocked this guy ain't keyed up to be president in a couple of years. And if that guy is within the margin of error of Herschel fucking Walker, Democrats, I'm sorry, you have fucked up on a biblical scale over these last couple years. And this, the writing's kind of on the wall as far as I'm concerned. The fact that he's within the margin of error with Herschel Walker, like, however it ends, like, that's quite telling to me.
But it's also Georgia, right? I mean, red state. It's amazing that he won to begin with. Now, he won because, admittedly, yes, I think he won because of his reputation in the state. But also, Ossoff should not have won. I think one of the reasons he won was because he had an opponent. Well, first of all, both of the Republican opponents in that special election, which was only last year, that special election last year, they both were candidates who had insider trading scandals, which I don't think did well with the public. And then you also had this really strange phenomenon right after the 2020 election, where there were Trumpers who just didn't show up for the special because they were told that they wouldn't be able to trust the voting machines. That kind of backfired on the party there. I don't think that's a phenomenon that'll kick in again this year. And so it's a lot harder for Warnock to sort of ride that perfect storm into getting reelected.
Oh, boy. Now, Cypher, as one of the more left-leaning folks in the room at the moment, like, let's just say you're farther left than me. Let's just go ahead and say that. Not to put too much label on you, but you're further left than I am. Grant, I'm pretty right. T, ain't that right?
No, nobody's less right than you. I mean, geez,
you're exactly correct, Tony.
Yeah.
But
you're
anyways,
no longer on the grid.
Yeah. What do you think are Warnock's chances here?
I think it's going to go to a runoff, but I think Warnock's going to ultimately pull it off.
Interesting, because I think Warnock is, like, I think it will go to a runoff, but I think Walker will in the end ultimately pull it off. Like, I know that's fucking crazy. Like, you might not like it, but like, anybody who could say they know which way this one's going, unfortunately, it's a fair fight. It's anybody's game. Like, anybody could take this right now. Warnock's got a good lead, though. And if I were in his, I'll put it this way: at this hour, I'd rather be in his shoes than Walker's.
Yeah, and also I think there's reason to believe that a runoff might be a little bit more favorable for Warnock than the selection, and that's because there are a lot of people who are going to the polls for their favorite candidates in Georgia. And one of the big favorite candidates, probably the big favorite candidate, is Kemp. So there are a lot of people voting for Kemp. He's going to win by a large margin today, and he has coattails. And so a lot of Kemp voters might vote straight ticket, which means that they're also voting for Walker. But those same people who are in love with Kemp but aren't particularly enamored with Walker might not even show up for the special election.
That's an interesting take there.
Coattails won't matter in the special.
Because what I'm kind of putting into that metric is the Republican donors are going to blast both barrels of their money into this special runoff election, and that don't count for nothing. Okay, like it's
it means a lot, but I think that you've heard of the principle of diminishing returns, right? There's a certain amount of money beyond which you get limited results, and I think both parties are going to put in the amount of money that's going to allow them to do that, to have to be able to spend the amount that's necessary to get the maximum ROI for what they're putting in, and any marginal dollar above that will have less and less of an impact. So even though I do think Republicans will probably outspend, I don't think that outspending will have as much of an impact as, once you get above a certain amount of money spent.
Now, does anybody want to respond to that before I go? Because I've got a response I want to get to that.
Yeah, the only thing I had to say about Herschel Walker was the only reason that he's as popular as he is in Georgia is the same reason that Tom Osborne was a shoo-in in Nebraska when he was running as a politician.
Football.
Exactly.
Football.
Yeah. He's not the only football-related senator.
There you have it.
No, we've had a string of them in the past. But no, this is the one thing I was thinking about while you were saying that. I was like, oh, shit. The Republicans have a card they can play here. A Trump card. Imagine Trump campaigning in just Georgia, having rallies in just Georgia for a solid month, whether you love him or whether you hate him. Donald Trump has a unique ability of, if he can get people in front of him at a rally, he will energize them to vote for him. He is uniquely capable in doing that. Now, I've often said, you're going to hate me when you see this. Go back and watch promos of The Rock in 2001 when he was a heel, but the crowd was turning him to a baby face. And it's almost the exact same as Donald Trump's 2016 campaign speeches. It's just that you change some of the vernacular and instead of, if you smell what The Rock is cooking, you just change that to, we will make America strong again. We will make America great again. We will make America mighty again. And we will make America great again. It's a brilliant promo. It's a beautiful promo, but it's how you work a crowd. And Trump knows how to do that better than anybody. So if he has a solid month to concentrate just in Georgia, he might be able to push Walker over the line.
Although, because we're talking about Georgia here, it must be said that's a strategy that I think is true in a lot of states. I don't think it's true in Georgia. For one, it's a state that voted against Trump in the last election, but also it's a state that just in the primaries, even though Trump tried very hard to make it not happen, put Kemp, renominated Kemp, and especially renominated Raffensperger, who Trumpers hate especially. And one of the reasons that was able to happen is because Georgia is a state where even among Republicans, Trump is not trusted as much as he is in a lot of other states among Republicans. I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, being associated with Trump is not a great thing in Georgia. In other states, yes, but in Georgia, it seems to not work so well.
We will have to see if we go to the runoff then, because I don't know that guy, whether you like him or hate him, he's got that rock star aura to the point where people just kind of want to see him, and if you go to see him, he can energize you. Yeah,
I agree. But he campaigned a lot in Georgia in 2020.
Oh God! Now, curious. We're about to get in something a little interesting here. Cypher and I think Iko, you're both from Texas, correct?
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in Texas.
Here's something that us folks in the wider Big Bucket Empire and KOE Nation are curious about. What were the local ballot initiatives in you guys' states, and how do you think it's going to go?
There wasn't any on the state level. I'm in Austin, so there was a couple. They had them last year.
In May.
Last year? Yeah, it was earlier. Yeah, the state ones were in May. So Texas does things weird like that.
Okay.
Do I remember them? I do not.
Okay.
You did say local. We did have some local ballot initiatives where I
want to hear.
It was just bond proposals for schools and parks and fire stations and all that.
Yeah.
Especially roads where I live. We need new roads.
And in Austin, it was a bond for school and the community college. So
Okay. Wow, I figured Austin would be a little more crunchy than that.
I mean, there was a lot last in May. So
Okay. Gotcha.
like
Gotcha.
we in Austin 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago? I'm going to say 2 years ago. They decriminalized homelessness, and then through city council, and then the year after they recriminalized it through a ballot initiative. So
Okay. Actually, as a small
Defund the police
aside,
too, right?
say again.
You had a defund the police. I don't know if it was a ballot initiative or it was some like local. Like
No, there was one. So there was an initiative that was like anti-defund the police that failed while recriminalizing homelessness, because the initiative basically forced the city budget to expand to cover the police or not expand, like subsume to cover the police. So essentially what would have happened was that it wasn't like associated with a tax increase. It was just associated with like find the money within the state budget and put it towards police officers. Doesn't matter how you do it. And a lot of people were like, yeah, we don't want to do it that way. So it failed.
Okay, I just real quick, I just want to say as an aside here, because you're talking about the homeless issue. Tony and I, we're from Nebraska here, and we'd never seen it. We did not know what the extent of the homeless problem in Texas was until we went to the Royal Rumble in 2020 in Houston, Texas, and we were walking around the Minute Maid Center. And right when we get to the overpass that's just next to the Minute Maid Center, we see as far as the eye can see Tent City. I'm like, whoa, dude, what the fuck? Because like around here, it's like we got the one homeless guy, so we've got to help Dave. It was totally different. Like it was weirdest culture.
It was kind of like seeing some sort of festival or gathering. We're like, what are these people gathered for? Oh shit,
they don't want to. But nobody was mean, nobody was violent, nobody was nothing. It was just like they tried as hard as they could to avoid us. It was kind of a strange. It was a culture shock, definitely.
It's like that in a lot of cities. It doesn't matter what state it is, honestly. If you're in near a city, you're going to have homelessness.
Well, in Lincoln, Nebraska, it's a lot less prevalent when you get deep into the city. Like you get downtown area where the bars are closer to the campus. They're all over the place. I mean, and they're camped out pretty much right off of the street on the sidewalk because they're pedaling, they're playing washboard or something. But you see them, but it's not widespread. There's like one or so every block, and they've kind of got their niche spots where they know where they're going to get their most interactivity with people. And you don't really see it as much at night when the bar scene really starts popping off. You'll see the staples, but it's kind of like its own little community. And this isn't a big college town. Lincoln, Nebraska is a huge college town. So it's not nearly the same as it would be in like an Omaha.
Unfortunately, it just gets too cold here. That's one of the other reasons why you don't like a lot of homeless folks. I know this sounds old fashioned, but they will literally hop the fucking rail until they get somewhere warmer. That happens around here. There's folks who fucking die trying that shit. It's unfortunate, but it's just too cold here.
Climate is a big factor in terms of where the homeless go, for sure.
When we went to Houston where the weather was nice, I was shocked by that. But I'm sorry for interrupting you, Aiko, and then we'll get to somebody on your local initiatives. I'm curious about them.
Yeah.
Go for it, Aiko. What was going on in your local townships and such?
Oh, well, I already said it was 5 bond proposals for like parks and roads and things like that. Yeah.
Okay.
And I voted yes on all of them. And, I don't know how people are voting here because although like this is a very conservative area, so I wouldn't expect them to vote for, every one of these bond initiatives, like for libraries or parks and things. But for the roads, I think even no matter what your political affiliation, you've got to be frustrated with how traffic is working around where I live. So I think maybe that one will pass.
All right. Well, somebody, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you one last time. God, I'm just
one last time. He said,
okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
One more time.
But we've got another run-in, folks. It's a man that you need to see, and we're a podcast you need to be, and it's one that's great for you and for me. Folks, I am introducing the one, the only, Tiberius motherfucking D. Welcome to the show, good sir.
Hey, it's good to see you. I got a lot of people I love having here. I got Cypher, I got Ico, somebody online, the magnificent Tony G, and of course your Phil, Lord KOE. I love having y'all here. It's great to be here on the Big Buckin' Empire. It's always appreciated. And I hope I'm getting the I'm hoping I'm getting the vibes a little good. Please bring me up to speed. How we all doing?
Peachy
Terrible,
Kings.
never worse.
Oh god, all is lost. The end is nigh. Bury your treasure, burn your crops. Blackwater rise, and it ain't gonna stop. So, so Tiberius, before we get deeper into this, where can folks find you?
You can find me on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok as Tiberius D. Some of them have a space, some of them have an underscore. I'm not hard to find, but that is Tiberius with a Y and not an I.
Nice.
You see it on the screen.
Nice. Yes, it's right there on the screen. We try to make it so convenient, just like I keep KOE Nation on YouTube right there for you to see on the screen. But all right, now
Phil's just mad that his text doesn't actually overlap onto other people's screens.
I mean, I'm sure we could find a way to make that happen. Okay. Was that a Republican pickup or was that the incumbent?
Pop up the map there, producer man.
Because if that's the case,
are there details when we hover over those,
Vermont.
and we should be able to see?
But while we're looking that up, somebody, what were some local ballot initiatives that you were dealing with?
Another one of those great states where we don't have any local ballot initiatives this particular time. We're just voting on the important things like who belongs in the Senate and like who our representative in the House is supposed to be and whatnot. We got no idea how that's going. But I will say that we've got like, it looks like 5 states where they're voting on whether or not to legalize recreational marijuana in the state. We got Arkansas, Maryland, Missouri, North Dakota, and South Dakota all deciding whether or not that's going to be a thing. And then Colorado, it looks like, is deciding whether or not to do the medical psychiatrics or psychedelics legalization, where people do the mushrooms to do the brain doctoring.
Yeah, a lot of drug initiatives in today's elections too. That's one of the things I'm tracking.
Oh, that was the best part of the ballot here in Nebraska. Today. Holy crap! Phil dropped this on me earlier. I didn't even know, but I didn't get to the polling place until about 3:30 today, and it's dead anyway. It's a very small town, middle of nowhere, obviously. So it's a dead when I get there. But Phil dropped this on me early, so I was looking for it. I was excited for it. He says you go in and there's 3 choices on the ballot today. You either got Republican or Democrat, Republican or Libertarian, or the legalized marijuana, all capital letters, now party. I'm like, oh, this is fantastic.
Legalize marijuana now. And they were running for Adrian's.
For me, just because of the name of your part. That's brilliant.
They were running for Adrian Smith's seat in the Republican congressional seat. They're running for Secretary of State and Secretary of Treasury. I said, fuck it, legalize marijuana legalization now for Secretary of Treasury. Why not? Like, let's throw a monkey wrench in the works. And also, like, when I'm asking you about local ballot initiatives, like Grow the Farm Up said earlier, Nebraska's kind of like a test state for ballot initiatives. Like we always have some sort of minimum wage thing, or we've got something on our ballot initiatives. Like we had 3 this year. One was, do we amend the Constitution to allow local municipalities to, local governments to have greater control over airports? Do we amend the Constitution to allow for voter ID? And do we raise the minimum wage to $10? Those were the 3 ballot initiatives statewide for Nebraska. And we will see. Last time we elected Governor Pete Ricketts and also made a raise to the minimum wage. So Nebraska voters, Grow the Farm Up, most brilliant political theater I've ever seen on actual ballot. Ever. Never seen it. But so we're going to find out what happens with our state on that level. And then it's the how far did the marijuana legalization now party make it, because that's about as close as we're getting to any sort of push for medical marijuana in this state. We're going to be in last place, racing fucking like Missouri and Alabama for the ones who are going to be like legalizing recreationally, unfortunately.
We've got somebody on YouTube asking just kind of a general what's happening today, and if we could pop the map up one more time and get get a good look at it. Like we don't have. It's still very early on
Governor
in
Ricketts.
a lot of these areas, but there is a lot of red being called as of right now. If you want to pop up the map, producer.
But no, what I was saying there, Trey, is when Governor Ricketts was first elected, we also had a raise the minimum wage ballot initiative at the time. So
I think that's just going to be a staple from now on till for fucking ever.
Pretty much.
You
But
also have a couple of interesting DA races. You know how there's been this trend for progressives to run for district attorney in various different sort of cities, and that's happening in Douglas County, which is where Omaha is, and Lancaster County.
Yep. And I think a couple of them have marijuana legalization now candidates running for those seats, actually. So I'm like, you know what? Like, I normally say third party votes are just kind of throwing your vote away, but you know, if I'm behind it in this case, I'll allow it. I'll give a buy if you check that.
Oh, thank goodness we finally got Phil's permission for some third party vote. That's what I've been waiting for ever since I turned 18. Was Phil's blessing to vote independent for vote not R or D.
Girl, the Farm Up has the cut taxes now party. Yeah, in God's country, red state America, that will fucking play beautiful.
Phil, we may have to go
not unlike
instead of the party of extreme. That's brilliant.
A little bit like the rent is too damn high party.
Yes, I love them. That's awesome. Now, Tiberius, please tell me somebody else other than us had some local ballot initiatives. Did you have any?
Actually, no. We don't even have one. Not even Indiana. Usually we'll have one that relates to like hunting rights or fishing rights or something. Nope, we didn't have a single one this year.
Wow.
Like, guys, all right. So, guys, like, I know some Republicans are a little like separated on this one, but can I please see medicinal marijuana as a ballot initiative in the state of Indiana? Please make it happen.
You'll see it before Nebraska.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Nebraska and Indiana seem to be the states that are just like fuck it. And I'm sitting like, oh, seriously, we've got I can't talk. We've got Illinois around us. We have Michigan to our north and Ohio around us. All of them are legal, and half of all the people who go to the stores at the border of each state are Hoosiers. Guys, fucking legalize this shit. Let's go.
I'm wondering how
we
that's
had a ballot initiative here in Oklahoma to legalize abortion from birth.
Damn!
Wow.
What?
Hey,
hang on. Pull that back up. I did not just.
What's the map from?
Blake, look, you're kidding me, right? We had a ballot initiative here in Oklahoma to legalize abortion from birth.
Ty, do you have a different map?
I'm just looking at the one from that I'm getting from like Google, but the problem is that I can't do the house. Like it'll tell me like the house is like leaning a certain direction, but I can't get any details on them. It'll tell me the Senate.
If we zoom in on this one, it should show us a little bit more details.
Tony, we got fake news there. Oklahoma's got no ballot measures or initiatives.
Okay, that
what map is that?
Way more.
Okay, thank you for highlighting that because we do not spread misinformation here.
I got a good one though. We got in Iowa. It looks like they want to add to their state constitution a endorsement of the Second Amendment. Is all that it looks like. They want to add the line, the right to keep and bear arms. The people's right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The sovereign state of Iowa affirms and recognizes this right as a fundamental individual right. Any and all restrictions to this right shall be subject to strict scrutiny. So this isn't an actual change.
Iowa, what took you so long?
But it's not really doing anything because it is assumed that any new law would be subject to strict scrutiny anyway, and they're not actually making any change to the law. They're just kind of like clapping their hands a little bit. I think that they should actually
I think it's also kind of on the heels of the Supreme Court ruling on the Second Amendment, where Clarence Thomas basically told all the states you can gun control these nuts, and I think it's a little bit on the heels of that. So I kind of understand the sentiment. So hey. I'm not gonna
and not functional.
Well, hey, if it wasn't codified in their constitution that the right of the people to keep a bear arms shall not be infringed. Then it kind of needed to.
I'm sorry, we're missing it on Fox News right now. Charlie Crist is conceding to Ron DeSantis. I'm sure everybody is very upset that they're not hearing this amazing concession speech. I'm glad I have it on mute. He looks like a Dollar Tree version of Joe Biden. This is amazing stuff. Just gripping stuff coming out of St. Petersburg, Florida.
So apparently he wanted to get to bed early tonight.
Damn. He's getting beat by 20 points.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Damn. So who had DeSantis to win by the most points? Was that you, Cypher?
Yes.
Okay. So far, Cypher, because Iko said it was going to be Kemp, and I said, fuck it, I'll take Abbott just because nobody else is taking him. So we'll see what happens here. But so far, Cypher, you are ahead on that particular wager.
Of course,
it will be DeSantis.
We know how this goes, right? Like margins shrink over time because it's the urban areas that come in the latest because they're the most densely populated. So
usually, yes. However, one of the things that we found out with the Florida elections the last 4 years is that Florida is really good at getting their shit in on time, even for urban areas. They weren't doing Georgia. They weren't like, Michigan, Wisconsin. Like everyone knew how Florida had voted by in 2020 by I think it was 11 p.m. All the data was in. So
another reason for that too is they know how to process absentee votes because they were one of the first states to do mail-in voting because it was Republicans who traditionally vote by mail because they were older and they've got all these retirees in Florida, and so their election system there knows how to do it. Whereas in a lot of states in 2020 we're doing it for the first time because of COVID, all that.
Yeah. Florida has to be efficient after 2000. If there's any holdups in Florida, it's just going to bring back bad memories.
Something else that's new this year is DeSantis was polling even or maybe even ahead in the Miami-Dade area, very urban area. So if a Republican is winning in a dense urban area, then it's over for that state.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But we've not seen urban areas go red for quite a long time, and we're probably not going to see that for a while as well.
Oh my!
Although we
damn it, what is this map? What I can't find it. It's good.
Justin, you want to drop the link to this map in the private
Our
chat?
producer, Justin, yes, folks, we got our own Jamie on the show. We're moving on up. But yeah, Justin found this map, so it's sorry, dude. I don't know, man. It is a pretty damn good map, though. It's fucking badass. So. Now, curious.
By the way, in Twitch chat, I dropped a link to a really good cheat sheet. So if you're looking for interesting things that are not the Senate races, but a whole bunch of other things that might be more of interest locally or in terms of ballot initiatives or local judge races or progressive DAs and things like that, it's a really good list of things that you might not have thought of when you thought about the midterms.
Interesting. Now, I'm going to posit a standard here, guys. This is what I've kind of put together as going forward. This is going to be kind of it's at least necessary. This is necessary, but not maybe not sufficient to call a wave election. You have to at least hit these three markers before you can even dare call it a wave election. So I'm curious what you guys think. One party has to take the House. One party has to take the Senate, and one party has to make at least one pickup of a governor's mansion. I'm predicting the Republicans take the Senate, 52. There's probably going to be a 40-seat swing for the Republicans, and they're picking up probably 1 to 3 governor's mansions. Now, I'm curious, where do you think that could be lacking? Do you think it's a good standard? Because as it goes right now, I think it's going to be my measure going forward.
I went the opposite of Phil the other night just for funsies. I don't like my chances on that, so we'll see how that unfolds.
I think you have to come up with a number for how big of a swing in the House you're going to get. So typically wave elections have been 40 to 60 seats.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
So you can have a really small margin, which is what we have now, and you can have a 10-point swing, and that changes control of the House, right? But that, I don't know if you would call that a wave, especially given that a lot of that could be put down to just the gerrymandering refresh we got in the last cycle.
I mean, are you
Okay.
surfing or are you paddleboarding on this, Wade? There's a difference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well done, T. You've been holstering that one for a minute or two.
No, that was on the fly. Come on, give me credit. I'm
Well
witty.
done. Well done.
I don't have
well
a lot to say on this shit, Phil, so let me have my puns.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
God.
So, Ty, what are your thoughts on the metrics of a wave election?
For me, it's not like an absolute, like, you have to take the House, because sometimes you can have the House and you can sweep the House further. For me, it's like a sizable gain, like moving 5 senators, moving, probably 50 House seats, that kind of thing. 5 governor's mansions as an example. I hate this about the United States. One, I think we need 3 senators for each state so we can get a senator in every election. I think that would help a little bit, actually. But also, the House, pretty easy, but we don't have a presidential election as well. So for me, sizable gains. And I'll put it in this regard. If you can move 20% of whatever body that you're interacting with that has up for an election, I'll call it a wave. And that for me is like, you definitively fucking move the political pendulum. And what I keep like getting really upset with everybody is regarding these kind of things, even when you have the elections of 2016, 2018, 2020, and now probably today, I'm already going to call it, you're not seeing waves. You're seeing literally like a tidal wave, or not a tidal wave. You see a wave bash up against another wave, and one of them is just a little bit bigger than the other one. And it's like, cool, you won by 5 points. Like literally 2.5%, difference on the spreads. These aren't waves. They're literally, the country's hyper-partisan, and you've got about a 5% voter base that's just swinging from one group to the other until they find somebody that they like, and it turns out they fucking hate everybody. So hooray! It's fun. It's
American democracy. Cypher, your thoughts on the wave election?
Sorry, my mic was off. Just in general, you need like 40 plus House seats and also take the Senate. If the Senate's in the control of the other party. If it's not been controlled by the other party, a couple of pickups. But if it is controlled, you have to take it. I'd probably say 5 to really call it a wave, but not necessary. As far as what's happening now, I don't know, man. Shit's weird.
Ain't it though? It's politics season. It's election night. It's where we find out how close all of our predictions come. So we're all a little like, oh shit, it's early election night. We're kind of staying reserved, but I'm going to stick with my metrics there. Grow the Farm Up goes, true wave election is measured by only 2 metrics. 1, win nationally. 2, win statewide smaller offices. We haven't had true wave. We've been split 50-50. So Grow the Farm Up agrees with you a lot there, Tiberius, that we're a heavily divided country and we're battling over about 2%.
glad to see that me and Grow the Farm Up can actually agree on something.
It took some time, but you found it. Grow the Farm Up. This is the closest setup for a red wave to happen we've had seen since Jimmy Carter. Wow. Okay. I
just had a very.
This has more of like 1994 flavor to me, honestly.
That was not a big red wave. A big red wave would be 94.
Yeah, true. 94 was huge.
Wait,
Democrats kept both houses in 1980.
Did I say 94? Or did I say 04? Because I thought I said 94. Sorry. But yeah, I was going to say like 94, like this election kind of has 1994 Newt Gingrich flavor to it. I don't know how else to put that.
Flavor.
And give that guy credit for having the best comb over in politics for 30 years. Okay? Like that is a total comb over and he's maintained it for 30 fucking years. So give the man some credit there. Jesus. But so
flavor now wavy.
Is it ranch
Rippled,
or spicy nacho?
Or whipped, yeah. Cool ranch or spicy nacho.
Oh God
We're
almighty.
getting closer on the Senate in Georgia. We're at 47%. Herschel Walker bumped up to 47%. Warnock at 51.3%. And I had a little bit of a panic attack when I looked at Pennsylvania and saw Fetterman is at 78.9%. And then I saw the 8% of expected votes counted. Like, there's no way.
Stop the count.
Yeah, stop the count.
Stop the count. Like, yeah, the Fetterman supporters like, yeah,
Can
that's
you-
good enough.
Can
Well,
this map, since no one's gave me a link to this map, can you
It's in
zoom
the
in
private
on
chat.
Georgia? Oh, whose chat is it?
private chat, I think.
Private chat.
Private chat. How
It's
do I
off
get to
on the
that?
far right of your screen.
It have little
Alright.
red bubbles on it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I see it now. I forgot this was even a thing here.
Yes, we're on StreamYard, which is basically the PlayStation Network to Discord's Xbox Live.
It
Should be
kinda
3
nice.
links up there, Ty.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it. Ooh, is this Reuters? Is this the Reuters
Yes.
one? Yes, I like Reuters. No wonder why I couldn't find it.
Man,
The
don't
good
knock
shit
the
is
sources,
always-
man. Come on, man.
Huh? All right. So, can we zoom in on Georgia? Yes, we can. All right.
Yes, we can. Oh, sorry.
All right. So, here's if you're a Democrat and you're hoping for Warnock to win. Atlanta is in with 66% of the vote. DeKalb County, though, is only in with 7%. So there's definitely room for the Democrats to pick up a few points here for Warnock, but you've still got a lot of red that hasn't come in on Georgia. And so this race is going to be close, folks.
But I'm
called it. It's
also
gonna be
not
close.
going to pay that much attention unless it looks like someone is about to cross 50. Because otherwise, it's just prelude for another
It's a
election.
runoff,
Right.
which,
Yeah.
like, before you got here, Ty is saying, okay, if the Senate is still technically a 50-50 and we're in a runoff election, that is really the best case scenario for us podcasters.
Yeah.
Let's be frank. We get
So
a
49
full month.
It has to be 49 Democrats, 50 Republicans for that to be the case.
Yeah, I get that, but well, Warnock would still technically be incumbent for that time. So, Grow the Farm Up goes, let's see, Reagan won the presidency and Republicans won only 12 Senate seats. That's all. I would call that a pretty good wave in 1980.
It's fucking huge.
Yeah, we're never gonna see, like, if you want 20% of the elected body to move, you're just gonna wait around for a wave that's never gonna come, unfortunately.
Jesus.
Did anybody else see the Fetterman ad? That was the ripoff of the Coke commercial.
Yeah, that was so cringy.
Can we
Oh my
just
God.
address how awkward that was to watch? Like, I watched it 3 times and it got more awkward for me. I felt like I was there cringing in real time.
Yeah, have you ever been like uncomfortable for someone?
Yes.
I was uncomfortable for him watching that ad. So
I
that
feel worse for the kid because he's got to live with that now for the rest of his life, that he was in that ad.
he was in the Fetterman ad.
Poor kid.
We will
Future-
see. Like, goodness gracious, I
Great balls
I
of
would-
fire.
yes,
Yeah.
I would be quite shocked at this point. Like,
Yeah, it
Fetterman,
was
this is
from
not
the-
right to make this guy
From an
go through
earlier
this shit.
campaign, really?
Yeah, it was for his. I think it was for his campaign for his first statewide race, which would have been lieutenant governor.
Okay, that makes more sense because it was
Yeah.
so low budget.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think future college courses on this might compare that ad to the crudité ad, and then have students compare which one they liked better.
So, two things I want to put out. Number one is that the Kentucky race has been called for Rand Paul, and I get that. But to be honest here, the shocking part here is that, like, the numbers are pretty damn close so
It's only
far.
40% counted, though, it says.
Right. And that's where I'm like, okay, what's up? Now, apparently from what we're getting here is that all the urban areas have just reported in. So everything from here is going to be, like, largely red. So I get that. I guess that makes sense to call it in that regard. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that I keep getting rumors of, like, some polling data that's been sent to me out of the great state of Washington. And some of it I didn't really, like, give much attention to. But some of them have been pulling up recently. This is a state that should be, like, plus 15 blue. But the polls from even, like, the more moderate leaning polls are indicating it's within 3. I would shit bricks if Pat Murray loses in fucking Washington, but there's a reality to where, like, either the pollsters are just horrifically wrong in Washington, or it's hyper competitive in Washington when it shouldn't be.
It is, and I've lived in Washington. I've got friends in Washington. My Democrat friends in Washington are voting Republican in some races because the left in Washington has gotten so far left that they're really starting to piss people off, both in terms of, you guys remember they were a big part of that. Just they're not far from Portland. Some of that anti-police sentiment that was going around at the time. There was also the way that they've been handling homelessness there. Like the encampments in Seattle have just been massive, and it's very difficult to get anything pragmatically done, like on the local or state level in Washington, because of how a lot of the activists sort of behave there. Now, I would be surprised if Patty Murray lost, because on the federal level, people are still voting for Democrats. But on the state and local level, they're starting to think, we need to do some pullback here. And they're starting to vote Republican for that reason.
Ooh. So, like I was saying a little earlier this evening, we might be seeing some significant state shifts. We're seeing Washington suddenly become a lot more purple than anyone wants to admit. People are talking about Texas, but
Kansas.
I think Texas is going to be a lot longer play than some folks think. It might be purple someday, but it's going to take some more election cycles.
It would be purple already if Democrats gave up the gun issue.
I'm gonna push back on both of this. Number
I
one,
agree.
it's already purple. The issue with where Texas is right now is that if 2020 had gone the way where no voters had actually moved, it would have gone blue for the first time. The issue is that while you've got suburban white folks that are getting ever more and increasingly Democrat, Hispanics between 2016 and 2020 flipped, and you saw entire districts within southern Texas that flipped 30 damn points.
You can't say flipped when people actually turned out to vote. Like George Bush had them locked in 2004 and 2004.
Bush got 44%.
And Romney got
higher.
A lot of them too. Yeah.
Okay.
So
never mind.
But I would say this also, they haven't flipped in the sense that a majority of Hispanics in Texas are still voting Democrat. It's just that margin has shrunk considerably.
Yeah.
It means Republicans have made big gains.
Republicans have made big gains, especially within cultural issues. But I'm sorry, how do you Iko? Sorry.
Yeah, you can say Iko. You can call me Rich as well. I just the reason this is important is because I think it has to do with who you're turning out within the Hispanic base. And it also has to do with what's going on within Spanish language media right now. Republicans have spent the last few years sort of quietly buying up Spanish language radio stations. And a lot of that it started in Florida, and it's really had a big impact on Hispanic communities there. At first, it was aimed at Cubans, but after a while, they started realizing that they could use the strategy across different Hispanic populations. And so now they're doing it with Mexican populations and even some Puerto Rican populations, and they're starting to get some benefit from that too.
Yeah. But the thing is like there's a lot of so is it Valdez? She's the woman that ran was she the woman that won the special election? Is it Valdez?
Lupe Valdez ran for governor 4 years ago, but that was
I'll look it up. Sorry.
Somebody online, you gotta jet out or what?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to get out of here, guys. I really do appreciate you guys having me. It has been an absolute pleasure. This is going to be a little bit chaotic, but we're going to have a lot to talk about in the coming future. So make sure you guys come by on Twitch if you want to catch up on the rest.
I'll be back in a minute.
At some point. I really do appreciate you guys having me tonight, and I look forward to coming back again in the near future.
Absolutely.
Hells yeah.
Take care.
It was,
and I'll see you soon.
Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt him.
Oh no, it's fine.
Talking.
So Ty, you think Texas is purple? Washington is getting weirdly purple.
Washington and Oregon have, in some ways, moved a little bit more purple.
That could make up for the Dems taking Texas once or twice quite nicely if the Republicans could take Washington and Oregon. That would, wouldn't quite make up for all the points, but it would fucking be a nice.
So yeah, that wouldn't make up for it all. Like if you have Republicans losing Texas, it's just over. Like that's half of the swing. The issue with this is that I don't think at least any time in the next 20 years you're going to get Republicans to win in Washington, but Oregon, That's a little bit more up for me, actually. There's a
Depends
lot
on how
more-
much is rural and how much is crunchy.
Yeah, and that's actually the issue. Like most of Washington SeaTac, and you've got all of the propensity to be a very urban environment there that's going to cater to Democrats. While you do have Portland, and Portland is weird, is that remind you most of the I-5 corridor within within Oregon is suburban, and they swing. And if you can get enough of a swing, you'd have to do more than just the social issues. You'd have to hit it right, and you'd have to have some policy behind you. It's either you have to have the Democrats piss off the base to a large degree to where they're the only ones that show up, or the Republicans can be a lot more moderate. But yes, I think Republicans could actually flip Oregon. I don't think it would be a consistent thing, but it could happen.
Oh, that's funny. Grow the Farm Up goes, Republicans started this state level strategy in the mid 90s. Newt and Tom the Hammer delay gerrymandered the country a nice shade of red. Then Californians moved all over, so we had to update. Oh, Lord Almighty. So, wow, Grow the Farm Up. Now you and Cypher even agree.
Wow.
My God, like
Well done,
wow.
Grow the Farm Up. You
check yourself.
you
Do you have a fever but now? Oh shit, Tony! It looks like on the map they're calling some shit in Oklahoma.
I was going to say, let me.
I was shocked that was going to go red.
I'm going to refresh my map, Justin. You do the same. We're going to pop that up.
Oklahoma Senate going governor. I'm sorry, Senate going Republican. Everything in the House has been largely called except for two of them. Can't see.
I've got
three.
So what I've got on the latest race calls, we've got South Dakota Senate, John Thune, Republican, Kansas Senate, Jerry Moran,
Thune is still in there.
Got New York Senate, Charles Schumer, Rhode Island Governor, Daniel McKee, Democrat, South Carolina, Henry McMaster, Republican Governor, Vermont Senate, Peter Welch, Democrat, Vermont Governor, Phil Scott, Republican, and Florida House, Maria Elvira Salazar. It looks like we're at, again, deadlocked at 38 Democrat Republican in the Senate on the race to 50. The House is at 36-86, and the governor's at 7-15 Republican.
With 55% of the vote now in Georgia, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock are tied.
Oh,
holy
hover over
fuck.
Georgia. Go to Georgia, Justin. Let's take a closer look at this. After Georgia, let's go look at New York. I'm just
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Wow. Look at that.
Tied.
Yeah, those defund the police ads certainly did a number.
Well, I want to keep in mind.
Interesting
I want
way
to keep
go.
in mind that most of the votes for DeKalb County are not in yet. 90% of the vote for that still needs to come into play. You have Fulton County, which is basically downtown or the majority of Atlanta, 66% in. You've got Savannah, only 50% in, and Athens are 57%. So the Dems can still pull the numbers.
There's still some more knock votes out there, but it is anybody's game at this hour.
Yeah, I said it'd be fucking close.
It's at 55, and it keeps going red and blue on my map.
So with Georgia though, isn't it? Don't they have to wait until the polls close to start counting the completely until they start counting the mail-in and early votes?
That very well may be the case. They may have not updated their election laws, and if that's the case, we're probably going to be waiting 2 or 3 days.
Oh, they had some sort of election law update that everybody was complaining about. I remember I was on a Prime panel and everybody was not happy about it. And it had just been
I think that was the racist one.
We have.
Oh, you mean the voter ID, dude?
It wasn't just voter ID. Well, so what happened? I can explain why people were pissed off about that. So they all got the initial draft and didn't see the update to the draft, and so they were all arguing about the initial draft that was actually bad. And then the updated draft happened within like 2 days of them being like called out, with like closing polling on Sunday and a bunch of other stuff. And then they actually like got rid of those because like, yeah, whatever. But nobody updated the people that were complaining about it because you can't make sure everybody has the
how does that make it
information.
racist? So I'm just
okay. So if you target Sundays and black people vote mostly on Sundays, and then if you target polling places in poor neighborhoods to save money, and most people, most of the people that vote in those areas are black. And if you make voter ID law to where there is a slight disadvantage among black people, especially older black people, because of weird ways that the South did things with birth certificates and what have you, all of those combined can make it racist, at least as a racist impact.
Voter marketing, just because you're getting it to the eyeballs, doesn't, regardless of race, if you're putting your ads and your marketing in the areas that are going to be the most eyeballs, race goes out of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got some big news that I can confirm.
Oh boy.
Okay, so with only 39% of the votes counted within Ohio, Mark DeWine has been called for the governorship, which is a Republican. Now, that's not the huge news today. The huge news is that is in combination with the fact that those same votes, as counted, are being heavily split, and that the Democrat Tim Ryan is currently ahead of J.D. Vance within Ohio.
Yeah.
This is what I've been calling for quite a while. We are seeing the rise of the moderate split voter.
41% of votes counted in Ohio.
Yes. Now, and they're already calling it for the governor, but the Senate is actually favoring the Dem right now. It's only a 3-point spread. I'm not going to act like this is a massive thing, but you are now.
That ain't nothing, though.
Yeah, it's not nothing, because here's the real numbers, right? The difference between the people who have voted for a Republican governor but a federal Democratic senator is almost 350,000 of reported voters. I'll get you the hard numbers here in just a second.
That's really big in Ohio.
300,000 swing voters confirmed.
Well, swing. You got to look at what the issues are.
Yeah, split voters, swing voters, whatever you want to call them.
Okay.
300,000 people have split their vote between a Republican governor and a Democratic. And it's
I mean,
interesting. Now, on the heels of that, just want to say real quick, Grow the Farm Up says voter ID is about to be a constitutional requirement in Nebraska. All righty. And welcome.
Cool. Is it going to be free?
Well, in Georgia it is. So if it is in Nebraska, I wouldn't have a problem.
Did you guys see Dixville Notch?
I'm sorry.
Dixville Notch. It's that precinct that votes at midnight, so that their results come out really fast. There's only 5 voters in it. It always gets reported on first. But they did split vote this year. 4 out of the 5 voted for Sununu, and 5 out of the 5 voted for Maggie Hassan. So that means 80% split ticket voters in Dixville Notch.
Okay, apparently I'm bad at math, but I'll actually give you the official numbers right now. The difference between the governor and J.D. Vance is 187,000 split ticket votes.
All righty. Well, we will see how that, definitely, Tiberius, keep us updated on that one. I'm very curious how that one goes throughout the night.
I have been calling it, and I just for the record, if anyone hasn't said it, we are going to see more split ticket votes in this election than we've probably ever seen. I'm expecting that out of Georgia. I'm expecting that out of Arizona, and I'm now seeing it in Ohio. So holy crap, we're here.
And I can actually vouch for that. I do remember it was like fucking a month ago. You were talking about Ohio having the potential to have this kind of phenomenon happen. So I can at least vouch for that, Ty. But Ohio, folks, we will see how that one goes. So other than that, we have voter ID here in Nebraska, and Grow the Farm Up says, just stop calling things you disagree with racist. It's used up, lost all its shock value in it's 2022. Grow the Farm Up goes, voter ID is racist is an incredibly intellectually lazy take. So,
hey, Ty,
I'm updating again because this one is the one that I'm just watching. Georgia now has 61% of the votes counted, and the big one that shoved up was DeKalb. They now have over 60% of their votes counted, and Warnock is currently ahead by over 100,000 votes in Georgia.
All righty. So,
Ty,
it's up.
It's been a good hour for Dems.
Yeah. So on this split ticket voting, are you noticing a theme in terms of what kind of Republican is benefiting from the split ticket and what kind isn't? Like, is it the moderate, more sort of business friendly wing of the party that's benefiting from that, or is it the more MAGA types?
It's weird
MAGA.
because what I'm actually seeing is two things. One, an absolute loathing of incumbents. That seems to be definitely a strong indication here. But also is that what we're seeing with Georgia is that it seems to be that these people are just going for whoever is more moderate. Because the thing that I keep talking about Georgians is that they were willing to vote for Warnock, more moderate than Walker, but they were going to vote for, excuse me, give me this person's name here in a second, Brian Kemp, because Stacey Abrams was too far left. And we're consistently seeing that overall, and this is what I keep hearing from many independents in the country, is that they're just anti-extremist voters, that they will split their tickets on if, they think that the person who's running in this particular position is too far right or too far left. They're going to vote for the person who's opposing them.
Here's why that's a good sign, because Kemp is perceived in Georgia as having stood up to Trump. Mm-hmm. And also the same, and even more so, I think, for Raffensperger. They both won their primaries when people thought they were dead in the water 6 months earlier. And now, not only did they win their nominations, but it seems like they're doing better in split ticket races than, more far right conservatives.
Got to remind me, where's Raffensperger from?
He's in Georgia. He was the Secretary of State that Trump asked to find votes. And
that's right.
Remember all that.
What is he running for now?
Same office, which was I think it's Secretary of State. It's the guy in charge of elections in Georgia. And he was Trump endorsed his opponent, also endorsed Kemp's opponent, did everything he could to make sure that they weren't the next nominees. They both won their nominations in the state. And as a result, I think a lot of centrist voters saw them as fundamentally different than the Trump segment of the party.
All but Indiana's races have been called except for the Indiana 1st District. Damn. Indiana's showing that we're just locked in.
Yeah.
We're locked in hard.
Yep. Girl of the Farm says Ron DeSantis is giving his presidential inauguration speech on Fox right now. That's a little funny.
Doesn't surprise me.
So two things, actually, just if I may ask it. Number one is that we're hearing full, not rumors, but full tilt that everyone who's now associated with the Trump campaign is that he's going to announce that he's going to run. Right? So are we going to see a DeSantis Trump square off?
Yes. 100%.
Eventually.
No, it'll happen. It'll happen in 24.
Oh, it'll happen sooner than that. And DeSantis will be made to bend the knee.
Sure.
Yeah, that's just how it's going to happen. Sorry. No politician in American history has had as much in-party preference as Trump has had and currently enjoys. So if Trump wants a nomination, it's his like that. He needs only reach out and pluck it.
Oh, I think I'll know who I'm voting for in 24.
Oh, so, well, please do, Ty, because you've got such a good record. Please do vote for DeSantis. Okay. he's
no, I will vote for DeSantis because while I don't know what he's going to do, I will give him the opportunity to succeed or fail on his own merits. You all know who I want to see. I'm not going to get to see it, which is sad.
Say it. Just say it.
Dan Crenshaw, let's go, baby.
Ew.
It's never going to happen.
I know. It's
Ew,
not.
yucky.
MAGA hates him too much.
Yeah.
Well, so does the moderates. The moderates don't really like him much
and
either.
So does anybody that loves the Second Amendment.
Okay,
So,
all three of those things. How in the flying fuck does that man have an office then?
Because his district is gerrymandered to
because he got elected before he came out against the Second Amendment.
He didn't come out against the Second Amendment.
Pro-red flag laws is absolutely 100%.
I know we've already had this debate.
Anti-Second Amendment, no ifs, ands, buts, cannot be debated, disputed.
You're wrong, Cope Harder.
Nope, sorry, man.
It destroys the Second Amendment, the idea of justice, the idea of innocent until proven guilty, all with one law. Destroys all of these sacred ideas of Western law and jurisprudence. Anything like that should be opposed to its very fucking ends.
Trump banned bump stocks by executive order. Didn't even bother with legislation.
Oh, yeah, well, that was one of the bad things he did. That was one of the worst decisions he made during his time as presidency was his bump stock ban. But luckily, Clarence Thomas cleared it all up and said, if there's no historical standard, you can gun control these fucking nuts. So God bless you, Clarence.
Sure.
Sorry, there's nothing you can do for at least 30 fucking years now, thanks to Clarence Thomas ruling.
Well, there's
God bless him.
I mean, you can still be wrong about, everything, so it's all good.
But the court said I'm right, so I guess I'll take it. So
that's all right.
Well, I'm sure they'd probably know a thing or two about it, probably. So I'll take it. I'll take it.
Do you really think Clarence Thomas will be alive in 30 years?
No, but it's going to take at least 30 years to undo that ruling. If the left is even really active and aggressive about it, it's going to take a very long time to undo that ruling.
The polls haven't even closed in Arizona, and they're calling the Arizona 9th District already.
Is that Maricopa County?
No, this is Arizona's 9th District.
Oh, man, I'm hungry.
Okay, and how is that looking right now? I know Arizona's a little far off, but
there's
Jamie, could you pull that up?
The polls might even be closed right now. Like, there's no reporting, but they're already calling the Arizona's 8th and 9th. You're just like, fuck it. We already know the Republicans winning. Okay.
What's happening in New Hampshire?
New Hampshire. What are we looking for? Senate, House?
Senate.
Currently in the Senate in New Hampshire is that we have 27% of votes counted. Maggie Hansen is leading with 97,000 votes to was it Bold Oaks? I can't say that. 69,000 votes. So effectively a 28,000 point lead or vote lead. Or did I do that right? I think I did. I don't know. I suck at math tonight. I suck at math. Okay.
No, is this a night that we particularly need math?
Not really.
I need a calculator. Update for Ohio. JD Vance is pulled ahead of Tim Ryan by 12,000 votes. I actually can do that with 45% of the vote taken. But yes, the lead of Mike DeWine continues to increase and now has over 60% of the vote. Woo-wee, this is fun.
Interesting. He's looking forward to, he's going to try to be the first one to make a call on that. He's going to try and beat Fox News and fucking MSNBC on that.
DeWine, another centrist, really based on COVID policy.
Yeah. We have the first votes for Nebraska coming in at 11%.
Yeah!
With Carol Blood of the Democratic Party currently in the lead.
Well, with a name like that. Blood. Sorry. There's a lot of 90s folks that would go to Korn concerts out here in Nebraska. So, it's kind of like Don Bacon. How do you fucking overcome a name like that? Like, there's a guy named Don Bacon in Nebraska politics. He just wins whatever he runs for because his name is fucking Bacon.
Texas Rhino Dan Crenshaw has now got votes reporting in for him. Currently at a lead with 63% of the vote.
God, he's lucky he got in there before he betrayed the Second Amendment so hard.
Cry harder.
Because they would have never fucking voted him in.
Actually, news out of Florida with 84% of the vote. Florida's 4th district for the House is now being called to be flipped with Republican Aaron Bean being elected. We have Florida's 7th district.
Nathan calling it. Beto's out. Texas remains red. Beto is gone.
What did I miss on Nebraska? I just jumped back on. Sorry.
I'll get back to that here in a second. So, Florida 7th district is now flipped with Corey Mills of the Republican Party now being called the victor with 85% of the vote, and one more House district, Florida's 13th district, Anna Luna is being called Republican. That is now 3 House votes that have actively been confirmed flipped. And going back to Nebraska for a second here, Nebraska only has 23% of the votes in, but currently Carol Blood is leading by 10 points.
Okay,
How
one
many
thing you
percent?
got to keep this in mind about Nebraska politics, though, is northern Omaha and a lot of the Omaha areas and Lincoln report their votes first. So for most of the night, it looks like the Democrats are doing good, and then
Everyone
the
else.
entire rural western
Yeah.
state comes in and sets everything right.
Yeah.
There's that.
So,
And I do mean that as a double entendre.
He absolutely does. Yes.
So Lincoln is in with 36%. Saline County is in with 9%. Sharp County is in with 25%, and Douglas County is in with 40%. So about half of Omaha is at least starting to chime in, but
Okay.
got quite a ways to
Yeah.
go. Let's be honest here. Like, we'll be shocked if Jim Pillen doesn't win that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Pillen's going to end up winning. And I'll be honest, I ended up voting for the guy just because he's a farmer like me. So
That's really what it boiled down to for me. Was like I saw an ad yesterday sitting on top of the signals in the local gas station, and they had the standard, oh, she's for abortion, and then they list all the other horrible things that she's for. I'm like, for God's sake. But yeah, he's a farmer, and you had to assume that, just based on name alone, the name Blood, I'm like, shit. When that popped up in my mailbox, I'm like, that's good marketing. I mean, it's unintentional, but that's just great marketing.
Two things. Number one, some news outlets are calling this one. I think this one's probably a shoo-in, but our current map is not. Illinois' election between J.D. Pritzker and Darren Bailey. Currently, Pritzker has 61% of the vote. I don't know how he loses this one, but most other places are calling the Illinois governor election is going to go to the Democrats. Right now, this particular one is holding off. The news out of New Hampshire and Vermont, though, is that both of their governor races are called. Vermont and New Hampshire having Republican governors.
Holy shit.
While apparently these are not flips or not confirmed to be flips on this particular map, the fact that 2 New England states have Republican governors is quite impressive. Currently, there is a
historically normal for them.
Yeah. Currently, there is a massive split ticket vote in Vermont with only 16% of the votes in, which is ridiculously early to call anything, but hey, whatever. Is that there is a difference of, excuse me, I cannot keep this on here at all. There is, and now my stuff doesn't want to work. Sorry about that. In Vermont, there is a split vote of 17,000 voters already confirmed with only 18% of the vote in. Vermont is splitting ticket votes.
It's also typical for Vermont, though.
It is typical for Vermont, but it's showing a general trend here, and I'm just going to harp on that little fairy train for as long as I can. This era of split ticket votes is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Cypher, just give Tiberius this one. We don't know how long it's going to last. Just let him have it. Just let him have it. But, you never know. Oh, also, I got it on good authority that Nathan Dallin will be joining us after the 9 o'clock hour. So, folks, there's always more coming here at KOE Nation, Big Buck, and Empire, folks. So, goodness gracious. Apparently, J.D. Vance is getting a little closer in Ohio again. God
we're
God almighty. We got some nail biters tonight.
We're
gents.
locked in the Senate at 38 again. House at 56
right
to 105 for the Republicans. That's 3 flip seats for the Republicans and 8 governors to the 15 Republican. No change there. 6 and 8 not up for re-election. So it's still pretty early on both the House and the governors, but the Senate still landlocked at 38. This is getting closer. It's interesting. We're seeing a little bit of movement here. I like how you can always count on the map for New York. It's at 10% of the expected votes counted, and it is just a dark blue for Charles Schumer at 74.7%.
Well, the people of New York definitely seem to like him. But what I am quite interested in is that there has been a lot of murmurs about Zeldin in New York.
Zeldin?
Maybe Zeldin, thank you, doing a little bit better than what a lot of people thought he would be able to do. Obviously, I can't confirm that. Some of these are just coming in now, but I'll be quite curious.
Well,
because
in the polling, he was almost neck and neck.
Right. So, like, I'll be very interested to see how this goes because, like, if New York pulls a split ticket vote to where they have a senator that's Democratic but a governor that's Republican, I'll shit bricks. But, like, I could see it. Like, I think a lot of people were pissed off that Cuomo got ousted.
Oh, forgot.
Well,
okay.
Cuomo was very business friendly, and he was also he stopped a lot of some of the more progressive policies that Wall Street was afraid of from happening. He even in 2012 there was what Democrats refer to as a Republican gerrymander that he signed rather than prevent. So there are a lot of reasons there why Republicans, like if you're a moderate, either a moderate Republican or a moderate Democrat, you had reasons to like Cuomo.
When COVID turned on Cuomo, because even here in Nebraska, like we were like during the height of it, and Cuomo's response, so we're like, this guy's like on fire right now with the media. Like he could run for president tomorrow and be almost a shoe in. And then when COVID turned on him, and then the world turned on him.
Yeah.
And all the horrible, awful, terrible things and skeletons came out of his closet, and it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And then the Democratic Party turned on him. There was a point, and it was early on at that when COVID turned on him point where you're like, okay, this guy's golden goose is gone. And then the entire floor fell out underneath this guy. And
his brother got fired.
Yeah, well, God, that was the real kick in the nuts.
Well, he's trying to cover for him so hard. So
yeah. No, it was.
Can we go back to that? How do you impartially interview your brother?
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, hard to.
It wasn't the interviews. It was all the phone calls in the background that he was making in order to defend his brother, which is very unethical for a journalist to do.
And they turned on his brother. Greatest moment ever.
Yeah.
Well, Ty, when I just got back, I saw that there was a big, huge, unexpected governor's flip of Massachusetts. Took their governor, like big pat on the back there, Massachusetts. I wouldn't exactly, dislocate your shoulder, patting yourself on the back there so hard. You took an election in Massachusetts, but hey, I will give you that one. So it's going to make it a little harder to make the true metric of the KOE wave election, but even if the Republicans take the House, you can still say it was a good night.
I know we're still early, but I'm looking at this map. I know it's early. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 solid red and only 2 solid blue. I mean, I know it's early, but still.
One of them is New York, not exactly.
Well, no, come on. I mean,
not exact. Now, what's funny is there's even a few weird outlier polls from that state.
13%. We're moving right along in New York, folks.
So in Massachusetts, I just want to say it's really hard for a moderate to win a primary these days, just because of the way Republican voters feel about it these days. So unless you're an incumbent who's already incredibly popular domestically, it's really hard, like as a moderate, to get the nomination. And if you're not a moderate, then you've got no shot in Massachusetts. And Baker was super popular there. If he were able to run again, he probably would have won again. But without that, I don't think there was any way a Republican was going to win that.
Tudor Dixon in Michigan closing in on Gretchen Whitmer. Everything's indicating that Whitmer will win this one, but I'm shocked if.
Please, Lord.
Currently,
I don't see anything on the Reuters map about Michigan yet. So, what percent are they at?
Currently at 12% of the votes in. Okay. Whitmer leads by about 40,000, which quite sizable. Wisconsin with only.
We'll see how Governor Shipmer does.
Wisconsin with only 5% in, though, but Tony Evers, Democrat, is leading by twice as many votes. But I remind you that these are coming out of Dane County and Milwaukee County, which are two of the bluest places in the state.
So it's like Nebraska, where the blue areas count all their shit first.
Yep.
It also matters when mail-in votes get counted. Like if they get counted in advance, that's very different. I would interpret these numbers very differently than if they get counted last.
I swear to Christ, if the blue wave states didn't learn anything from 2020, or not the blue states, the blue wall states didn't learn anything from 2020, they're gonna have a reckoning when it comes to just having just bad PR. Like you can't, like you have computers and tabulating machines and literally like fucking scanners and all this shit. If you can't make a call by 12 p.m., on election night, like people are just gonna throw a fucking fit.
But we can map the human genome almost immediately of each individual human once you have a sample. But my God, we just can't get these election results to you in a timely manner.
There's a good reason for that. Every legislative session, like for instance in Pennsylvania,
Democrats, good reason we can't say online.
Democrats say, hey, we want to be able to count mail-in and early votes early so that by the time on the election day, it won't take long to get results. And every single time Republicans vote against it because they like it when it takes a long time to count the votes because they know that in-person voting is going to be more Republican and they want to make it look like they're in the lead at the beginning and that votes get added later. It helps their narrative. And so they never, ever allow more efficient voting systems to come into their states.
Well, that's why you should just vote in person the way God intended.
I would encourage
down from the heavens.
But there's a gamble there too. Like look at what's happening in Florida right now. If Florida were a closer state, it would matter that they're getting a hurricane right on election day because it would mean that that all of their Republican voters are facing weather issues and Democratic voters will have had.
I would. Fortified, yes, the fortified states like
banked
Pennsylvania.
votes, yeah,
we'll see. But like Florida is a great example. Rain, snow, shine, hurricane. I would be at my fucking polling place today. It wouldn't fucking deter me even 2%. So that's
Georgia
just the way us Republicans are looking.
That's the difference between Republicans and Democrats.
Oh boy,
Democrats don't show up in the rain.
Is Warnock making a good pull ahead?
At 69% counted in Georgia. Warnock at 50.1, Walker at 48. This third party Chase Oliver at 1.8. This might be the argument you've always wanted, Phil. That third party ruins elections.
You son of a bitch!
I swear to Christ, if I call this shit, if I actually get it, that Georgia splits its vote to that degree, oh my God, I'm gonna party.
What liquor you got, Ty?
I don't, but I've got some cannabis and I will use it.
Okay.
Ty, didn't you learn anything from the last time we did the
Oh yeah, wait, how are we doing on cannabis stuff?
That's a great question. I don't have results for that.
And as we're asking about cannabis questions, Cypher comes back eating pizza with ranch on it. Like, I mean, that's just like, well done. Like, that was just like, hey man, dude, how's the cannabis do? Dude, this is a fucking question we need.
That's
like,
Nebraska cuisine right there. Pizza with a ranch on it, baby.
And that's the only reason I turned on my camera.
In a shocking turn of events, the Democrats have now picked up another governor's mansion in the state of Maryland.
Maryland, huh?
2 flipped seats for the for the governor's mansions.
Well, we will see how it all goes. But like I said, it's Northeast. Wouldn't exactly. It's like Rick would say, "Don't break your arm jacking yourself off on
Justin,
this one." Like I wouldn't.
Justin, can you go to the U.S. map and go from the Senate to House? I just wanted to take a look at that. Okay, so this is here's a little bit more of that red wave you were hoping for, Phil, if you look at it this way.
Look at that beautiful map. God damn it. And then those tiny little Democrat archipelagos. It's fascinating. Just so small, so little. Just almost can't see them looking at the map. Almost can't see
if you click over onto governors, you can see a little bit more clearly how that's sitting.
Well, now what's this bullshit here? I mean, like, why are we looking at this?
Yeah.
All right, I got one for you here. It's not called. Some other outlets have called that Greg Abbott was going to win Texas, but currently, as it stands, 55% of the vote is in. It's pretty spread between the cities and the rural areas, and so far, Greg Abbott only leads by 200,000. It's
let's click.
Only a 250,000 people.
Take a closer look at Texas.
So,
Like I don't know. Like I know Twitch doesn't allow gambling
covered.
anymore, but it's one of those like God. I like. I would take about any odds that Abbott's gonna win. Okay, like I ain't betting the house on no Beto. Even if he had a chance, I wouldn't bet the house on Beto.
This is pretty
Jesus.
standard. So you got Dallas, El Paso, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston are all blue, and like almost everything else is very
Okay.
very red.
Ty,
What's up?
what I've got is the ultimate trump card. Fox News has called it for Abbott, so I mean, really, you can. There's no. That's it. That's the final name, the final word. I mean, like, how can that be challenged?
Super effective.
Yes. Fair
right
and
about
balanced
Arizona.
coverage. Remember when they used to do that back in the day? Fox, fair and balanced coverage. Then they just dropped that, like, I don't know, like 8
Well,
years
okay, but
ago.
who were
It's
they
like,
fooling at one point? Like,
I'll be
come
right
on,
back.
we can't even say that with a straight face anymore. Come on,
well, yeah, that's why they had to change it, like America's News Now or something like that. But
that will always and forever be my favorite chicken ism. When he talked back in the day about Hannity and Combs. You've got this big, beefy, handsome, gorgeous, well-spoken Sean Hannity, and you've got this weaselly little dweeb who has nothing to say in fucking Combs. Not all Democrats are like that, Sean.
we'll be right back after these messages.
Oh, do you remember when Combs left and then they were like, okay, we're going to look to see who Combs' replacement was. And Hannity and Combs just became Hannity. And then the replacement like never happened.
Yep.
That's when you knew the balance part got pulled out of fair
Yep.
Which
balance.
is
And
fair.
then Trump could
That's
just
fair.
go, get him, Sean. Get him, Sean. Like,
Get him,
so,
Sean.
yes. But so Texans,
Now it's Hannity versus Tucker because they really are on the opposite sides within the party.
yeah.
Oh, North Dakota has gone red at 12% of the votes counted. Let's go back to the world map for a
I
second.
muted
there.
Ty for him. Sean Kennedy looks like Jay Leno and Eddie Munster fused together.
Damn, that's accurate as hell. Well done.
I'm giving him that
Well
one. Yeah,
done.
that's 2
brilliant.
gold stars there.
You might want to
So-
refresh.
So what map is this? Senate. Okay. So right now the Dems have pulled ahead with 40 senators, the Republicans 39. So there you go, Dems. This is a good moment for you.
So we've got Colorado's dark blue now. All right. Well,
Have they
no,
called
my
the
map
House
is
yet?
different.
So Colorado was my call for if it's going to be a giant red wave, then you would see something in Colorado. So if the Democrats are winning in Colorado, then that means you're not getting a massive red wave.
Team, you can.
I don't know. I always thought Colorado was pretty crunchy. So I've always kind of
They like their
them
guns.
off. If like Republic, I kind of consider if in Colorado the Republicans make any pickups, that's a nice to have. It's well, isn't that nice? We picked that up.
I never
But-
thought Colorado was really in play, but so many people did.
That's interesting. I mean, Ty's even telling us Washington is getting a lot closer than anyone wants to admit. So this is kind of a weird fucking election year. So
At the governor level, like I can see it for sure. I would
Yeah.
be shocked if it was a federal level.
65% for Oklahoma. Looks like Kevin Stitt.
well, the boys in Oklahoma roll their joints all wrong. Way too skinny, way too long. Sorry, I couldn't. Every time Oklahoma comes up, that has to be sang for me. It's kind of like Cartman sailing away. Yeah.
When I hear Oklahoma and I think song, I'm always going to think of Canadian Bacon when they sing the Oklahoma theme song, and the only word they know is Oklahoma.
Yep. Now, Tony, do you know how devastated I was when I found out the movie Canadian
Yes.
Bacon? One of my
I do, because
favorite.
I was the one that broke that to you. and it
Yes,
hurt
one
me.
of my favorite comedy movies of all time was written, directed, and produced by Michael Moore. Ah,
Yeah.
it hurts.
We
It
grew up
hurts.
loving that movie, and then
Fucking
after
great.
high school, I realized watching the DVD that it was a Michael Moore film. I'm like, oh god, Phil's gonna go into he's gonna go into his room for a week and not come out.
No, all is lost. The end is nigh.
He even makes a cameo in that movie.
Yeah, I never caught it. I never caught it. All the times I watched that.
Is there a map for state legislative races?
That's a
I don't
tough
think there
one.
is on
Good luck.
I'm really interested because this is the first race in Michigan without the Republican Gary Mander. And so, I mean, yeah, I do think Whitmer's going to win, but I'm interested to see how many seats Democrats can pick up in those races.
Uh-oh. Looks
So-
like 40 to 39 on the Senate race. Democrats have the lead.
Where at?
Let's see. I'm guessing it's the Colorado change. Yeah, Democrats are ahead by 1 now in the Senate. 40 to 39.
Yep.
Still no flips.
Yeah.
Still no flips.
Still no big flips.
No flips.
No,
And,
I wasn't expecting
well,
anything from
the
Colorado.
House is 4 flipped seats for the Republicans, 0 for the Dems, 67 to 122.
I mean, the two big flip opportunities, I think tonight are Pennsylvania and Nevada, in opposite directions from each other.
We're going to see. Georgia's 6th district in the House has gone red by over 20 points.
That was the race that Ossoff lost. It was Georgia 6.
Ossoff was a senator, correct?
No, I'm talking about 2017 when he ran for
Before that.
Georgia 6 against Karen Handel.
Gotcha.
And remember, that was like a very high-profile race because it was the first special election after the Trump win. So Democrats really wanted to put one on the board, and they spent millions on that race. And Karen Handel won, and it was a big embarrassment for Democrats at the time. In an otherwise very positive year for Democrats.
Again, because of his progressive stances on crime.
Right.
Americans don't want to have justice. They want punishment.
Okay, wins House race in New York's 11th congressional district. I'm assuming that was an incumbent winning re-election.
Holy shit! The spread in Ohio now. Give me a second. Let me just put the numbers in for this real quick.
10 soldiers and Nixon coming for dead in Ohio. Hey, we got fucking Bandit here, man. How we doing, Bandit? So JD Vance pulls ahead, but
governor race, we're at 10 for the Dems, gained 2 states, 16 for the Republicans, lost 2 states.
JD Vance is currently ahead, but the difference in Ohio now is 494,000.
Wow.
That split.
Wow.
Okay, that's interesting.
59% of expected votes counted in Ohio. Yeah, 62.7 for Mike DeWin. Nan Whaley, 37. Write-ins, less than 0.1%.
Yeah, like in the local elections here, it's kind of a joke. Who do you write in for stuff? So you'll just like write in just like the silliest person you can think of for each government position that's filled with people you don't like if they're running unopposed. So that's like Mickey Mouse gets a lot of fucking votes.
Yes.
Here in Nebraska for varying cabinet positions.
God damn it. My grandfather's sister passed away.
Damn.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry to hear that, Ty.
That's a damn shame.
Yeah. Sorry to ruin the election things. Like I was under the impression she was actually in pretty good health. It was her husband that was having issues.
Well, no, that's fine.
They go hand in hand.
Loss never comes on a good schedule, Ty.
True.
Yeah,
okay, that's none of us are gonna die on time. Okay, it's gonna be very inconvenient for each and every one of us. So, but Ty, I'm gonna raise a glass to your great aunt.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, to your great aunt, Ty.
She was a very lovely woman, very kind. I didn't get a chance to really meet her a lot. Basically, by the time I was born, she had retired, or not too long after that, and she went off to Nevada because she's got horrible allergies like I do, and hangs out there in the basically just outside of Vegas, and she didn't have bad allergies, so she hung out there until very recently. I think she came back to the general area just so that she could, kind of be with her family in her last little bit. But very nice woman, wonderful or beautiful red hair. Damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ty. I'm sorry.
Like we weren't super close, right? So I'm not gonna be like bleeding heart, but it is one of those deals where, like, her brother, my grandfather, actually had a car accident a couple months ago now, and we're waiting to find out if he could heal because like it actually broke his neck in 2 places. He's been wearing one of those big O deals, and he's just, I mean, she's older than him, so she's probably about 80. And then he's 76 now, and he's just not healing. You get that old, just things don't heal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the joke about when you're gonna fight in your 40s versus when you're gonna fight in your 20s. Like when you're gonna fight in your 20s, I'm like, I'm gonna crush this guy, then I'm gonna fuck that chick, then I'm gonna go eat a burrito. And then when you get to like your 30s and 40s, you get into a fight, and your first thought is, what's my deductible again? Okay, fuck. You're gonna get fucked up. So I forget where I heard that, but yeah, that's the difference. So when you get older, it's harder to heal. But I'm definitely sorry for your loss. It goes around, like without getting too deep into it. I just lost my brother not too long ago, and so it's been tough. But as he would say, the beat goes on. So since you did mention Nevada, Justin, why don't you pull up Nevada there? I'm curious how Nevada's doing and because that's a very essential race there. So
I don't think we have any data for Nevada yet.
I doubt
no data for Nevada.
Yeah, that's specific.
0%.
But we need data from Nevada. The Nevada data. Where's come on. That is fucking musical.
I was just talking to somebody from Idaho who said it was a pretty crazy polling experience, but yeah, there's no votes really counted there either. So that entire West Coast is pretty scarce for information thus far. Looks like the furthest east we can go is Colorado. That's it. Everything in the Big Sky region, pretty scarce thus far, at least in the Senate. Let's look at the House. Arizona's got a little bit of let's go to if we go look at the House map and we look at Arizona, let's take a look at
2 races called with no votes.
We have our first Zoomer member of Congress.
Oh,
Val Deming's old district, 25 years old.
May the Lord have mercy on our souls.
Oh my God!
I'm sure they'll.
He's a Zoomer.
Georgia, you got to stop doing this to me. Good God, this race is close.
Uh-oh.
We're up to 73%. Warnock is still in the lead for the Senate with only about a third. It's about 30,000 votes. It's about 26.
Oh fuck! I was thinking if it's anything under 100K, this is going to be a nail biter.
Yeah, it's still nail biting. Like I'm like, all right, can somebody start pulling ahead? Can somebody pull ahead hard? But there's areas where
like Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
Come on, Herschel Walker. It's 4th down, 3 yards. You just got to get it across. Oh God. So yeah, we will see what happens here because this is going to be a nail biter.
Justin, are you there? Did we lose you for a minute? I don't know if our producer's still here. There he is. All right, let's take a look at Georgia here real quick, and then I want to go over and look at the House map for Arizona.
Yeah, I want to take a look at Maricopa County when we get over there. So, all righty. Let's see. We've got Georgia's 1st district. Looks like that one's going Republican. Let's look at the Senate. Jamie, can you pull that up? Okay. Jesus. Christ, that's close.
Wow.
It's getting closer.
74%, 49.2 for Warnock, 48.9 for Walker, almost 2% for Chase Oliver. Oh wow!
Basically, how much
comes down to that third party, isn't it?
How much is has Atlanta basically reported in? Because that'll tell you everything.
Fulton County is 70% in, and DeKalb is 65. So there's still plenty of votes.
Okay,
that can
God
pull in
damn.
there.
And
Clayton
there's
County.
still a lot of rural red out there that's still reporting too. This is going to be nail biting, folks.
So far, the suburbs of Atlanta are moving yellow. I'm sorry, not yellow. Excuse me, they're moving blue. What the hell's wrong with me?
No, the libertarians just about jumped for joy, like ah!
Yeah. So Cobb County, this is Marietta, Georgia, is currently almost 40,000 votes ahead for Raphael Warnock in, with 46% of the vote in. Meaning, if that trend holds, is that the suburbs are leaning blue in this particular race for Warnock, and that is exactly who Warnock needs to pull that race off.
Okay, god damn. But what are the totals right now, T?
The current totals for the state of Georgia, Raphael Warnock with 1,499,000 versus Herschel Walker at 1,487,000. Yes, you hear it here. 12,000 votes difference with plenty of blue and red votes to come in.
Chase Oliver with just shy of 57,000 with that 1.9%. Right now, as it sits, that almost 2% is a massive deciding factor.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we'll probably trigger a run-on election.
Yes. Yep.
So who are libertarians going to vote for in the special?
Ooh, that's tough. I'm guessing they're gonna probably either not show up or hold their nose and vote for Herschel Walker.
Have we looked at that Oklahoma special yet? Because it's 72% votes counted. It's called for Mark Wayne Mullen at 63.4 over Kendra Horn at 33.6. So that's pretty decisive. Has anything else changed? North Dakota keeps going back to light red. I don't know why on the map it goes from dark to light at 22%.
Holy fuck. Okay, here's some news for you. The Kansas governor race is 50% in. The Democrat leads by 70,000 votes in Kansas.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. You got to understand.
Yes.
Kansas has always been a wonky state.
The Republican Senate candidate has been confirmed. However, I want to keep in mind that the difference is that the Republican in Kansas for Senate only has 54% of the vote with 46% in.
Yeah. So in Kansas, there's two kinds of Republicans. There's the Brownback Republican that supported him when he was governor, and the Kansas experiment, where he, in order to pay for tax cuts, he just cut state spending to the bone, like all these. So the roads started developing all these potholes. The schools started falling apart. And as a result, half the Republican Party started pulling away from him. Like I'm talking about politicians like in their state legislatures, and started like threatening that if he didn't return some of those funds, that they would start supporting third-party candidates or start supporting his opponent or whatever. And those days are over. That struggle's over. Brownback's not there anymore. But a lot of people remember that struggle. And so a lot of centrist Republicans go split ticket in Kansas.
Because of that, Brownback actually got a nickname because of all that. Bareback Brownback.
Yeah.
Such a stiff ass won't even pay for a rubber. Yeah. Bareback Brownback. So yeah, that was one of those, you'll never be president with that, man.
Those were the Tea Party days.
The good old days. Yeah. So looks like we got some results here on Arizona's first district Republican. I'm assuming that's incumbent. Like that looks like no, that's Nevada.
No, we should be looking at Arizona.
It's Arizona, but that's 8th and 9th districts for them.
Okay.
Yep.
Nevada's
9th district. 0%, but it's still projected to be hard red.
Well, hold on. This is a little fun for me. I don't know if it is for you. Colorado's 3rd district, with 45% of the vote, has Adam Fritsch, the Democrat, ahead of Lauren Boebert by 9,000 votes.
Let's go over to Colorado. Let's check it out.
Actually, Bandit is saying that Kemp called in Georgia, so
I can believe that.
Yeah, of course.
It keeps getting further apart the more that we go.
Okay. Well, I mean, no matter what happens, at least Stacey, election denier Abrams, was not able to make it to the governorship. So thank God. We just can't have that.
She's still president of Earth.
Oh God. Just ask her.
Herschel Walker.
In Star Trek,
oh my God.
president of Earth.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Breaking news.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be earth-shattering. JoJo from Jers on Twitter tweets, "What the fuck, Florida?" Just heartbreaking.
Okay, so what are the numbers from Georgia?
Hey, Florida gave us our first Zoomer.
And with now 76% of the votes counted, because we have to take this 1% at a time, Herschel Walker now leads by 1,000 votes.
Ooh, God damn! I ain't about to get all braggadocious now. That ain't a commanding lead.
We're over 75%. This is tight.
I want to remind people that the split between Kemp and Walker is now at 149,000 votes. That there's 149,000 people, almost 150, who have voted for Kemp but voted for Warnock.
Wow.
Interesting.
All right, what does that look like in Kansas? What's the split in Kansas?
Oh my God.
And then I want to look at Ohio too, once we get past those.
Kansas, at it currently stand, I'm just plugging in the numbers right now. The current Republican Senate candidate, which is confirmed to have won with 54% of the votes.
Grow the farm up speaks for us all.
Oh my God.
As diplomatically as I can put it, fuck you, Kansas. And no, Ty, that has nothing to do with the election. That's just generally how Nebraskans and Kansans feel about each other.
I respect that. I do. Currently, actually, I think I did this wrong. I apologize. Yes, I did this very wrong. Give me just a second here.
Tisk, sir. Oh my God. You did some wrong math one time in an election night? Yeah, that's going to happen a lot.
I hit the wrong button in my calculator here. Welcome to the era of the split ticket. Currently, the spread on split tickets is 41,000 votes in favor of the Democrat for governor within Kansas. Currently.
Interesting. Now, keep in mind, Kansas is also like Nebraska, where the big cities get all their reporting in first, and then it takes all night for the giant fucking glut of red state flyover country votes. I got cousins in California. I know how they talk about us. And it's so I think it's going to be a lot tighter than we think.
I'm not dissuading from that. I'm just saying right now that with 51% of the votes counted, that Laura Kelly, Democratic position for governor, currently leads by 70,000 votes.
Yeah,
we're looking at we're over halfway at 52%. So yeah, that's.
And if Republicans,
I'm shocked MSNBC hasn't called it.
If Republicans had put a moderate in that spot, would this be the case?
Can't tell you.
I'm not sure.
I don't know anything about Derek Schmidt.
Yeah, I haven't been paying a lot of attention to Kansas politics.
Nebraska back to a soft red. Jim Pillen at 49.6, Carol Blood at 46.9, 3.2 for Zimmerman with 37% of the expected votes counted.
All righty. Now,
Wyoming moves to a soft red.
Katie Vance in Ohio is now starting to pull ahead with a healthy lead. He now has a lead of over 200,000 votes.
Oh, that's going to be tough to overcome. But how much as, let's see, Columbus, oh man, a lot of the big cities look like they've mostly, there's still a little bit out there, but.
Oh, Minnesota gets on the board with 1% of expected votes counted.
Oh, hey.
So Minnesota, the big question
is,
can Democrats flip the state Senate there and get a trifecta?
Let's see. Minnesota still not on the board with the Senate, though.
That would do a lot to blocking off any Republican gains in the general election in 2024 if the Democrats can hold all the state houses in the Rust Belt.
I got to give it up to Justin right now, who is being just lickety split with our completely fucking random ass. Hey,
Yep.
this state.
This state. Come on, man. Yeah, give yourself 2 gold stars. Give yourself everybody. To Justin, thank you,
Fucking
Justin.
cheers.
I think we could probably call it right now with 58% of the vote, and Greg Abbott currently leads in Texas by 350,000 votes.
We called it yesterday.
Yeah, Nate called that one an hour ago. I'm sorry. It was always just a beautiful, the Democrats were holding on to a beautiful dream that Beto might somehow find a way. I'm sorry, Dems.
Even at 58%, third-party ticket Mark Tippett's only has 0.8%. So
That's right.
yeah, come on. Third-party voting in Texas wasn't going to be a factor
You have any
here.
wants?
Beto is almost.
I think you do.
When this is all said and done, Beto's going to have. It's probably going to be a 10% difference by the time it's all said and done.
Yeah, I forget who. I think it was actually Aiko. Maybe it wasn't you. It was somebody. When we were on. Thanks, guys.
Dude, this guy is on point. I'm talking to the girlfriend over here, and he's even muting me out like lickety split. All right, I don't know who you are. You have got to get on camera. You are doing fantastic, and I do apologize for making you have to work hard. Because I've got an auto thing here that you shouldn't be able to hear some stuff, but it's not built in for this. But
this is the man. Justin Chris of the Yanked Up Podcast. Check him out, Yanked Up Podcast on YouTube, folks. You know it's the right thing to do. And I like that I voted 5 times today. That's funny.
Yeah. Only 5, Justin. You're slacking.
If you could so kindly return just for a second, sir. For my particular audience who was watching me, if you would introduce yourself, let them know where to find all of your wonderful content since you do a wonderful job. Please let us know.
Basically, my name is Yank, as Yanked Up Podcast on everything, but as of right now, everything's kind of hiatus, so I'm just doing this. Just producing for these guys.
Kicking ass.
For the Big Bucket Empire and KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. So, yes, Yanked Up Podcast.
Shill in for himself when we're trying to shill Justin.
Because I'm never above shameless self-promotion. You knew this from the start the first time you invited me on your show, T.
Poor guy can't keep his hand off his computer. Damn it.
Yep. Oh, I can't. I must have some sort of control of the show. But, no, Justin, you're doing a fantastic job this evening with everything. But
better than Chicken. Fuck Chicken. We don't even need him back.
Oh, wow. Wow, throwing it down. And Chicken, we do miss you. It's a poultry-free election night. It's unfortunate, but it's the Christmas season, and Chicken is actually secretly Santa Claus.
Yes.
So he's very busy. He's very busy. So
can I just say
I used to be one of his elves, but instead he installed a self-checkout. I was no longer needed.
Oh, damn.
I have a sadness to report. Georgia's 14th district was called quite a bit ago, with Marjorie Taylor Greene having 162,000 votes so far, with 80% of the vote. Currently with a lead of 66.6% of the vote. Fuck Georgia's 14th district. You guys can do better.
Well, that's who they want. So, I mean, what are we supposed to do? I remember one of the first times I was on a Prime panel when Marjorie Taylor Greene got elected. They were all talking about oh my God, we need to just kick her out of the house, basically. I mean, we just can't even allow her to even take office. I was like, you realize turnabout's fair play. If you do that to Republicans, we're going to turn around and do that to Democrats. Just because you don't like them doesn't mean you can't let them take office. What's going on, T?
I wondered if Chicken was still watching. He is.
Yep, Chicken's
I was just curious to see if he was still.
Hey, what the fuck, man?
Why is Chicken not here? That's the real question.
He's having a rough week. He's been given a grace period this week and the next few weeks. He's got a lot of shit to deal with.
Bandit goes GA14 is based.
Bandit, why are your takes so damn terrible?
Bandit, you philosopher king, you don't listen to the naysayers.
We love you. Hey, Aiko, you might want to pull your camera down a little bit, buddy.
Yep. No, he's trying to show off his books.
I mean, true, but I mean,
Well,
But
no, I
you've
was
got
just
this
getting back to my
spectacular
chair.
beard you need to show off.
exactly.
It's a little bit shorter now than it used to be, but hey,
Wait,
I was
it's
just
still
going to
damn
say on
impressive.
Texas.
Wait,
You
Sarah
have-
Huckabee Sanders won?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
Sarah
What was that in Texas?
I was just going to say in Texas, if it really is 10
Wait,
points,
she's not.
or even like say a point lower than that, like at 9 points, that would be the first time. That would be the closest governor's race in 20 years, or more than that, really. And it's been that margin's been shrinking every 4 years. I think it was 13.3% the last election in 2018, and that was during a blue wave. So I don't think that would be a bad result if Beto got 9 or 10 points.
Great results out of the Texas 2nd District. Dan Crenshaw has been reelected.
Texas 2nd District, you could do better.
66%.
You do a lot.
Marjorie's
fucking
not gonna be
worse,
happy.
too.
I didn't have to even wait all that long holstering that one, Ty. I was like, sweet. I get a woohoo. Like
I had to give you the opportunity to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Girl the farm up goes, Beards unite.
Fucking right.
Beard band assemble. Yes.
Arkansas is at 38.
Texas too is a
Arkansas
bunch
is
of
at
losers.
38% of the expected vote, but Sarah Huckabee Sanders has 58.7 of the calculated votes so far against Chris Jones 39.7. So yeah, it's pretty good lead.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders was the ultimate example of the understudy outdoing the main star. Like, Sean Spicer was supposed to be the guy, and then when Sarah Huckabee Sanders came out, they were just like, the press, like, can you
She's
just
like,
do it from now on?
I'm the press secretary, but I'm going to run for governor of Arkansas. Like, all right,
yeah,
so, all right. So
Arkansas said okay.
That's branding. That is knowing your audience and branding yourself. Like, well,
Arkansas, you guys are a very interesting a bunch. I like Little Rock. Fayetteville's a growing, happening place. But Bill Clinton and Sarah Huckabee Sanders. What's going on in that state?
Arkansas knows what they like. They
well, also Mike Huckabee. Wasn't he the governor here at one point? Back when he like weighed 100 pounds more than he does now. But yeah, like I think
patches.
Jesus Christ.
Well, no, sorry, it's true.
Well, Tennessee is pretty much locked up at 61% counted, 67.4% for Bill Lee over Jason Martin at 30.5.
You know, it's amazing that that Florida becomes a battleground state in some regards because Ron DeSantis clearing it out with 1.5 million more votes than Charlie Crist.
We are at 93% counted in Florida, and he's staying tight at 59.4. So, yeah, DeSantis, not only in Florida, looking very, very popular, but over the next 2 years, look out.
Now, don't get me wrong, DeSantis is a great candidate, but unless Trump endorses him or it's some sort of Trump-DeSantis ticket, there's no way DeSantis can overtake Trump. I was going to ask
you on this because this came out, what was it, this week or just the other day, where Trump, during he hasn't even officially announced yet, but it was an ad or something along the lines of him, and he called DeSantis... What was it?
Ron DeSanctimonious.
Yeah. So is this a play?
It's a very that's a delicate little jab. It's a delicate little jab, but it's one that can be pulled back if he needs to.
Is it a jab or is it
He's not pulling back?
Is it a jab or is it him pulling his punch?
Well, no, that's what I mean. He's pulling his punch in case he needs to align with this guy later.
There's a difference between a jab and pulling your punch, because if he's doing a jab, he's actually trying to battle the guy. If he's pulling his punch, he's essentially giving the nomination to him.
That's a little
Which
far.
do you expect at this? I know it's early, but at this point, what do you expect? Because Trump could go either way.
I honestly
announce his candidacy,
expect him to announce any day now to get ahead of any potential subpoenas, so it looks too political. If I was Trump's lawyer, that would be my actual advice to him, is to declare his candidacy in about 2 hours.
Now, I don't think there's any stretch of the imagination at this point, because regardless of Trump runs or not, DeSantis is 110% going to get the Donald Trump treatment when it comes to campaigning.
Yeah.
The Democrats are going to run this guy through, and they're already doing it. They're getting ahead of it. They're going to turn on this guy hard.
That's the one thing, like,
deserving of it or not.
If I may, T, that's the one thing, Ty, that kind of frustrates me about the moderate Republicans is y'all need to get over the fantasy that there's someone you can nominate that the Democrats are going to treat you nice now. No, you've seen how they're going to treat every single candidate from here until the end of time is going to be worse than Trump 3 months up until election day. Every single one of them, they're going to be even worse. They're going to. So the idea that the Democrats are just going to treat us nice if we nominate a moderate is never going to happen. It's a fantasy.
Well, it's not about what the Democrats are going to do. It's about what the swing voters are going to do.
Right.
Is there somebody that you can pull away from the Democrats where no matter what the Democrats say, it won't be a persuasive argument to them?
Until the media or the social media
I get
changes,
that.
It has nothing to do with what the voters are going to do. It's all about what the message is going before the polls.
Well, no, I get what you're saying there is that, the moderates are how you try to win the elections, but I'm saying some of the moderates within your own party trying to say, well, why don't we do something that the Democrats will be nicer to us? That's never going to work. It's never going to happen.
Because the people
Mark
who are
Gordon
going to vote
wins
a blue
the
ticket are going to vote a blue ticket. The people that are going to vote a red ticket are going to vote a red ticket. The moderates and the people who are undecided, it's really, if it comes down to that, it's going to come down to the message that they're seeing beforehand before they go to vote. And until the Republicans have a level playing field, look at DeSantis. It's going to be nothing but smear campaign and talking about how awful of a person he is for the next 2 years. And that's all we're going to hear about. So, and I'm not even saying he deserves it. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. I'm just saying that's what we're going to hear about, because this guy is, if Donald Trump does not announce, it's going to be him.
Chicken, hope you do well.
Yep. Good luck to you, Chicken. But no, Tony makes a good point. Like, DeSantis is kind of the heir apparent, but the king is not yet ready to pass the crown, and so that's the issue of the Republican Party.
Of that, but you're right when you say it's going to be from here on out, unless something major changes concerning some strange party change or a split from within, where you have two strong candidates in the Republican Party, and the Democrats have to choose one not to smear. Like, that's the only way. It's not going to be, this is the boogeyman, and you must hate him on sight and just by hearing his name.
Okay.
Because it works. It's effective. We've seen it work.
Pillin has won Nebraska.
Well, we knew that.
All right.
Nate, get your ass in here.
All right, guys. I got three of the tight races I want to update you all on. Georgia is now at 79%.
Oh, shit. 79%.
And more importantly, Warnock is actually back in the lead with almost 1,000 votes.
This is going to keep happening.
Jesus Christ. Wow. That's not what? Like,
this is how you know it's going to be a runoff.
And there's that red county that's got nothing.
It is deadlocked at 49%. Chase Oliver still has 1.9, 79% expected votes counted. At governor side, it's also at 79% expected votes counted. We've got Kemp at 53.7 to Stacey Abrams 45.6.
Mm-hmm.
God, good golly, Miss Molly. Grow the Farm Up's wondering, how is the weed legal now party doing in Nebraska? If we could get that data at some point. I'm a little curious myself. Nathan, he will be in just as soon as the kiddos go to bed. You know how reliable that can be, T.
True. Next race that we're looking at is Ohio. Of course, it's already been called for the Republican governor, but J.D. Vance currently holds a lead of 245,000 votes. Ladies and gentlemen, with 73% of the votes counted, I'm going to say write that bastard in.
Yeah.
Yep. I think
congratulations, Senator-elect J.D. Vance.
You know, hey, Ty, I'm still going to give you credit there. You are the first one to call this state. So I'm going to give you that one. But now
I don't, that wasn't risky. Like,
win, lose, or draw, though, you do raise a good point about the split ticket issue. Like, the Republicans in Ohio definitely need to take some close looks at that and see where they could have done better. Let's
my
see.
Yeah.
Nate goes, also AZ has voter shenanigans going on, according to Nate Down. So
governor's race has 40% counted with a 55.5% lead for Katie Hobbs over 44.5 on Carrie Lake. On the Senate side of things, Arizona, oh boy, let's look at this.
Damn, Mark Kelly with a sizable lead, but I called that one.
Yeah, Kelly, I thought was going to win. I was absolutely not expecting Hobbs to be ahead.
Yeah, that one's surprising me. I thought Lake was going to do better than what she's doing, but
with those functioning machines, like who the fuck knows? Like what happened with those ballots haven't been counted. That's 20%. You know what's happening?
Those are early Republican voters that show up. So
yeah, that's right. Those are Republican votes disproportionately. So that's going to be big. And what's happening is those machines. I heard you say earlier, Phil, that it was 20% of county of machine or whatever of areas.
20% of the polling precincts had issues with tabulation machines.
But it's not 20% of precincts. It's 20% of ballots being put into those slots. So if you were to put 5 ballots into those slots, one of them would get spit back out and not counted. And so they have to then take that and stick it into some other.
Oh my God. Yeah. This is going to be a shit show in Arizona for 3 fucking weeks now.
Yeah.
It's going to be lawyers and recounts and fucking people wanting to take apart these machines now. Oh my dear holy God. It is going to be like paradise for us podcasters.
Any results on that?
I got 4 that I want to recap on. Just for funsies, Walker's now back in the lead by about 1,000.
No, Jay, God damn it!
All right. Before we go look at Georgia, we are looking at the.
Don't bother reporting unless it's over a 2,000 vote lead. No,
fair. I've got a meme here a little bit.
Okay, that's fair.
The next one, catching up with Ohio, though, is that while we are probably going to just write in Vance and leave that race to a being, is that the keynote here is that between the governor candidate and JD Vance, there is a difference of 301,000 votes.
Wow. That's what took so long. I mean, that's why they didn't just have a party together. Yeah, I mean, that's worse. That's not nothing. Like, that's worth fucking examining Republicans.
Here is the big one, and the numbers are coming in, at least so far, far quicker than what they did in 2020. Pennsylvania currently has 48% of the vote in, or at least estimated.
Oh, God, that's going to take all night.
Currently, John Fetterman leads by 120,000.
48% counted.
Yes.
That's still anybody's race, but that's still a fucking. I would, like I said earlier, I'd rather be in Federer. Well, no, I wouldn't. But it's like, sorry, I'm just gonna be frank. But yeah, I'm not even finishing that sentence.
Let's update this just at the top here. We've got the Senate race is again still deadlocked at 41 apiece for the Democrats and Republicans. Geez, that's a race at this point. We got 36 not up for election on the Dems and 29 not up for election on the Republicans. So this is still deadlocked.
How many house flips have the Republicans
4
made?
On the House?
4.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Zero for the Dems with
Give me one more.
145 for the Republicans with 4 flipped. And then on governors, we're at 11 for the Dems and 19 for the Republicans who lost 2.
I got to give the Dems some credit on the now. Like I said, it's northeastern fucking Maryland. Like it's the Northeast. I'm not gonna fucking Dems. Don't break your arm. Fucking patting yourself on the back there. It's kind of like, oh my, Wyoming went red. Like the Republicans were lucky to get a few Republican governors there for a while. We did. Like the fact that we ever had one in Massachusetts. It's kind of like that Scott Walker guy who got in Massachusetts for a while. I was shocked, and we were happy to have him.
Hey, listen, this is there's a reason why Republicans win in these states every once in a while. I lived in New Jersey for a while. I myself voted for Chris Christie because the Corzine was such a corrupt governor, and that's what happens in the Northeast, in places like New Jersey and New York, especially, is that the Democrats are like so established there that you start to get like sort of really deep corruption within the party because they just really don't have any competition, and so that's why, even though it's a blue state, Chris Christie won twice in New Jersey, and so I feel like this, you have some similar things happening throughout some of these blue states where a Republican gets in and they're just super popular, and even Democrats like them. And I think that's what, they're moving out of that cycle now in places like Maryland and Massachusetts or whatever. But, that's a cyclical thing for them.
It's kind of like when Nebraska used to have occasional Democrat governors like Ben Nelson and shit like that. Like Nebraska used to have fucking Democrat governors and senators and shit like way, way long ago. They were in the times of yore. But yes, I understand that. That's interesting that folks in the Northeast will occasionally.
And the reverse, like, look, listen, Phil, I'm pretty sure I know how Ty would answer this question. But if you lived in Pennsylvania, would you be tempted to vote for Shapiro over Mastriano just because of how extreme Mastriano's been?
I haven't been following that one too closely. Okay. Is Shapiro a MAGA Republican or
no? You would vote for Mastramo. I know you. You would absolutely would. That's one of the races that I, as a moderate, would actually have to really like check where I wanted to go. Mastriano really rubs me the fucking wrong way, and apparently, according to these votes so far that are in, with a 500,000 vote lead over Mastramo, Shapiro is absolutely taking it so far.
A big slice of Republicans are voting for Shapiro in that race. They're split ticket voting again. They're voting for Oz, but then they're also voting for Shapiro.
Interesting. Because goddamn, there's still a non-zero chance Dr. Oz, the dude from Oprah. Like, because like him and Marianne Williamson, they've just been kind of putting feelers out and kind of putting their toes in the water for the eventual Oprah run, which is gonna happen.
Although Oprah did endorse Fetterman. Just saying.
The Democrats have pulled out all the stops for Fetterman. They're bringing Obama in to fucking campaign for him. They are fucking desperate to put Fetterman in that seat. And the fact that it's within 150K
we've got North Carolina House, Kathy Manning, Democrat, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Republican, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, Republican, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Democrat, Illinois Senate Tammy Duckworth, Democrat, and Pennsylvania House Summer Lee, Democrat.
I would love to see Pritzker get voted out of office. Okay.
You can always tell when Phil gets off screen because when somebody stops talking, there's not somebody there. Hey, how about this, guys?
Fair enough. The Iowa races have finally turned red and increasingly gaining the lead for Republicans in Iowa. I'm not going to say that Republicans have a chance of losing that particular race, but it was quite interesting to see it as blue for as long as it has been this evening.
Yeah, and 42% counted, so there's a little bit of ways to go. But on the Senate side, you've got Chuck Grassley at 51%, Michael Franken at 48%. So it's still pretty close. You're looking at 282,000 versus 269,000. On the House side of things, it looks like it's still pretty red and blue. And on the governor side of things, it is red with Kim Reynolds at 53.1. Deidre DeJar at 44.5. So, yeah, there's a little bit of ways to go in Iowa, but I don't expect it to shift back to blue much more.
All right. You guys might not know this one very well. Indiana's first district. This is the area that's in Indiana that's kind of bolted in Chicago. Currently has 49% of their votes counted, and we are looking at a spread of 67,000 to 59,000 votes. This is really close for a traditionally blue district.
Wow. What percent is that counted?
49.
Okay, so basically halfway. All right.
So yeah,
wow. Indiana. Did I miss anything?
Nothing major. Just some minor races. We were talking about the one interesting race here in Indiana where Indiana's first district is currently off by about 10 points, but it's only off by about 8,000 votes, and with 50% of the votes counted. So we're not going to say the Republicans going to win that. That's pretty a steep hill, but it looks like the suburbs of Chicago are being very interesting with their voting habits. I'm surprised we're not getting more notifications of flips yet.
Yeah, I am too.
I think this year all the election observers are being a little cautious. They're waiting. They don't want to have to go back on anything. Nobody wants to be that guy. Nobody wants to be Florida 2000.
That's fair.
Which I think we were all alive and kind of watching politics when that happened. I remember when that happened.
Yes.
That was history in the making.
It's a fucking shit show. That pretty much, the year 2000 pretty much solidified that politics was just going to go to hell in a handbasket.
All right, so we got some notifications here that are slowing down. Either races are getting called because they got the final numbers in, or at least enough to close the gap. But I'm going to direct your attention to the great state of Wisconsin. First, the governor race is apart by 100,000 votes in favor of the Democrat. Actually, quite surprising. The Republicans do very well. We have a current estimation of 47% of the votes in, but the Senate is being quite a bit closer with 701,000 votes to 674,000 votes in the Senate. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have another instance of split ticket voting here where it appears they were preferring a Republican senator, but appearing to want a Democratic governor.
I got to tell you, it's actually refreshing to see people, not just voting straight tickets.
Fuck yes.
Meanwhile, I'm over here like Yosemite Sam. Oh, I hate that rabbit. Like, yeah, it's a different election night.
But again, is this a split ticket voting that's favoring the moderate over the conservative?
Well, let's find out here.
I mean, it can't. If you're getting this much consistency in the split ticket, it can't just people voting at random,
right?
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, it would be a very good lesson for 2024 that if you're running a moderate, if you run a moderate if John Sununu were the nominee, I think he would win in 24, like hands down.
I don't know with that name, that'd be kind of tough to overcome. Sununu. It sounds too much like Snoo Snoo on Futurama. Death by Snoo Snoo. Like, I'm sorry, like that is going to become the meme. Like, we can not like it or not, but that will be the meme. Now, Tony makes a good point. He's been trying to get me on this, but like to me, it's like the Trump Republicans, like, we are loyal. You got to give us that. But Tony's like, Phil, Ron DeSantis will win 100% against Corpse Biden or anybody the Democrats nominate.
It's not that he will win 100%. It's the fact that Trump has so many different rounds to go against. Like, he's going to have to go 16 rounds and then overtime, even against a Biden after 4 years. DeSantis, even though the mudslinging has started and even though the smear campaign has begun because they're getting out ahead of it, he's still got a fresh slate. Now, if you look at how popular he is in Florida alone, and you can compare that to the rest of the country, and you see, if you get on social media and you look in the right places, you can see the popularity already shifting from Trump, and they can see it a little bit.
Well, no, I was going to say that the popularity is not shifting from Trump, but what you do have is when you're saying the fresh slate, it's more than that. He is, like, whether anybody agrees with it or not, he is unambiguously seen as handling COVID well in his state.
Sure, but people
like, that's fucking golden.
But people are expecting, because people that are going to vote for Trump regardless, if he does announce, if he doesn't announce, they're fully prepared to vote for DeSantis. So it does go hand in hand. And that's why I brought up the euphemism before. Are these light jabs, or is he pulling his punch? Because I really do think there is a difference when it comes to the presidential race. Because if he does not announce, or even if his announcement is more of a distraction, if Trump, to think about this for a second, because if Trump is prepared,
you think he's doing this to give it to Ron?
That's
You
what
think
I'm
he's-
saying. I think he could announce his
that awful
candidacy.
Ron DeSantis. Don't you dare vote for him. Folks
what I'm
like
saying.
Ty will be like, oh my God, I have to vote for Ron.
He could sit there for 2 years. Trump could sit there for 2 years and eat most of the punches that would go to DeSantis and then go, fuck it, I'm dropping out. Bye. And then DeSantis doesn't look nearly as bad. A lot of the effort wasn't put into making DeSantis look as bad. And that would make DeSantis look that much better come 2024. So I think there's a big play involved here.
Red wave in Tennessee.
Trump-
Shocking.
But Trump is very transactional, so I think he's going to want something in return. Maybe.
Oh, absolutely.
VP
maybe
slot.
A pardon promise?
No, a VP slot. Fuck you, Senate. I'm going to sit here and I can talk during every single fucking bill. And like, yeah, if he wants to, he can. So he's good. Like, yeah. So Trump will even take VP. Wouldn't be. Now there's some Florida constitutional issues with two candidates being from the same state. So that would have to be overcome. But looking at the mandate Ron DeSantis was just given, he might be able to do that.
And Obama on it.
Okay, hey, your guy got it here. I didn't get a chance to get to it. Tennessee's 5th district is now the 5th flipped House district, now confirmed with Tennessee, literally just everything out around Nashville flipping Republican by quite a
Nashville.
Yes.
Wow.
That's the new gerrymander at work.
Yeah.
Texas governor, Republican Grab Abbott.
So
Virginia
with
House,
that,
Abigail Fairburger.
hang on, T, give me one moment here. Sorry. With that announcement, folks, the Republicans officially take the House of Representatives. There has been a shift in power in Washington, D.C. We are going to see something the likes of which we have never seen in American politics before. We have entered a new era with this very moment. You were here to see it right here at Big Buck and Empire on KOE Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Tiberius D, YouTube, and Twitch, folks. These are the places that you were there. You can say, I was there when the transfer of power
still
happened.
need 55 House seats.
No, Tony, never mind. No, it's
not official, Phil.
It's a fiat complete. It's a fiat complete at this point.
Not official.
We've never seen a 5-point shift. That's like unprecedented.
I know it's never happened, but no, like this.
Calm down. It's not official though.
Tony, felt like it's time. Need to
count.
energize the Republican base on the West Coast. Let them know that, come on, let's make Washington a nail biter just to fuck with the Democrats all night long.
That's
come
right,
on.
Stephen. That is right. Tony is the voice of reason. That's right.
God, Tony, I love you dearly, but your politics infuriate me. You
I know
moderate
that's what
fucking
makes
son.
them so.
Like when we
fantastic.
did the political compass test, Tony literally was straddling the line between left and right.
Oh,
It
no. That's
infuriated
not
me.
the whole story, Phil. We did the political compass test individually on our own.
Live on air.
And then later that night, we did it together live on air. And discussing it with you and Chicken live on air, I was able to shift myself even further on the line. I was proud of that.
Yes. And meanwhile, I was shocked. I was one little notch off from being
quadrant
all the way off to the right. And so I'm way more liberal than I thought I was going to be.
That's true.
Because that test.
My feelings and my sympathy for things moved you a quadrant.
Oh, God damn it, son of a biscuit. Don't tell nobody. I got a reputation to uphold. I got feelings and shit. No.
Not called, but with 65% of the votes in for Kansas, there is now a split ticket vote difference of 92,000 in the very populated state of Kansas, favoring a Democratic governor who is currently in the lead by 50,000 votes.
The Senate
but there's a lot of Western red that needs to report in yet. So
but you're talking about
that's going to make up the
7.5
difference.
point margin right now.
Yeah,
that one's going to be the fact. Republicans,
57%.
hang your head in shame that this is a fucking nail biter for you. Okay, this is fucking ridiculous, Republicans. But I think in the end, all that Western red is going to make up a lot of difference. You wait and see.
Okay,
guarantee.
Here is a real big update.
Oh boy.
Georgia now has 82% of the votes in, and Herschel Walker leads by 45,000.
What what?
49.7% to 48.3.
45,000.
Chase Oliver's still coming in with 65,000 and 1.9%.
Wow, dude. This is fucking gonna be
Georgia's
tight.
gonna be wild.
Yeah, this is gonna be wild.
Where's Tom when you actually need Tom?
Now, here's the bigger question. Iko, Tiberius, I'm curious. There's a bunch of lawyers with briefcases getting ready to get on private planes. Are they going to Arizona or Georgia, you think?
Oh,
there's a whole lot of lawyers for both parties about ready to fucking take off. Where do you think they're heading?
Arizona, by no question.
Yeah, they've been going there all morning, but a couple are getting called to Georgia. Like, I know you're doing some shit in Arizona, but I need you in Georgia. Is there a way you can get over there?
To sub update a little bit on Georgia, because I think this is very important. Fulton County, which is largely Greater Atlanta, is only 70% in. Plenty of votes to come in for Warnock still. DeKalb County, 68% in. Plenty of votes for Warnock as well. And Clayton County, while being 87% in, is overwhelmingly voting for Warnock, along with one more county, which is Daugherty County, expected to go decently blue. It's usually more of a purple county. Only has 8% of the vote in. So yeah,
anyone who's calling that state right now, you are a goddamn liar.
I think we can actually be pretty safe in that. That Brian Kemp is going to take away with the current active lead.
No, I'm just talking about the Senate. Anybody who can say they can call the Senate at this hour, you're a goddamn liar.
I still think the likeliest outcome is a runoff still.
Yeah. With the current lead of 82% of the votes in, Brian Kemp now leads by 300,000 votes in Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call Georgia's governor race right now.
All right, here's a question.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think I know the answer to this question. Does Trump congratulate Kemp?
Yeah, probably.
Does he congratulate Raffensperger?
No, probably. It'll just be a small.
I think no shot at that one.
It just depends. Depends on the day. Does Trump have his Twitter back?
No.
That's the okay. Then no. If he doesn't have, if he has his Twitter back, then yeah, he'll be in a good mood that day.
Updating for Pennsylvania, one of our key races. Currently, 60% of the vote is in, and John Fetterman leads by 100,000.
Okay.
That's 50.3% to 47.2. Eric Gerhardt, third party, at 1.4%.
But also, Philadelphia County, only 40% in. Delaware County, only 9% in.
Whoa. Hey, guys. Whoa. Stop the presses, folks, because we've got another run-in. This one's a big one, folks. We've got a run-in from one of the finest attorneys in all God's creation. I mean, Johnny Cochran's Force Ghost looks to him for legal advice. When the Bar Association, he passed it with flying colors. It looked down upon him and said, "You are my most finest and wondrous creation." The one, the only, Nate Dallin. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Howdy, folks. Happy Election Day. It's another great day to be a Nebraskan. For all of you non-Nebraskans, sucks to be you. How is everybody?
We are in there. We are in the fucking trenches of this fucking election, good sir. Now, you've just joined us.
Yes.
How is this looking to you? How's it smell to you, soldier? Where do you think it's all gonna land?
This looks exactly like a really deeply divided country that doesn't know what it wants. That's what it looks like to me. It is a deeply confused country that does not know what it wants. That's what I'm seeing.
Nate, what are your thoughts on the idea that in all these big split ticket races that are happening, that the moderate is outperforming the conservative in a lot of these races within the Republican Party?
Well, this is going to be the big thing, because tomorrow starts the real event, right? Tomorrow is day one of the 2024 election cycle. There's a chance that we have the clash of the Titans between one Donald, the Donald, the Trumpster himself, the WWE Hall of Fame, the return of the God Emperor, the master of the Cheeto dust himself, and Ron DeSanctimonious. This is going to be a big thing because I think moderates, even though I don't consider Ron DeSantis to be a moderate, I think moderates are going to be likely
moderate in that pairing.
There's no moderate at all, but I think that moderates are gonna be Team DeSantis in that kind of a situation, right? Even though he himself is not. So no matter what, I think conservatives, like the true conservatives, people who think that like Mitt Romney and John McCain are rhinos, like if you're in that camp, you love that Trump is running, period, because it means that the moderate candidate is now Ron DeSantis. Right?
Isn't it beautiful?
His gravity. Like if you're a Trump person and you go, oh, my backup plan's Ron DeSantis, you go, that's not so bad, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to trick Ty into being another Republican voter. Come on now.
Hey, look,
I've said it.
Like,
because I think this is only fair.
Go for it, Ty.
Go ahead, Ty.
I have no problem voting for DeSantis. I'm quite impressed with him. I want to give him the opportunity to see what he can do. I'm not voting for Joe Biden again in that particular circumstances, or not again, but I would not vote for Joe Biden.
He just admitted it.
I voted for Trump. I have the receipts.
Man.
Okay?
So he's got a really good negative record. Like it's
anyone who I vote for usually for president loses.
Let me ask Nate, since Nate's been here most of the night in the comments, I feel, but I want to ask Nate straight out because this is something I've been pondering since it was first proposed to me the other day. Since Trump has been teasing the idea of announcing the campaign, and yes, we're almost there now. Is Donald Trump pulling his punches, or is he just floating out subtle jabs to DeSantis, expecting an actual primary race? Or is he just trying to take the heat off of DeSantis so that DeSantis can take the least amount of criticism and smear campaign heading into the actual presidential election?
Honest to goodness, I think that Trump's instincts are, I need a villain in the primary that's not just Joe Biden, right? Like, I don't know if Trump considers himself a heel or a baby face. That's a little unclear to me. I think it depends on the circumstance because he enjoys both, right? That's the problem is he enjoys both.
Yes.
But I feel like he wants competition. That's just who he is. I don't know if that's politically wise, but I think that's kind of what he wants. I think he knows that DeSantis, I mean, he's not an idiot. He watches TV. He watches Fox News. He sees that Tucker Carlson has DeSantis on more than almost anybody else. I think Trump knows what this means. So I think he's just hedging his bets. Now, I will say that there's a few sort of goofballs on Twitter that I follow that I think actually do have some insider info. And the insider info that they have is that as soon as Trump announces the run, he and DeSantis are going to have a chat, like a face-to-face chat. Trump is then going to offer whatever Trump's going to offer. And then DeSantis is going to make a decision as to whether or not he wants to get into the mudsling. So it's not a sure thing that Ron is actually going to go into the fight. And if that's the situation, it's a very different world because then you've got Trump who's way ahead of every other Republican. And if somebody tries to run against him, it'll probably be a true moderate. And it's going to be like Cheney and maybe a couple of other people.
Chris Christie.
Yeah. Some folks like that, some of the more establishment GOPers, I don't think they'll do well, but that's what it's going to be is they'll just be fodder for debates and for media stuff. And then we're on the warpath to the collision of the whole nation of the Democratic Party.
Do you think Trump gives him the VP slot and you think Ron takes it?
Well, if I'm Trump, you want to keep your enemies close, right? Yeah. And so if he's your biggest, I mean, that's probably the most politically savvy play is to tell Ron, hey, what do you want? Like, if you want vice president, it's yours. You want Secretary of State, it's yours, right?
That might be the strongest play they could make, the Republicans, I mean. If you could get Trump back out there with Ron DeSantis as his VP, and if you got the White House back with
still
Trump
my beating heart.
I mean, Jesus Christ! If
I would love that just because we get
4 years, yeah.
Well, no, I agree.
Strong.
I agree, but I mostly just want that because that means Kamala Harris has to do at least 2 debates one-on-one with Ron DeSanctimonious, and it's going to be hilarious.
Oh God!
What if
I got 2 things for you real quick. Number 1 is that if I'm expecting anyone within the quote unquote establishment Republicans or the old guard of the Republican Party to get run, it's actually Pence. I expect that they're going to try to pit Pence up.
Well, no, Ty is probably not wrong about that.
Oh my
You know,
God! Like, I'm sorry, he will get booed off of every debate stage.
Yeah,
well,
I agree
he'll
with
get
that.
he'll
But
get about
People will
10%.
fucking chuck shit.
I'm not saying I'm pro this, but
I'm not saying you should do that, but people
if there's
will.
if there is anyone that I expect that actually can, the old school Republicans can largely rally behind, who can actually kind of like steal a little bit of Trump's thunder because it was his fucking VP, it's Pence.
Well,
What
okay,
if- what
so
if-
Pence's spoiler, right? Pence's spoiler is a curious idea. Obviously, it won't matter to the base, but it could matter a lot to donors, and it could matter a lot to moderates. Because imagine if you had Pence and Cheney and Kinzinger all sort of just railing on Trump, trying to isolate the MAGA folks from the rest of the country. I mean, that could be the strategy, right? Some kind of combination of those things.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know. If DeSantis doesn't run, it's just such a juggernaut. I don't know how you stop it.
I cannot get over the fact that there is the play of they haven't decided it because DeSantis has become such a polarizing figure, and you look at it tonight, and you see how he did tonight, and how he fared tonight. So I think going forward over the next 2 years, it's really going to come down to how much does Donald Trump actually want to do it versus how badly does DeSantis want to do it now.
The second thing that I wanted to mention, and I'm sorry, Aiko, I know I'm cutting you off, but I'll suffice it to say with this. The real kicker here is not that the establishment Republicans just lose in the primary, but what happens if they just pit the nuclear option and actually run whoever their nominee was as just the third ticket candidate? That will be enough to steal votes to fuck over whoever the nominee is.
Sure.
And quite honestly, with the way that Trump did 2016, where he's like, no, I'm not bowing out, I'd be very interested to see a moderate Republican just go, you know what? I think you're an immoral sack of shit, and I'm going to get you the election one way or the other.
Like, I don't know, man. Aiko, I don't know. Do you want to get in on this really quick?
Pence. I mean, now I will say the smartest political joke I've heard all year was this, and it was Liz Truss could still be prime minister if Mike Pence had the courage.
Okay, Jesus, go ahead, Aiko.
All right, so what if you have multiple conservative candidates, like far right candidates, like you have DeSantis and you have Trump and you have one more very conservative candidate. Then you have someone like a Chris Christie on the stage to where conservatives are splitting the vote 3 ways. I think at that point, you've got an outside shot at Christie coming out with a nomination. I think that would be the only hope that he has is by having the vote split, even if it's just a 2-way split, even if it's just Trump, DeSantis, and Christie, and all the moderates unite behind Christie, there's a shot.
Well, it's okay, Aiko. I like that. Let's just think through this really quick. It's okay, Phil. Chill out. Look, Aiko has a point. I just want to sequence this because the sequence in which the election will occur for the primary matters, right? So we go Iowa. Right. Iowa. Trump didn't win Iowa in 2016, right? So, like, to Aiko's point, Iowa is absolutely a place where that exact kind of strategy can work. It worked well for Ted Cruz in 2016. It could happen again. Then what's next after that? Is it Vermont or New Hampshire? I can't remember. But it's sort of a similar deal. A moderate's going to play well there. And then the first big state is South Carolina. And so then you just have to think, could that strategy work in South Carolina? And so to Aiko's point, I actually think that kind of strategy, if we just did the entire country all in one day, like there was just one night for the primary, that could actually work. I think it will work in Iowa. I think it will work in some of those northeastern states, but then you get to the South and then it might kibosh it. So by the time you get out to the West where that strategy could pick up steam again, you might be too far behind and then the money dries up. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah, but also you have the party elders like looking at this election, for instance, where moderates are doing far, far better than conservatives in split ticket voting. And they start asking themselves the question, do we want to like have somebody who is strong among Republicans but then loses the general, or do we want to capture the White House? Like, if those are the odds in front of us. If you have people like McConnell, like trying to make these decisions, and McConnell is not neutral when it comes to whether or not he wants Trump back. If enough people are pulling the strings and they can get the right candidate together, here's the thing about Chris Christie: he doesn't come off as a moderate to Republicans because he's such a pugilist. So he can really look like a fighter going into the primaries, and then pivot after the convention and show off his moderate credentials and how
good is Chris Christie's stock, though? Like, I just don't feel like he even has the name value anymore.
Well, it's a gamble. I mean, the odds are very much against him. I'm just saying.
I will say it was fascinating watching him end fucking Marco Rubio's political aspirations for president live on stage in real time. Yeah. It was fast. So you're right. Debater. Chris Christie's a great debater, but here's the
he'll command money.
If you ever told me that Donald Trump, a guy from New York, was gonna have red state America thinking he was the answer and the save, the thing that's going to save us all, and you'd have told me that 10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. But here we are. So Donald Trump has literally sold himself as I'm just standing in the way of them. They're actually after you. He's so, like, whether you agree with it or not.
Yeah, he's still that guy.
He's not wrong, though. That's what I'm saying about him knowingly taking the heat, because he's done it for so long. He knows how to take the heat and misdirect all the hatred. So if you were going to put a strong bid in for Ron DeSantis and be backed by a Donald Trump, it would have to be a complete misdirect. So I'm not ruling it out. But I did want to mention we are getting down to the nitty-gritty on the Senate side of things.
Yep.
42 for the Dems, 43 for the Republicans. We're getting close.
Maggie Hassan has now been confirmed as senator-elect for New Hampshire. Not really surprising, but as a couple of updates is that first of all, with 83%, not moving very quickly, Herschel Walker in the lead by almost 40,000.
This is ridiculous.
Excuse me. I'm going to say that Ted Budd of North Carolina, Republican, can probably claim his senator seat at this point. This always ends up being that close of a race, but I'm definitely going to go with that.
2/10 of a point in Georgia.
Yeah. With 65% of the vote in Pennsylvania, Fetterman leads by 60,000.
Oh my.
And
even though I think isn't Pennsylvania, we're not probably going to know on that one till like Thursday or something, right?
Yeah.
Next big one, Wisconsin with 57%. The Republican senator candidate Ron Johnson has now taken the lead. He is now up by 5,000 votes.
Over 50.
He's going to win that one. That's
closer
I don't
to
think
60.
That's going to be a nail
write-ins are
biter.
a non-factor here. So 50.1 to 49.8. It's tight, but you're looking at it, and no, it's not.
And he's been slowly gaining traction as the night went on. It started blue and it's gotten more red as the night went on.
Expect that trajectory to stay the same.
The real note to be had here, though, is that the Republican governor candidate currently stands at 44,000 votes less. So 44,000 split ticket votes in Wisconsin, now favoring the Democrats.
Well, that's incumbency advantage there for both candidates.
I could see writing that one up to incumbency advantage. You've got a point there, but it still is kind of keeping with Ty's general narrative here.
Yeah, I agree.
The split ticket voters.
This is the one that I didn't expect a split ticket on. I really thought Mitchell's in Wisconsin would pull it.
I hate to say, Nate's right on. We're a country that doesn't know what we want right now.
You don't hate to say it, Phil. Come on.
Well, we're so close to a Republican House being a reality, so it's not like I hate to say anything.
I was going to say, come on.
So I have a few comments on this, and this is something that we've been chatting a little bit with Ty in our chat. You know, the way I see it is that basically the Senate should be in perpetual coin toss, right? It should be in perpetual coin toss. And then the second problem, though, is that the House is structurally going to be Team GOP. The redistricting wasn't horrendous, but gave them probably a 6-seat edge over what they had before. So, there's 208 safe Republican seats from this election moving forward for the rest of the decade. And as a consequence, you really only need between, 9 and 10 sort of on the fence seats to go Republican in order to control the House. And so the R's are just in a structurally very strong position on the House side, and the Senate should remain in coin toss territory until something breaks. We cannot be a country that is at this level of division into perpetuity. So there's going to be a buildup of pressure and then a crack. And, I think it's going to crack nationalist, populist. I don't think it's going to crack cosmopolitan and open and free trade. Right. And so I anticipate that whoever goes the most populist in the 2024 election is likely going to be the person who wins. I think that if you're pro-America, it helps a lot. If Biden is still being sort of flirting with the far left concept of America may not be that great of a place, I don't think he'll do well. And so, we'll see. If it turns out to be Trump versus Biden part 2, then I will change my belief that 2024 is the most important election of my lifetime, and then it'll become 2028. It's whoever is the next president after all of this mess, right? We got to get past these 2 geriatric folks. So if it's DeSantis or if it's, let's say Biden won somehow, and then we've got a Democrat coming up in 2028, whoever wins that is going to be the person who sort of sets the table for the next 80 years. But it's a lot of carnage has to happen between now and then, and I just don't know how it's all going to break down.
We do have an update on the Senate side. Ohio Senate, J.D. Vance, Republican, wins the Senate race in Ohio, giving the Republicans 44-42 as we get down to the final stretch of the Senate. House sitting tight, 98 for the Dems. The flipped 5 for the Republicans at 158, and Governor's still at 11-21. And
guys, it's going to come down to Georgia and that freaking runoff in December, isn't it?
It's going to be. Which I've said, if Georgia goes to a runoff, that is the best possible outcome for us podcasters.
83% expected votes counted. We're kind of at a stalwart here. Herschel Walker at 49.7 with 1,693,000 versus Raphael Warnock at 1,648,000. Chase Oliver still coming in strong with 65,000.
God damn it.
1.9. Go Chase Oliver.
Unfortunately, we have to report on his ass because of this
God
fucking
bless
election.
you. 1.9, almost 2%.
Fucking third-party spoilers. Am I right?
It's interesting they represent him in green.
Yeah,
right?
Seriously.
As if he's a great candidate.
Should be.
I love it. Yeah, I'm following with this. One more thing. Nate Dallin, a message from you from Endernax. For now, just tell Nate that America is just an idea and tell him that Joe Biden isn't a fascist like him, so you wouldn't understand.
Jesus.
Tip of the hat, Endernax. We still need to podcast
Nate, he's
about how the
just
Enlightenment
mad you're
was a
not
mistake.
willing to accelerationist this country off the cliff. He's just mad.
Yeah.
So, grow the farm up.
Mark Kelly's way ahead now.
Message to the panel from Cypher. Let them know that I'm terribly sorry about tonight. My phone just will not stay powered. So he has to bow out for the night. He will not be able to rejoin us.
Understandable. Join us in the comments if you can, Cypher. We appreciate you, sir.
God bless.
One more note is that those key next level of votes that are going to come out of Atlanta still really aren't unfolding quite yet. So we still got 15% of Fulton County to come in. We still got 30% of DeKalb and another 10% of Clayton County to come in. That alone is quite a bit that can really mobilize Warnock's chances in the Senate. So that's still going to be neck and neck. It is looking like right now that Walker is probably going to win the popular vote in Georgia by less than a point. I will be wrong on that if that happens, but I remind you that currently the spread is about 25,000 votes. So this keeps getting very close and queerly short really quickly.
Pennsylvania. Oh, so yeah, like
the entire West Coast is at 0 until you get to Arizona, which has 51% expected counts. We're over 50% for Arizona, currently sitting at a 58.1 advantage for Democrat Mark Kelly in the Senate. And on the governor side of things, Katie Hobbs with a 57-point advantage over Kerry Lake at 42.9. So it's looking like Arizona will go blue.
Lake is really underperforming compared to what her numbers were in the polls. So either we're going to see a lot more red votes come in over the next couple of hours for Lake, or somebody got it really wrong in Arizona, because Lake was supposed to be like neck and neck with Hobbs.
Well, partisan polling companies have figured out that they can flood the average with like ridiculous outcomes in the weeks leading up to an election and create a perception.
Yeah.
And I think you saw that especially in places like Arizona and some other places where the average just all of a sudden started showing a trend line that may not be real.
Josh Shapiro, obviously now confirmed as governor for the race in Pennsylvania. Well done to the governor-elect there. And
by the way, guys, Don Bacon and Tony Vargas within 20 votes as of right now.
Jesus, how could you lose in this state with a name like Bacon?
Wait a minute. I'm looking at this map, and this is crazy. With 16% and 50% respectively, Vermont and New Hampshire are red on the map.
That's for their governors.
I'm just saying, it's still weird. Come on.
Yeah, there's a massive split difference because the Senate races are both confirmed for Democrats. For both of them.
By the way, gentlemen,
18% for Vermont.
Lancaster County is looking very Democrat right now. I don't know what we need to do in Lincoln to reverse course on that.
You disappoint me, Lancaster.
So I'm trying to find results for the legal Marijuana Now Party in Nebraska.
The Marijuana Now Party?
I've got their website, but there's no real updates. This thing actually looks like it was made on GeoCities. Yes, that's a dated reference.
Got a little bit of this one for you. Nebraska's 2nd district. This is basically the Omaha area for anyone who isn't a Nebraskan here. Currently, Tony Vargas ahead by 220 votes.
Yeah, that's old news. District, it's just 20 votes. They just did an update on the state website. It's within 20 votes now.
My.
Yeah. The 2nd district, the perpetual disappointment.
No, don't worry. All of the local people say that Bacon's still got it in the bag. By the way, my former employer, Don Klein, just won his 4th consecutive term as county attorney in Douglas County. Like to see that.
Hell yeah.
Want to see if my colleague and former debate partner, Tim Royers, when we were in high school, let's see if he's...
Holy shit.
Let's see what's up with him. He's running for the legislature.
I said that this was probably going to be a write-in. I'm reversing this back. Indiana's 1st district with 79% of the votes in is only off 8,000 votes.
Oh, shit.
Are we going to see Indiana's 1st district actually flip Republican? Like, this is Gary, Indiana. Largely a black community.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
I will shit bricks if this district goes Republican.
We're closer. We are closer. We're at 45 to 43 in the Senate, folks.
Oh, my. 45, 43 in the Senate. It's getting closer and closer.
We're right there. We've got, let me see here. Latest race calls. We've got Idaho Senate. Mike Crapo wins a Senate race in Idaho, Republican. Idaho Governor, Republican Brad Little wins governor race in Idaho. New Hampshire Senate, Maggie Hassan, Democrat, wins Senate. Ohio Senate, J.D. Vance, Republican. Georgia House, Sanford Bishop, Democrat. And Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Democrat, wins race in Pennsylvania. We are sitting at 43 Senate, Democrat, 45 Republican. The Democrats have hit 102 in the House. The Republican at 160. Governors, 13 Democrats and 22 Republican.
Two things here. Michigan is going to have hell to pay. We are currently at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or actually Eastern Daylight Savings Time now, with only 33% of the votes counted. Currently, Gretchen Richmer runs by 100,000, but at this point, with only 33% of the votes in, expect this to go into at least another day or two before we find out that particular race. Michigan, shame on you. Get your bullshit to fucking gather.
How is Gretchen Whitmer? Goddamn.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, most of the like you guys will kind of get this, but like most of us folks, like the Midwest and the High Plains, I guess, when we were watching all the shit that Gretchen Whitmer was doing to her state, it was kind of like the scene in the book Fight Club where everybody else in the Fight Club is just watching Tyler Durden beat the shit out of himself, and they're all just looking on and kind of like this horrified amazement, and they're like, why are you doing this? And like, yeah, that's kind of how we viewed what Governor Whitmer was doing to her state. So the fact that she's even still holding on to it is shocking to me.
I like if you look at the governor race on this map, and you look at California, it has 0% expected votes counted, and it's still a dark blue for Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
the governor. I would love to. I want to put this out here real quick. If we don't see at least some numbers move against the Democrats in 2022, forget Arizona, forget Georgia, send the fucking lawyers to California. You are talking about a state with rolling blackouts, a state that now is bleeding population for the last 2 years. Seriously, if the Democrats perform at all better than they have in the last couple of years, fucking send the lawyers there. I'm not bullshitting. If there is anyone that would make me think they're cheating, it would be California.
Motherfucker spit.
Not to be construed as actual election advice.
I will endorse everything he just said.
The views of Tony G do not necessarily reflect those of the KOE Nation. But
they reflect the big bucket empire, though. That's fair. It's
okay. Yep. Yeah. You're already shadow banned anyway. So what is
exactly.
So
mostly because of all the pornography castings, but Tiberius would know more about that.
Ty was just like, yeah, thanks for that. I went back and watched that, and man,
I've watched it like 6 times. It's one of the greatest things ever, and mostly it's because Tiberius was so uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was a part of it. That was a big part. Like, so okay, we're at 45, 43, 103 to 160, 13 to 22. Senate, House, and Governors.
Oh, we've jumped up on one on the House for the Dems.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and for the governor, I think. Oh, all right, so it's getting tighter. The Senate's going to be called before everything else.
We lost Nate.
Uh-oh.
He'll probably be back.
So if anything's going to get called first, it looks like it's going to be the Senate.
Just use the same link, Nate.
Really fucking close. The House, we're a little ways off yet for the House. It looks like we've got about 58 spots yet for the Republicans before that one can get called, and we've got gained 2, lost 2. Nothing much for the governor race yet. So, are there any more predictions you want to throw out before this thing starts getting really nasty?
Maricopa County is only 53% in. Apparently, they've had issues, so I don't want to overly comment on that. But as it stands, Mark Kelly ahead with 150,000 votes. I don't know how the Republicans pull back from that unless they have to do a complete recount. And they're wildly off. I'm going to say that Arizona, I would be shocked if Arizona is not blue.
That's possible. I will also keep in mind what Iko said earlier, though, that it was a lot of Republican votes that were cast early that have yet to be counted yet. So I think that's going to tighten up. But at this point, I'm going to go just shy of calling Mark Kelly. I'm not going to call him yet, but I'm going to be just shy of it.
Pennsylvania and Georgia still slowly rolling in, little points here and there, but
I'm looking at third-party votes, and I'm cracking up because if you look at Alabama for the governor race, you've got Kay Ivey at 66.3%, Yolanda Flowers at 29.9%, Jimmy Blake third party at 3.1%. Like that's the highest percentage I can find.
This is why you don't vote for third party, ladies and gentlemen.
But it wouldn't matter anyway. Like this is a shoe in.
Actual update though, Kansas is now at 80% votes, and the Democrat still leads by
The Republican
35,000 votes. The Democrat for
Senate.
governor,
For governor
in Kansas still leads by 35,000 votes. Quite a sizable lead for a Democrat in the state.
A lot of that red in the West we were counting on is starting to fill in. We will.
Side's completely fucking different. Jerry Moran, 59.2% Republican, to Mark Hollins, 37.9%, and David Graham, third party, at 2.9% in Kansas.
God damn it.
Very interesting point here. We just got a flood of information on the state of Oregon going up to 20% of the vote. The key issue here is that currently, sorry, this looks a little weird. I'm double checking here. Yeah, they've got an issue here. Never mind. On one side, the governor is up by 0.5% for the Republicans in Oregon, with the Senate candidate being absolutely fucking blown out.
Really?
Yeah. But the problem is that the numbers do not line up at all.
Well, we're not even at 20% yet, so
yeah. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Yeah. So I did the wrong math. Let's do this.
I was about to say, when you said Oregon Senate, I was like, what? What?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, boy, howdy.
Okay, yeah, the Oregon governor race right now is split ticket of 25,000 off the bat, favoring a Republican governor.
Like, that's probably not going to last for a whole lot of time.
We'll
but that's fucking, if that's the case, damn. So that's Oregon. So right now the Senate's still ahead, but the governor's, wow.
The governor is ahead by by 500 votes. No, sorry, just over 1,000 votes, and for a Republican governor.
Interesting.
Minnesota, I'm going to say with 41% of the votes in. Let me just check real quick here.
Minnesota.
Oh, okay. Oh, so St. Paul hasn't come in yet. Yeah, plenty of votes to come in on Minnesota, but I'm going to wrap this in and say that Tim Walz for the governor of Minnesota is going to take that one.
Okay.
Say that one.
So, all right. Now what state are we in here?
We're on Virginia with this particular one.
Okay.
That's a house race. Okay, gotcha. Oh, we have our 6th flip seat. Virginia's 2nd district has gone to Jen Keegan's of the Republican Party. We now have 6 flipped seats.
Not over yet, guys. It's not over yet.
I still like having that cushion.
You still need 42, Phil. Come on, it's not over.
Okay,
yet.
T. Okay, T.
I'm just saying, you just need 42.
I didn't do it. I didn't say it. Oh, holy crap! Here, guys, I gotta do this real quick. When Southern Orlando, it's gerrymandered. I'm not gonna act like it isn't. But Florida's 9th district is currently is currently 15,000 points votes difference, with 72% of the vote. Currently leaning Dem, but not by a lot. 53 to 46.
It's like I've just heard, like, it's gerrymandered, gets thrown around all the time.
It is gerrymandered. It's literally like central Orlando, and then it's just cut off, and then goes into rural Florida. Like, I mean, that's definitely gerrymandered. But that actually should be a house seat that's competitive.
Well, we will see how that goes. So even if that flips back, it still doesn't take the
the changing of power from
So
Republicans.
we're currently sitting at 43 Democrats to 45 Republican in the Senate. 5 to go. Oof. House
Yeah.
at 104 to 168 Republican favor, and governors 23 to 14 favoring the Republicans. It's still looking pretty heavy red.
All right. Here's a big one. Just for anyone who likes Hispanic Republicans, Texas 15th District, Monica de la Cruz. This was the upset election that happened very recently. She currently leads by 12,000 votes in Texas 15th District.
Nice. Well done, Monica. So that one,
Jesus. Yeah, 72.
So much for Texas going blue.
Yeah, 72% of Texas looks to be counted, with 55.5% to Greg Abbott and a paltry 43.3 to Beto O'Rourke.
Where's the places that aren't coming in yet? Is it largely cities? Wow. Dallas still has quite a lot. Houston still has
No, I mean, if
quite a
you
lot,
look
yeah.
at that map, though, that is exactly okay. If you look at the lower left region, there's a little more blue, but this is exactly kind of what we looked at when we were in the first hour tonight.
Yeah,
it's pretty much actually Lubbock may have switched. I can't remember off the top of my head. Lubbock may have switched.
Lubbock's gone heavy red so far, but
yeah, okay.
Let's see here. Oregon Republican governor candidate still in the lead. Surprisingly enough,
Linda Tierney never liked the color red till now.
Nice. God, I'm sorry. That's nice. Now us Republicans are kind of holding on to a beautiful dream here, but it's a beautiful dream, ain't it? But it does kind of
starting to look like a disappointment for Republicans in this race today.
Well, there's still a lot to fucking race to go yet, sir. As they say, as I've heard people say, there's still a lot of football yet.
We do have some latest race calls. We've got, again, Pennsylvania Governor, Democrat Josh Shapiro. We've got Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Republican. New York Governor, Democrat Kathy Hochul. Ohio House, Max Miller, Republican, and Virginia House, Jen Kiggins, Republican, wins the House race in Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, flipping the seat to Republicans. 6 flipped seats for the Republicans in the House, 105 to 168.
75% of Pennsylvania in now, with a current lead of 50,000 for John Fetterman.
Wait a minute. Okay. So if we're looking at Pennsylvania, let's see. We've got 74% called, and I'm looking currently at governor's side of things. Still a solid blue, 74%. Josh Shapiro has 54.5%. Doug Mastriano has 43.6%. That's 2.1 million to 1.7 million. We flip it back over to the Senate. And we look at Pennsylvania's a soft blue, John Fetterman, 1.9 million. Oh my God, 1.967 million to 1.927, with almost 3/4 of the state called. We've got Eric Gerhardt with 1.4% on third party, which, if it keeps up like this, the trajectory may actually have an impact.
So far, it's been getting closer.
I'm glad you're so satisfied with yourself on that, T.
I am.
So, well, in all fairness, originally I thought Fetterman was going to win this race, but after the stroke, I have no idea. I literally copped it up on my predictions that it was going to be 50-50.
Right.
What I'm so far, I'm looking to lose 2 predictions. Wisconsin governor, I really thought was going to go Republican. It's on track to go Democrat. There's currently about a 54,000 vote spread for there. And then Arizona, I can't remember. I think I actually bowed out of that one. Carrie Leak was looking good, but I don't think I actually signed off on that one. So yeah, Wisconsin so far as my official forecast is the only one that I've openly looked like to loss.
Well, so looking straight at Pennsylvania, like it's the same. You've got Erie, Scranton, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and are all soft blues, and Philadelphia is dark blue. So other than that, I mean, it's all light red, medium red, dark red in Pennsylvania.
9% of Delaware County only coming in. Yeah, they're gonna be fucking counting votes into the middle of the night again. So we're not finding out Pennsylvania tonight. Son of a bitch.
Nope.
Nah, there's no way we're gonna find out.
Probably not.
And that's where the lawyers are probably all going tomorrow.
Don't know.
The one, like, yeah, that's just my guess. The ones that are leaving Arizona now are probably actually flying straight to either Georgia or Pennsylvania right now. It's like, because now there's still a lot of votes out there.
Did we call Vance for sure? Fox called it.
Yeah, they've called that a while ago.
Carrie Lake, if that one doesn't go the way I thought it would, that would be the one that I was really not, because I figured she was going to take this without much issue. But if she wins now, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Justin, scroll to the top. Let's look at the totals. We've got 44 Democrats in the Senate to 46 Republicans.
Oh my!
It's down to the nitty gritty. Oh boy. House 107. As I'm saying it, 107 to 169.
Pat Murray is radically leading so far with 40% of the vote in. I'm going to say Pat's probably going to take that in Washington. The real one is, and we're not having any input so far, is Nevada. My good friend Internax is calling it that. I said this is a 50-50. He says, mark my words, Nevada will be red.
That would be a marvelous development. I will say that.
That will be a dark horse swing, but the polls actually indicate that could very well happen.
Nevada can't have a whole lot of information yet, if any. Right?
They don't have any. They literally the only state now that really has nothing in it.
Yeah.
Oh, other than like Hawaii.
Wow.
I forgot about Alaska. I can't wait to find out about Alaska. Is Sarah Palin gonna get any votes?
Nailing Palin, baby. Nailing Palin.
God damn it. I mean, I do appreciate the fact that your casting was consistent, Tony.
That was by the request of Tiberius.
Oh.
Whether you want to admit it or not.
Appreciate it. Damn, Georgia, stop doing this to me. Walker has a lead.
Dude, Georgia's weird.
But it's down to
where is Tom when we actually need him?
Yeah.
Well, he'd probably be on if it wasn't for the fact that we can't have him on Twitch, and also he was on the night of 2020. So that's just, I don't know if I can ever forgive him for that. Like,
he fell asleep.
Yeah, he fell asleep on his. He fell asleep on stream one time, and so we, we love to just give him shit. We love you, Tom. We love you, Tom. And Tom, I'm sure you voted for Herschel Walker.
Of course.
Like, if you didn't, I'd be disappointed. Always been last decade as most of us moving to Republican. Yeah.
No. The difference is you haven't moved to Republican. The left has just gone further and further and further left. You have just by default had to move Republican.
Jim Pillen now confirmed to win Nebraska.
There it is.
Oh, thank God. I was so worried.
Let's take a look at Nebraska.
It's a pretty hefty spread with 57% in.
Yeah. Wow. I remember when Dave Heineman was running for re-election, his campaign manager was literally laughing at the press conference, like, yeah, and we're expecting a hard fight here in the general election. We'll see what happens. And like literally, he couldn't keep a straight face. So, yeah, in the general, it's one of those. Yeah, Republicans don't break your arm, pat yourself on the back too much. You want a Republican race in a Republican.
I mean, if you look at this, it's very clearly Omaha, Lincoln, and just west suburb of Lincoln. That's it.
I got two of them here for you. First off is that just bring us back to Kansas. 83% of the vote in. Currently, the Democratic governor leads with 35,000 votes.
Ooh,
not too terrible, but definitely significantly different compared to the Senate.
Enough.
But also, bit of an upset here so far with 73% of the vote in. New Mexico governor only ahead by about 38,000 votes. Quite impressive for New Mexico. They haven't had this strong of a red streak in quite a while.
Interesting. I was about to say New Mexico,
Okay,
I've
now
always
this
just
is a
kind of
good
considered a blue state.
It's been a blue state for a very long time.
There's a good chunk of blue here, but there's still some solid red. So if you look at the actual cities, yeah, all right. So that's still fair. I mean, okay, so Santa Fe, heavy blue, Albuquerque, light blue, Las Cruces, light blue, but Roswell, well, okay. I'm assuming Roswell's probably usually pretty hard red. I mean, not to coincide with conspiracy theories or anything, but maybe I'm gonna, make a comparison.
Not to make a comparison, I'm just gonna
make a total fucking comparison. Yeah. Justin says his scroll finger is gonna be blistered, bro. That's totally fair. Totally fair.
45 to 46.
We are so fucking close, guys. The Senate is almost decided. This is going to be wild.
Yeah, we're not
going
to find out
to see it. We're
not going to find out till tomorrow. We got to be honest with ourselves, but it's like
we're going to see it tonight.
Like which race is going to call? Scott Kelly? Okay, let's race Kelly in. Okay, he's an incumbent. That doesn't change anything. Is Pennsylvania? I assume is already blue, right? Like they have to hold Pennsylvania. Fetterman's just isn't mentioning flip. Warnock is the closest one in Georgia, but that's going to go to a runoff. We all know it. Like it's going to go to a runoff unless Walker starts pulling massive numbers. And by the way, just to update that particular one, 15,000 vote difference right now with Walker barely in the lead. Yeah, at 88% in. Fetterman ahead by 38,000 in Pennsylvania.
How much is reporting?
75 with some very heavy blue areas, particularly Delaware County, not in. So I'm going to say this straight out of the gate. I think Fetterman's going to pull this one.
Wow. Wow. That says a lot about Pennsylvania. You can do better. Like, dear Lord. Like, these districts are just voting for Fetterman because he has a D next to him. It's the unfortunate reality. He's not up for the job. I'm sorry.
I said that was going to happen. And just to actually give the accreditation of where I really want to put it. Chester County, largely a suburban area for Philadelphia, right? If there is anywhere that Oz was going to win, he had to win this area. So far, he did pretty well with 78% of the vote in. He has pulled 47% of that vote. So well done to Oz in that regard, but he has to make that county go red, among a few others, to really push it over. Erie County, very, very close, with Fetterman leading by only 1,500 votes. But like those are the bellwether counties for that state. You have to get Erie County to go red. You have to get Chester County to go red, among a few others. And so far, Oz is not pulling that off. I'm going to just call this one right now. Unless there is a shitload of votes in a rural district that I'm not seeing here, John Fetterman's going to win the Senate seat in Pennsylvania.
So let's, Justin, let's pull the map back to the U.S. Senate and look at it now. So based off of what we're seeing right now with all the hard red, soft blue, etc., is this what you guys were expecting, or are you seeing some surprises here?
I thought
I was expecting something pretty close to this. Nevada's going to be a shocker to me. If we can pull anything red out of there. Georgia, like I was figuring the Democrats are probably going to be able to pull off at least a tie, but the Republicans might get two. One of them might come from Georgia. Now, it might take a month, but I think in the end, if it goes to runoff with just the numbers I'm seeing here, I think Walker takes it. I think the Libertarians aren't going to matter. I think the Republicans are going to be able to energize the base. because trust me, the Republicans now, Tony, I don't know if you know this. The Republicans, the really hard base, the MAGA folks, not the biggest fan of Joe Biden.
I kind of had a feeling.
Yeah, he's not their favorite person. And so the idea of the Senate seat being able to fucking really fucking stick, like just really stop the Biden agenda full
at some point.
Yeah, I think we will. We'll have to see what Joe Biden has to say about that if, the no good rapscallion decides to actually show tonight. Not like he's got the guts or nothing, but we will see on that. But yeah,
Tiberius, what are you thinking? Is this kind of what you expected, or are you surprised by any of this on the Senate or the House?
No, like the literally the biggest race so far that hasn't gone the way that I have expected to call it was Wisconsin's governor. Wisconsin governor is still 50,000 points ahead for the Democrat. 70% in, maybe it swings red. I don't know, but like I expected that. Wisconsin Republicans are very, very competitive. They tend to win. I think that Senate seat's actually going to go red. They've been holding.
There's only 1% independent, so it doesn't.
I think Wisconsin's still close, but I think it's going to slightly. We not red in the Senate. I called that one. Pennsylvania, I said was a toss-up. I said that if Fetterman hadn't had a stroke, he would have won it by a sizable margin because the state's about 45% Democrat locked in. So you have to get the entire moderates to vote for you. And I knew Oz was toxic. So I just Pennsylvania, I just said, fuck it. It's a toss up. I don't know who's going to win. And it being this close is exactly what I said was going to happen. Georgia, super fucking close right now. 15,000 points difference. I thought Warnock was going to come out with the lead, but they'd still have a runoff anyway. But it looks like at the rate we're going, Walker is having it. That being said, still again, 20% of DeKalb County isn't in. Another 10% of Clayton County isn't in. I'm going to guess that at the rate we're going, and I could be wrong here, I'm just kind of going over the map. I'm going to say that Walker's probably going to take it by about 10,000 votes, but there will be a runoff election. So I said it would be fucking close as hell. I thought Warnock would just eke it out, but it looks like I was off by another 20,000 votes. Surprise, surprise. That's exactly what happened the last time I made a prediction in fucking in Georgia, was that I was off by 20,000 votes.
Happens to the best of us.
Chase Oliver has jumped up to a full 2.0% third party, baby.
God damn it, Tony. But now I need to take the screen for a moment because Tantui 10 Man, that beautiful philosopher king, has brought up something. Phil KOE 2024, the time is right. Yes, I am announcing my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America in 2024. Do the right thing. Vote extreme. Vote Phil KOE. The man for you, the man for me, the man for all of American sundry, folks. Yes, Phil KOE for president, folks. It is the only answer. Are you tired of the Republicans? You tired of the Democrats? It's time to go extreme. Phil KOE. And in fact, I have one of my cabinet members actually here on the stream with me. I've decided to appease the moderates. Tiberius, you will be the official Secretary of State in the KOE administration. Yes, this will appease the moderates greatly. And also you'll have apparently a lot of power to I forget if it's 24th, 25th Amendment me if I start getting too crazy. So, there's also that.
That's your vice president. Although according to the 24th Amendment, 25th, can't remember, I would be fourth in line for the presidency. So thank you for that high honor.
Nice. So yes.
We do have some major news, actually. The first of a sign that the Democrats are polling better than what it was expected. The Ohio's first district has been flipped Democratic. Granted, this is Cincinnati, but I mind you that they are currently up with 90% of the vote in by 11,000 votes. Very close race. Very good, but it's now been called for Greg Landsman of the Democratic Party, meaning that this election is even way more competitive than anyone thought it was going to be.
45 to 46 in the Senate, 124 in the House to 177, 14 governors to 24 governors in this election, according to Reuters, or however you want to say it. So that's interesting. This one's going to be if this one's a lot slimmer than anybody thought, that'll be interesting. But I think even no matter how slim it is, the Republicans, we're going to take the House. It's pretty much a fait accompli. And we might still take the Senate by the hair of our chinny chin chin. And that's really all we need.
So, other than the big announcement here, clearly on the midterms, Phil, you just announced Tiberius is your what? Concerning the presidential election?
He's my Secretary of State.
My God, this is huge. This is huge.
Yes. The administration of extreme. I'm willing to go to the voices of reason in different varying aspects, and I know this is also an area of specialty for Tiberius, so it'll be perfect. So yes, the online administration is fucking coming, folks. And Tony and Chicken are my press secretaries. So they're the folks that talk to the press. So and it's going to be awesome.
Do I get to handle your campaign management?
Yes, of course. You've been doing such a bang-up job these last couple times.
You know, I feel it's probably time we make the announcement on Facebook. I did just update the 2016 Facebook campaign, Phil KOE for President 2024. I'm gonna pop that up on the screen here in just a second, folks. But it's been a long time coming. Justin, I'm gonna send you a link for it if you would be so kind as to pop that up. We had a strong campaign in 2016. It just didn't quite pan out. There was a media mongol named Donald Trump. He took over, you know, and in 2020 we just didn't feel like it was our place to interrupt or interject. So we kind of bowed out of the 2020 campaign. But 2024, I feel, is our year. So, folks, those of you on Facebook, Phil KOE for President 2024 on Facebook. This is strong. This is going to be amazing. And now that the announcement is official, not only as Phil KOE's campaign manager do I promise to give you the best and most important and most sexually tantalizing ad campaigns possible over the next 2 years. I can promise you this. Phil KOE will be the most relatable candidate out there. Forget Trump, forget DeSantis, and obviously forget incumbent Joe Biden. It's all Phil KOE. It's all Phil KOE for the next 2 straight years, folks. Remember this day. This is a historic day. Live streaming right here, right now. Those of you watching, we're here to see it. The ad campaigns, we're not going to go out of our way to make everybody else look bad because we won't have to. Because Phil KOE will look that much better. We're going to revive a lot of the campaigns from the 2016 campaign, and we're going to do them, and we're going to build back better, and we're going to make them great again.
Yes. My God, Tony, I almost couldn't say it better myself. But yes, folks, 2024, if you're tired of the Republicans, you're tired of the Democrats, you're tired of all the nonsense, Phil KOE will lead you to a better tomorrow. So yes, there's the Facebook address right there on Big Buckin' Empire, where you should definitely go check that out.
We have got 2 years to make Phil KOE the most appealing candidate in these United States.
Tony. Yes, best goddamn president. Yes. Now, like, way better than that joke we got in office. That fucking joke and a half that we got right now.
Speaking of him, at some point we're gonna have to get his take on this.
Yeah. See if we can get that geriatric fuck on the show.
All right. Just to update people on like where we stood, where we needed to go. Right?
God.
What?
It's just getting closer. We're 45 to 46.
All right. I just want to play this out real quick. Ohio needed to go red for them to have 50. North Carolina needs to go red to have 50. Wisconsin needs to go red to have 50.
Wisconsin's a soft red.
All of these consistently are, I'm going to write in and say yes. The first battleground that is hella close to get the Republicans to 50 is Georgia. Georgia is assumed to go to Herschel Walker, but it's close enough that if somehow Raphael Warnock were to actually win Georgia, the Senate would probably gain one Democrat and be at 51-49. Other close races include Pennsylvania, assumed to go to John Fetterman a little bit, but just a little bit. If Ozer is able to pull that out and Herschel Walker, that is the most likely that you can get to, to getting a 51 for the Republicans. We're not done yet here, folks. Pennsylvania, I'm actually going to write in right now that if it continues to go its way, you can put in John Fetterman in that case, which brings us to the next.
Oz. It's going to be Oz.
Look, if it pulls off Oz, I'll be impressed, but all the numbers are not in his favor right now.
You think it's going to be Oz, T. I hope you're right, but because now what's funny is I didn't know this until I looked into it. There's the old song that Brian did with Rush Limbaugh on Family Guy, Republican Town. I'm sure you've heard it.
Republican Town.
I dream of Republican Town. And there's one line that's really funny, and it's like, this is one of those lines that can make that kind of not age well, because Republican Catholics, yes indeed there are. Republican Muslims, no, let's not go too far. So yeah, I was kind of looking forward to Mehmet Oz joining the party.
Ty, you said you needed Wisconsin is a soft red currently.
I'm gonna write in that Ron Johnson's gonna take Wisconsin.
Okay, we're sitting at 74% with 51% for Ron Johnson, 48.8 for Mandela Barnes. North Carolina is 93% counted with a 50.7 for Ted Budd. Yeah, that's pretty much
it's
done.
solid.
Yeah, that's done.
What was the other one you were looking at?
All right, so the next one, and I'm just catching up with all these. The next one that you're looking at that's a swing is Arizona. And I said Mark Kelly was going to take this one from the start.
This is a landslide with 51% counted.
Don't get me wrong.
This is that's painful to see.
Jesus.
New Hampshire was something that the Democrats needed to go 50, and Maggie Hansen has absolutely won that race.
54.8 with 61% counted.
There are two basically is this. I'm writing in that Pennsylvania is actually going to go to Fetterman. You're saying Oz, that's fine. If that remains the case, it only comes down to Georgia and Nevada. Georgia is literally by the lick of the teeth going for Walker at the current moment, with Nevada having absolutely no fucking data, surprisingly. Over 2 hours after the polls have closed.
Utah is sitting with 36% counted in the Senate side. Mike Lee, 60.1 to Green Party. Evan and Jimmy with 36 and 2.2 respectively.
McMullen's a very popular independent in that state.
Governor's side of things, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Kansas still off by 30,000 in favor of the Democrats.
Jesus. This is still strange to me to look at. Yeah, you look at the Senate race in Kansas. This is so fucking locked. You've got 84% counted, almost 60% for Jerry Moran over Mark Holland at 37.5. And you flip over to the governor's side of things, and Kansas is soft blue with Laura Kelly at 50% and Derek Schmidt at 46.8, with 2% going third party to Dennis Pyle.
The current spread of split party voters in this, excuse me, I actually did that wrong. Let me try that again. Sorry about that.
This is perplexing. Yeah, you can look at the Senate and you can look at the governor's race. Now, if you click over to the House on this ridiculous map, like
Jesus
if you want to see the red wave, and you've been banking on the red wave this entire election season, all you got to do is go to the map and look at the House. That there you go. There's your red wave.
Why? Because it just covers a shitload of area?
It's basically 90% of the fucking map. Now, you look at the governors and you look at that. There's no real surprises here. California, Colorado, Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. Senate, yeah, the entire West, the West blue fucking wall, Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, but you do have Idaho hard red with Utah soft red. Nevada doesn't really know what the fuck it is, and Arizona soft blue. And actually, funny enough, Senate, you've got North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, and Oklahoma all hard red, with Nebraska and Texas pretty much non-existent. On the other side of that, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, all hard red.
All right, I'm going to bounce out of here for a quick minute. I've got a few people I need to go jump in and talk to.
Yep, fair enough.
But I will return in a little
Okay.
bit. Well, like, we're probably not going to find out anything, but I'm just going to put it in here. If anyone's looking for the race to win, it's going to be Nevada right now, because Georgia's not going to be close enough to call. We're going to be waiting out a month, and I think our Fetterman's going to pull off Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So we'll be back.
Nope, we'll be here waiting for you, Ty.
Good to see you, sir.
So yes, we are okay, now we're looking at Maine, and which side are we looking at? Is this on this is the governor's side of things? So we're looking at Maine, and on the governor section, it's a hard blue for Janet Mills with 56.6%. Just over 50%, counted at 52%. We've got a 2% for Sam Hunkler on the independent. That's enough to make some noise. And also on the governor side of things, Vermont, New Hampshire sticking hard red. New York, hard blue. Pennsylvania, hard blue. Rhode Island, hard blue. Maryland, hard blue. Then you get into Ohio, hard red for Mike to win, and this is almost 90%. Now, this is probably more expected for the people who were thinking red wave. Now, take whatever definition you want. You can throw it out the window on election day, because here it is. And now that we're actually sitting here looking at the numbers, looking at the results, and we're not even contesting anything yet.
Ty left.
No. Ty said he had to go check on some things. He'll be right back. And then Steven said, "Good night, gents." Nope, totally fair. We're going to be here till the bitter end, it looks like.
Yep.
We're
going
getting
till
much, much, much closer. So we are currently looking at the United States map on the governor side of things. We are sitting really, really tight. If you want to scroll up, Justin, we're looking at the U.S. election results 2022. 45 for the Democrats, 46 for the Republicans in the Senate. We are in a deadlocked race for the Senate. On the House side of things, 149 Democrat, 180 for the Republicans. 1 flipped seat for the Dems, 6 flipped for the Republicans. And on the governor
5 is all they need to take the House.
Governor side of things, 15 for the Dems, gained 2, 24 for the Republicans, but lost 2 states. So this is an interesting map. No matter how you want to look at it, the governor race, I think, is probably the most split in terms of color. When you click back over to the Senate, it's a lot more familiar to what we just saw a couple years ago in terms of the presidential race. I think this is a lot better of a representation.
How much of a lead does Herschel have right now?
Let's see. We've got 88% counted. Herschel Walker has 49.2% to Raphael Warnock, 48.8. That's 1.779 million to 1.765 million. So this is close. And Chase Oliver, the third-party candidate, has 2% of the vote with 72,000.
I hope you're happy with yourself. I know you
Look,
are.
I'm not that happy, because this is actually going to be one of those instances where you can blame a third-party candidate.
but they're not going to be able to cause any trouble in the runoff. Luckily,
No, and I'm not gonna. It's not so much for me blaming a third party candidate because, in my opinion, it's always been if you can blame the third party candidate, that's really just you saying I didn't campaign well enough. And whether you like it or not, I'm not wrong.
No, because a lot of these third parties are literally there just to spoil the election.
Yeah, well, look, if the third party candidate was there to steal a few of the fucking votes, that means your candidate did not campaign well
Grow the
enough.
farm up's got it. I always blame third party candidates.
That's fine. You're welcome.
As you should.
You're welcome to blame
always
them.
blame them.
You're welcome to blame them. But you should also point some of that blame towards your candidate for not campaigning harder.
Oh, well, there's some years where you're not allowed to campaign, like 2020. So that was kind of a weird year for. Now we're going to see where this one goes. Now, goddamn, last time the Georgia Senate race was a nail biter that came down to not a whole lot of votes. And now there we go. Look at that big, beautiful red map and those tiny little blue archipelagos. It's marvelous. It's marvelous. Wrong again.
Is disagreeing with me hard. This is great.
So Ross is Ross Perot. Mic drop. Oh
my God. Do we want to dig up DB Cooper to weigh in on that take?
Oh my God. No, Ross Perot did ruin the election and cost George H.W. Bush the presidency. That is true. Like, just the stats bear
I mean,
out.
yeah, that's fine. But at the same time, it's George W. Bush.
Why do you think states like Georgia make you get 50% or you have a runoff? It's called a majority. Grow the farm
really
up.
That good?
Why stop at 3 parties? Let's have 15 different parties.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Was he really that good? Was he really that good?
Who was?
Bush.
Oh, Bush? He was coming off of the Reagan years.
Take all the time you want coming up with some pretty words.
No, he was actually coming off of the Reagan years. No, the statistics bear out that Ross Perot took enough votes from George H.W. Bush that Bill Clinton was able to get in because nobody actually had the 50% in America.
Oh, no, you're
Keep
right.
in mind, in
Ross
1992.
Perot proved that we have to silent, third party to make sure that they don't actually have an impact. You're right.
Well, I mean, what if they spoil it for the actual fucking real-time players? That's the big problem.
Or allow other people in, but whatever.
Grow the farm up, and then all special interests have to do is target or represent a small percentage of the population.
God
Interesting.
forbid we have another voice.
Interesting. Justin, Chris. Oh, Bush was great. Oh, wrong Bush. My bad.
Bush
you're
bad.
I've got to side with Tony on Perot. Read my lips. No new taxes.
I will say this. Like, I can remember specifically, I was thinking about this today. I was thinking about, like, why did I end up becoming and registering as a nonpartisan? Why? Because, like, there were so many factors pushing me towards Republican and a few pushing me towards Democrat, but I think, honest to God, it came down to that election. Watching.
Yeah, grow the farm up. This is why America has to be a two-party system. Whether you like the two parties or not, it's irrelevant, but it's the two-party system. Otherwise, the representative republic breaks down.
Sure.
I mean, whether you like it or not.
Anyway.
How our system works, whether we like it or not.
I love how you're all on board. Like, God, please, for the love of God, do not break our system, because if we break the system, then the system's broken.
Well, no, that's actually kind of one of the big differences between Republicans and Democrats is Democrats concentrate on outcomes and Republicans concentrate on systems and strategies. That's actually the big defining difference between the two of them.
No,
and so
pretty much the same when it comes to.
That's why Republicans tend to like institutions better.
Silence anybody that has another voice.
Well, no, that's why Republicans tend to like institutions better, is because that.
Why Democrats like them too.
No, Democrats are more outcome oriented. They don't really care how you get there. They just want the outcome. Well,
And
Republicans
that's why
care
they're
about the
still
systems
saying
and the
two
strategies.
sides of the same coin, because neither one of them want anybody else to have a voice.
Well, unfortunately, this, like, whether you like it or not, the only way you can be effective in American politics is to take over one of the two parties like Trump did in
Until
2016.
that changes.
He's
and
the
now we're seeing
closest
that.
thing you've ever gotten to a third party candidate getting to the Oval
Except he was
Office,
a Republican, so it's irrelevant.
because he took over the party and changed it. And that's what you
But
really
he's still
need
a
to
Republican, so it doesn't matter.
do. You know, it
So
actually
he's
entirely
not a
matters,
third party.
because he wasn't even a third party or a
But he's not a
Republican
third
his whole
party because he was a
He was a
Republican,
third
so it
party.
doesn't
He was the
matter.
Reform Party in the
But it doesn't
90s,
matter.
dude.
In the
It
90s. and
absolutely matters.
He
He is
won
as
in
close as you will ever get
2016.
in this lifetime to a third party candidate,
Great.
assuming the Oval Office. And
He
all
was a
you could do
third-party
is
candidate
bitch
in
about
the
him. He's one of the
90s. Who
best
gives
we've
a
had.
shit? Who gives a shit? He won in 2016, almost 20 years later, so it doesn't matter.
No, he won in
He was a
2016.
fucking
And we had
Democrat, too. Do we want to talk about that?
the guy's been all over the place, so he definitely was not your
Exactly.
standard
So
Republican.
party
You can't
affiliation doesn't
you
fucking
can't call
matter.
him a standard Republican. You can't say it doesn't give a shit and then say party affiliation doesn't matter. It's
It
talking out of
doesn't
two
matter
sides of
because
your
he's
mouth
been
there, T.
everything. He's been a
It's talking out
Democrat,
of
he's been a
two
Republican, he's
sides
been
of
part
your
the Reform
mouth.
Party. So party affiliation means shit, but we're still going to lock out everybody else.
Well, no, you need to take over one of the two parties. That's how you get anything done in American politics, and Trump, to his credit, did it
Or,
in 4 years.
Hear me out. You have like 3% of the vote in Georgia, which we're at 2.
God damn it. Charlie Nickel wins the House race, North Carolina. Oh, flipping the seat to
Where are we
Democrats.
at? Yeah,
So,
let's go back for more
Okay.
bickering. Where are we at?
so I think we're now to basically even odds on the
46
House and even
landlocked.
odds on the Senate right now.
God, this is close.
46, 46, 153, 183, 17, 24, folks.
Wow.
This is nitty fucking gritty, my man.
Grow the
Like,
Farm
oh,
Up is hating everything I'm saying. What I'm saying is, do you want your president to be able to win his election with only 8% represent of all citizens voting for him, Tony G? That does not represent rural states well. No, I think that's a
got a point.
misrepresentation.
Well,
Well,
no,
yeah.
because the way it works currently is if we have a bunch of different candidates, it goes to a constitutional convention, and then you can actually have Congress decide somebody who only won 8% because everybody else only got 7.67676%. The guy who got 8% now takes the presidency.
Sure.
So yeah, that's no,
He
we don't
follows
want
up
that.
a third parties lead to 4 parties lead to 5 parties, which sounds great to me. The parties lead to 6 different candidates. Yep, sounds great. On bring candidates ballot with logical conclusion to that. You know what? I don't care because we have gotten to the point where either you vote for a straight blue ticket or you vote for a straight red ticket, and that's your election process. And it really comes down to everybody in between. Who doesn't vote straight red or straight blue? And that's a great
Straight red or
representation
straight blue, the way God
of
intended.
why voting matters. There you go. That's a great representation of why voting matters. You take all the straight blue voters and you take all the straight red voters and you put them on an island, and then it all comes down to the people who actually look at the people on the ballot and vote with their heart and with their head, like me.
Grow the Farm Up with a mic drop here. The founders set it up this way because they knew you had to govern by majority, not just democracy. And so, yeah, you have to actual majority behind you, not just a plurality. So
People who vote regardless of their actual feelings, just people who vote because of tribalism. Got it.
No, you vote which way you want this country to go, man. This isn't just tribalism,
So,
because what this is,
this
what you
definition of
need to
tribalism.
realize what
Got
this is. Every
Yes, it-
election is a part of this cold civil war where two sides are basically battling over the greatest spoils of any war in all history. The U.S. tax base, the most plentiful source of wealth in all God's creation. Who gets to control and who gets to command the U.S. tax base? And that is being decided right here, right now, in real time. And that's why which party is in control fucking matters a lot, and who has the majority to say what everybody has to fucking do with their
What
money.
I'm hearing,
And,
Phil.
hey, Patty P, how you doing?
What's up, Patty?
Super
What I'm
fan
hearing,
Patty
Phil,
P.
is fear.
No, what you're hearing is the truth. T. You
Fear.
need to have a
What I'm
majority
hearing is
to govern.
fear.
You need to have a majority to govern. Is that like?
I'm hearing.
No one's
I'm
going to
hearing-
consider
I'm
you
hearing
fucking
fear
legitimate
of a
if you're.
third party. Yeah, yeah.
Shit, I can't.
There's a reason. There's a reason we don't like triple threat matches.
Yeah, because the bullshit person who shouldn't even been there might, get the pin on the guy or might take the belt from the guy who never got the pin. So, yeah, that's
Good, Jim.
that's what.
Anyway, let's look at the map.
God damn. No, that's a bunch of bullshit. Shouldn't even be in the. Should be the.
Okay,
first
that was actually. I'm glad I was able to sit in and be the asshole for a while there. Let's look at the map.
See what we got
in Justin's feed. So we're sitting tight at 46 to 46, deadlocked again on the Senate. My God.
Oh my God.
First to 4 more wins the Senate. Democrats have a 151, flipped 2 seats to 184, flipped 6 seats, Republican advantage on the House, and the governor's side of things, 17 for the Dems, gained 2, Republicans at 24, lost 2 states.
God, so I think it's at an even heat pretty much in the House right now.
Yeah, this is
because at 5, that's a Republican majority, but I think it's even
Right.
heat at the moment.
Now,
So
even if you look at the Senate or the governor's side of things, I don't think at this point it's safe to say that this is the wave that either side was predicting. Am I
yeah,
off
this
base
is
here?
no, you're not, because I knew when the 2 governors' seats flipped, I'm not going to be able to call a red wave. It can still be a good night for the Republicans. Don't get me wrong. It can still be a very good night, but I'm going to stick with my metric of wave elections because I think it's a good one. I think it's even if you don't think it's fully, I think that's a necessary but not sufficient.
Well, currently we're
metric.
sitting with 51% of Arizona called. Katie Hobbs, Democrat, has 56.6. Carrie Lake has 43.3. And on the Senate side of things, Mark Kelly, Democrat, has 57.8 to Blake Masters 39.9. So
Yeah, I think we can go ahead and call
pretty
that
blue.
one.
Pretty blue.
Like, do you think? Like, I think I'm going to go bold here and call the Arizona Senate race for Mark Kelly.
No, that's fair. But governor side of things, Georgia is 90% called. Brian Kemp 53.9 to Stacey Abrams 45.4.
I'm gonna run out to my truck, grab some Advil. You argue with Brad.
Herschel Walker 49.2. Warnock 48.7. This is getting less close by the moment. There you have it. We're getting closer every second. So, again, we're looking at this in live time. 46 to 46 in the Senate, 151 to 184 in the House, and 17 to 24 on the governor's side of things. Grow the Farm Up says Gavin Newsom wins 16% of total American population because Tony G allowed 14 parties. He is now the president. Thanks, Tony. Hey, look. You gotta play to your strengths. And what was I the campaign manager? Maybe. It's all about perspective. Grow the Farm Up, and look, if you don't have the perspective of a winning mentality, you're never going to win these tight races like this. So I take the credit, and I take all the splendor that follows. So it is what it is. We've got our producer back, Justin, thank God. So pop up the map and let's take a little closer look. Let's look at the Senate race in Georgia and break that down just a little bit more.
Okay, yes. What are the current
It's getting
totals?
even harder and harder red with a little bit medium red and much less softer red than it looked before. The blue is pretty sparse, but it's the it's a sparsely populated areas. It's no shocker here. But Jesus, with 90% called, Phil, are you seeing anything that looks out of place here? Because Savannah's
not especially. The fact that this much of Atlanta's reported, that's kind of shocking to me. I figured that would be all night, but this is giving us at least a fuzzy
entire
idea.
region of Atlanta is either dark blue or pretty much decided blue. You got a small blue dot for Athens, small blue dot for Macon, and light blue for Savannah, which is that's pretty misleading because that's going to go very, very heavy for Warnock.
Grow the farm up. Why do you actually fear that people don't understand that third parties threaten the representative republic's ability to govern by majority? Ross Perot should have taught you that. You old enough? No.
So, what I'm hearing is just look, grow the farm up. I'm sorry. I actually am old enough to remember watching Ross Perot campaign. And what I'm hearing from you is just post-traumatic stress disorder of watching him campaign. I get it.
Those ears. It's those ears.
Oh, they were fucking horrifying. Like, that is specifically 100% all I remember. The man's fucking ears were terrifying.
Yep.
But at the same time,
I remember him being insane.
But at the same time, he was going up against what? Bill Clinton and Bob Dole, right? So
Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush, and he cost George H.W. Bush the goddamn presidency. Oh, sorry.
And then
Not that we're bitter about it.
And then the best the Republicans had to answer that call was fucking Bob Dole.
What Bob Dole was, it's kind of like when John Kerry and John McCain were allowed to run for president. Jesus. It was basically some old suit line of the party.
Time.
That it was just their turn.
You hit it the first time with John McCain.
Oh, Nader.
Bob Dole,
yeah, Nader was a big spoiler.
Walking corpse.
Bob Dole. I remember that. I was devastated that election evening. I was so hoping Bob Dole was going to win, and when he didn't, I was so sad. I was a little boy. I remember that one.
Yeah, I didn't even know why I wanted Bob Dole to win, but I wanted Bob Dole to win, mostly because Norm Macdonald was portraying Bob Dole.
Yep, I think it was mostly Norm Macdonald.
I think it was Norm Macdonald. Yeah,
my brother actually had two little beta fishes that he named Bob and Dole. I shit you not. Like, yeah. So
I believe it.
Yeah, that's
what does Bob Dole think.
Grow the farm up. He only allowed Bill Clinton to waltz into the White House with a 41% plurality. First president to not actually have a majority since 1888.
Edit. What I'm hearing is fear from the third party. It's fine.
Yeah, God, if you want to call it fear of not wanting your shit fucked up, I mean, it's kind of like if you don't want like somebody to break into your car. Is that fear, or is that just, well, I hope they don't fuck up my shit?
That's why cars come with a lock.
And yes, that's why
they don't come with.
That's why the republic comes with a two-party system, T. And that's why a republic comes with a two-party system. Okay,
that's why cars come with a fucking rainbow access to your ass, because everybody's so awesome.
I've not seen the rainbow access to my ass yet, but now you've piqued my curiosity.
Cars come with locks because we don't trust other people.
Let's see, girl. I already told you, you are hearing fear. I am fearful that people do not understand that six parties is the end of America as we know it. Yeah, 6 parties and sex parties
could be the end of it.
You know, it just depends.
I think Jeffrey Epstein and the Democrats proved that. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think at this point in American politics, there is nothing more obvious than the Republicans have had every opportunity in the world to be the more appealing party, except for the fact that the media and social media have been their detriment. And I lean conservative. I do. I vote more conservative than I do left. But I'm still going to advocate all the time for voting with your heart and head instead of just voting straight blue or straight red, because it shouldn't be black and white, and voting shouldn't be blue or red. It should be purple.
Well,
and I know everything I just said made Phil's dick
just
shrivel.
well, no, it's just antithesis to why people like me vote, because it's one party represents
Yeah,
our
to cancel
principles
me
better than
out.
the other.
Yeah.
Well, no, just one represents my principles better than the other. If it represents your principles to vote for both, whatever, that's fine. But my principles are better represented from the Republican Party. It's just that's like, we can not like it because, like I've said many, many times, the Republican Party is the only institution standing between us and 80% taxation. So, like, yes, there's a reason why we support the Republicans.
Yes, we can. We
Okay,
are
can we
deep
take it?
enough into the night. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Okay.
Just Jesus, my mic fell.
You know what? I will, but it's going to be a midnight cream. Hy-Vee, Maker's Mark.
Justin,
Hey, Justin.
Yes. All right. I will let you guys choose what you want me to do.
Oh, you can do bourbon. You can do something nice.
Yeah, do something nice. It'll be all right.
Tonight, you can do something.
To get fancy on me.
Something nice? I can do something nice. I got
99
a bunch
bananas.
of these blue chair beige shooters.
Dear
These
Jesus.
are great. Banana rum cream.
I'm just
What do
doing
you
a
got,
shot
Justin?
of Maker's Mark.
I got Windsor.
Oh,
Jesus.
Justin.
I'm
Man, he went
he
went all out for. You need to record a Windsor review and send
Actually,
it
yeah,
to us.
you kind of do because nobody else is going to buy Windsor.
And you like know Windsor better than anybody. So yeah,
It's cheap. That's all I got.
That is on your short list, Justin. Windsor review. But well, gentlemen,
All right.
raise your glass to fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're gonna fight, may it be for a friend. If you're steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're gonna drink, better be with me.
Oh,
Woo!
Oh, dude, that's good.
That burns.
Woo!
I mean,
Yeah, Phil, drink
yeah.
gin, Phil.
Gin. You got gin at the house. I know you do.
That was 111.6 proof.
Nope, but it wasn't gin.
Oh, I actually do have a new bottle of gin. Should I go get it?
Yes.
I mean, if we're doing subscriber shots, we need all 9 people in here,
Say if we're doing that
all at the same time.
well, we might have to get Joe Biden in here shortly to. We might have to get Joe Biden's take once this map starts going crazy.
Holy shit! I haven't seen nothing much change. So
I got Snoop Dogg's Induggo.
Phil, do you want to do
Gin.
just like an impromptu
No.
review
No.
while we're at it?
No.
Are you sure? Because we could do it.
No, T. We're gonna do it when you're over here.
You can do
Nope.
a review without me.
No. This one I have to have your presence, T. You
Okay,
made
well,
me
we're still
taste gin for the first time. We're gonna drink Snoop Dogg's gin for the first time. Okay.
All right, whatever. Fine.
Hey, I will give you guys my address. You guys come in with a pair of handcuffs, steal me, take me for a couple days, and then bring me back.
Fair.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Fair enough.
We
Fair
can do
enough.
that. Grow the farm up, coming back in. It can't be one party. It can't be 3 parties. I'm not into Mino Jovat parties. It takes one Dem and one Repub to make a republic, baby.
Nice.
Jesus. Fucking
Nice.
hardcore.
Takes one Dem and one Republic to make a republic, baby. You know,
See, this is
this motherfucker's spitting here. Grow the farm up.
No, this is that.
You need to check him out on YouTube if you haven't.
This is that Republican TDS or that Democrat TDS. Like, look, I hate the other party, but god damn it, I wouldn't know what to do without it.
It's like a really fucked up relationship.
It's a yin and yang.
It's like the The Democrats love to hate the Republicans. It's like
Oh,
they
yes.
they
That's what I
literally
always say it's the same. It's two sides of the same coin.
we're the perfect comic book villains for them too. I've listened to how lefties talk about us Republicans, and it's fucking shocking. It's like you would think we were villains in a Captain Planet episode. It's like, all right,
We all hate both parties. That's kind of the whole point.
yes,
All right. Totally
Okay.
fair. Bandit, I would dance in the street.
dancing in the street. So, goodness gracious. So, do we have any big updates in the numbers?
No,
Has anything
still
shifted?
sitting pat at 46 in the Senate. Like the first to four.
Looks like the Republicans made some pickups in the House.
The House is sitting at 158 to 185.
At least since I went to go
Governor-
get ice, they've made some pickups.
Ooh, the governors.
18 to
getting
24.
close. Yep, that's close.
So yeah, the Republicans got to scoop up 2 governor's mansions and then one more for my wave prediction or my wave metric to be met.
I don't think you're.
I don't see that. I don't see it, honestly. I'm sorry. I don't think there's enough governor's mansions to scoop up in the meantime. Grow the farm up. So just pick one of the shit parties that exist and don't screw the whole republic up. I mean, thank you, grow the farm up.
Or I could just vote for who I actually want to vote for, because that's actually the thing.
So long as it's a Republican or
Nope,
Democrat.
I'm just going to vote for who I want to vote for.
Well, I mean, I'm sure in 2020. Whoa, Tony.
That is the beauty of it, Phil. That's the beauty of it.
So long as in 2024 you want to vote.
Vote for who I want to vote for, because that's freedom. I don't have to feel obligated, bullied, or guilted into voting straight blue or red. That's the beauty of voting freedom.
Well, Tony, you can vote for who you want to vote for. No. So long as in 2024 you vote for Phil KOE. So long as that's who you vote for, you can vote for whoever you want to vote for. Okay? Like that's like, come on.
Right.
That's the best deal you've gotten all night. So you can vote for who you want to vote for in 2024, so long as you vote for Phil KOE. And yes, Justin, you're coming along to the party too. We're gonna need somebody to Jamie all these rallies. So that's like that'll be
this
Throw the farm up's pissed.
in the general election. You have to have a majority. There can only be 2 names on the ballot. That is the design of the constitutional
Design
representative
sucks.
republic. Yes, its
Design
design is
sucks.
fuck.
Yep, design sucks.
It's design as fuck, T.
It's designed to suck.
No, it's actually been a pretty good system, and we become the world's greatest superpower under this
Was
system.
it a
So
great
apparently it
system in
doesn't suck.
2020?
You know,
Nah, it wasn't. No, it kind of sucked.
well, that's why we've got so many people observing the elections now. So even if there's any tiny inconsistency,
bad.
people are picking
Well,
up on
someone
it.
has to write in Wyatt Earp.
God, that's right. I should have wrote him in for a couple of things. Because there's one actual in my county. There's one open spot on the ballot where no one was running for it, and so people told me that like 6 people wrote me in for it, and it's like, oh no, if I get a call like, yeah, sorry, Phil, you're now on the county weed board or whatever it is, like that would actually be pretty good.
I'll be right back.
Not allowed. Oh, he's gone. He's gone forever.
He's gone.
So, Justin.
Yes, sir.
You are a longtime professional political analyst who's been doing this for decades, right?
Yeah, within the last 4 hours and 16 minutes.
Yes. Now, just like, I'm going to be honest with you here. I was really hoping for the red wave coming in. I'm not seeing that here just due to the governor's mansions. But the Republicans are probably going to end up taking the House. The Senate is going to be, oh my God, by the hair of our chinny chin chin if we pull that one off. But if we can take the House and the Senate, holy shit. Like, it's pretty much done for Biden. Like, we've found a way to just stop the Biden agenda in its fucking tracks. Oh, Grow the Farm Up goes, no, it's not. That's what the primary elections are for. All you crazy 700 parties you want, they belong in the primary. And if they win, they make it to the general. You know, this motherfucker's spitting. I'll wait till Tony gets back for that one. Come on, Georgia and Nevada. I'm really curious about that. Bandit goes, I'm seeing a straight 50-50 split across the board. That would be fascinating. Now, it looks like the Republicans are going to barely take the House in the end, but that's remains to be seen. We still got a lot of ground to cover there in the House. The Senate, what are the, you probably see a bit bigger image than I, what are the numbers for Warnock and Walker in the Senate?
Right now, Walker is running at 1.834. Warnock is running at 1.819. So 49.2 and 48.8.
Okay, so there's a little bit of a spread, but has any of them got over 50%?
No.
Okay, that's big. That's big. Runoff election in Georgia. Damn. So Bandits seeing a straight 50-50 split. The Republicans might take the House by the hair of their chinny chin, which is not what I was hoping for. I was hoping for 40-seat swing. I don't know if I'm seeing that here. It's like now there's still, like they say, there's a lot of football to play yet. But we will grow the farm up. I called about 3 months ago. There will be no red wave. What there will be is a giant throw out the incumbent wave. Okay. Bandit, I'm nursing a headache, so it's making me a little black pilled. Yeah, that's why I went and grabbed some Advil myself, because that's just, it's election night and I am here for you folks.
Right.
There's no sacrifice great enough. But what I'm seeing here is in the campaign of extreme, I'm going to have to shore up some numbers in Arizona. I'm going to have to shore up some numbers in Pennsylvania. Ohio, you just got to appeal to folks right. Florida, I'm going to need Trump or Ron DeSantis. Otherwise, I'm fucked. So, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting election year. So, right. Yeah, in Florida, that's going to be tough with Trump and Ron DeSantis. I don't know how I'm going to be able to pull that one off.
So I've been trying to listen as much as I can. So with the Trump situation, is he? Do you think he's running?
Oh yeah. I think he's going to announce he's going to run probably in about 10 days.
I know I've been watching a lot of news. They're just obviously mainstream media, but they were like all tonight. They're planning on him to announce it tonight before the polls closed.
Oh, now speaking of which, Justin, I think you need to get some music ready. We've got a very special introduction of, no good rapscallion, no good piece of shit, the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania. What a fucking joke. Yeah. What a fucking joke. Yeah. So, hello, Joe. Joe, over here, Joe. Joe. No, Joe, over here, Joe. Yeah, into the mic, into that thing. Yeah, it's nice. It's ice cream cone, Joe. It's ice cream cone.
Si, senor.
Yes. No, sniff it like it's any of the number of people that you grow up on stage in front of all of us. No, that not quite that much. Joe, can you hear us, Joe? Joe?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. How are we doing, Joe? Welcome to Big Bucket Empire KOE Nation. It is here, the midterm elections, Joe. So it looks like the Democrats are going to, it's going to be narrow. It's going to be 50-50, Joe. How you feeling about this?
Look, it's getting a little hot in here. What did what did that prophet Nelly say? It's getting hot in here.
Please keep your clothes on.
You know, it's not a red wave.
Getting too hot.
It's not a blue wave. It's a purple wave. Look, we're talking about different things, and God, old Joe's getting a little nervous. Is my presidency in danger? Am I in peril? Am I going to have to move?
You might have to move out of the White House where they're gonna have to plug your pee drain. I'm sorry. Like I know that's your favorite thing in the whole house is a little pee drain in the corner. But
Look.
no, Joe, the Republicans are gonna take the House, and then you're probably gonna be impeached. Impeached, Joe. Yes. The Republican,
not Georgia Peach.
Look. Can we pull that map up? Let's take a closer look.
Oh no.
No, scroll up. So okay, we're sitting tight in the Senate, 46 apiece, doing good. It's landlocked. We got 164 to 186 in the House. We got 18 to 24 governors. Now look. Joe Biden set out in 2020 not only to be your president of these United States, but also to be your inspiration, to be your spirit animal, to be your spiritual guide, because stuff.
Well, you're doing a bang-up job of it thus far, Joe. I mean, the fact that Georgia, Ralph Warnock is actually losing right now shows how bad you fucked up and you fucked over the whole country and you fucked everything worse than I don't even want to know what you do in your private time.
We can't sit here and pretend like we knew that some of those dastardly red card Republicans were going to do things like come out on stage with official badges. We didn't know that. How were we to know?
Yeah, that when Herschel Walker pulled out that badge, that had to be devastating for you. But so Bandit's asking, so you're the Tiger King, Joe?
No, you are incorrect. I am the Marsupial King.
Oh my God.
More of a Lion King. Hunter is my Simba.
Oh my God. Yes. Daddy couldn't be more proud.
Never been more proud in my life. All this can be yours one day.
Please no.
All of America.
No.
Except for you went to the dark side.
For the taking.
God damn it. Well, I mean, Joe, you realize Hunter, that boy that you're so proud of, he's going to be under investigation under the House of Representatives, and they're going to audit the joint checking account that you have allegedly been taking bribes from foreign nationals with.
That's understandable. Look, I understand that, some of those...
a little warm?
Some of those people on the Republican side don't understand the inner workings of the government, the finer points of my administration. I'm here to explain it to all you simple-minded MAGA fucks. That's what I'm here to do. Joe fucking Biden. I'm here to kick ass and take names, and I'm all out of bubble gum. And I'm here to geriatric fucking take dentures up your ass.
The geriatric gerrymanderer himself, Joe Biden.
Yeah, you get it.
Oh, God damn it.
What the fuck?
Yes, we get it. We get it, Joe.
Right.
So,
I
Joe.
Think you do, Mr. KOE. Listen here. If you didn't vote blue today, I'm going to come over there. I'm going to sniff your ass, and things are going to get real fucking awkward. Look.
Whoa.
No. The blue wave is going to happen one way or another, whether you like it or not. Okay? Listen.
Do you have to
It's gonna be
sniff
a
my
tidal
ass for
wave.
it, though?
It's going to be a tidal wave of blue. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's going to go straight through you. Because old Joe says, look, it ain't going to be pretty, but it's going to be blue. And at the end of the day, you
Like
know,
your balls. Sorry, Joe. Oh, touchy
you ain't gotta
subject.
You ain't got to attack old Joe like that. Listen, there's fair and there's a level playing field. I'm on deck to be your next most popular president in these United States. And I got who's this joker?
Grow the farm up,
Grow the
says
farm
Hunter.
up.
Never screw a hooker or smoke crack without taking pics. That's the Hunter Biden way.
Look, documentation is key in anybody's field. Now, look, my son knows better than anybody. You always take documentation. Always. Because if you don't, pimp's going to play.
Well, I mean, with great fatherly advice like that, like, Grow the Farm Up says, fuck that guy Corn Pop, though.
Look, you know, Kellogg's, Post, you know, that civil war amongst those cereal Mongols. It is what it is. I'm here to tell you.
No, that was the North and the South, Joe. Joe?
Look, you might not have been around politics as long as old Joe has. What I can tell you, though, nobody's ever owned more slaves than Joe Biden.
What?
The fuck did you just say?
What?
Fact, Jack.
Well, folks,
You heard it first.
what may be the final appearance of Joseph R. Biden on any show forever. Joe, you need to take your meds. You're off them clearly.
Yeah.
God damn it. You're not Abraham Lincoln, Joe. You're not.
Okay, now, no.
You just have the same office that he held.
I'm definitely not as great as Abraham Lincoln.
I know that. We all know that. Take Corn Pop out back and Biden the sniff out of him. Wow. Biden the sniff out of him. So, Joe, enjoy your coming impeachment. I hope Hunter Biden enjoys being in front of select committees for the foreseeable future. And I hope you enjoy having that mark upon your legacy forever. Couldn't happen to a more deserving guy, Joe.
Strip for you.
No. We don't need to do that. No, Joe. Thank you, dear fucking Jesus. Like that was so. Yeah, that was, folks, the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. There he is again. The current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Joseph R. Biden, the steward of these United States. Yeah, Joe. No. Yep. Let's get him off. Okay. That's enough of that. God damn it, Joe. Keep your fucking clothes on for once in your life. I mean, Joe, no, Joe.
Before midnight. It's past
Joe.
your bedtime.
Yeah, it's past your bedtime. You need to stop this.
Damn.
Yeah, like Joe
Security
likes
when you need 'em.
like Joe's got I touch myself going in his head right now. So oh
Couldn't
god.
find my tie. I found it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to knock over a bottle. It might happen.
I'm waiting for the whole cabinet to fall over.
I don't want anybody. God damn. God damn it. No, Joe. No. Nope. That was a bridge too far, Joe. That was a bridge too far, Joe.
Oh my god.
We can't show that, unfortunately. Damn it. That's too funny, but we can't show that. Tony's still in the backstage, still trying to or Biden, rather, trying to make his pop. No, yeah, whoops. Almost revealed Biden's secret identity there, but no, we just know Biden's a lizard that needs to peel his face off.
I got you, Phil.
Biden's a lizard. I kid, so we can keep streaming. So, folks, Justin,
goodness.
before we get Tony back here, where are the 46, 165, 186, 1824?
Yep.
Oh my!
We're like at a deadlock right now, waiting for everybody to bring the results in.
Yep, and hang on. Oh, hey T.
Hey, what's going on?
You missed Joe just by a few seconds again, T. Like, God, it's weird. He was wearing a tie kind of similar, actually. Like, it's you guys got that kind of similar. You're totally wearing. I gotta give you credit. You're totally wearing that tie proper, T.
I got so many questions, Joe.
Oh, so many questions. When someday you and Joe will be in the same room, but it's kind of like
we're gonna sit down. It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be kind of like Adam and He-Man. It's just they're always just a few minutes apart. Girl, how the fuck did Fetterman win after all the flags blew over and he had?
It ain't over. It ain't over.
It's not over yet, but it's pretty close.
Let's pull up Pennsylvania.
Yeah, let's pull up Pennsylvania. Jamie, can you pull that up?
We're still at 88%.
Uh-oh.
Although it's oh man, it's pretty close. It's
Grow the farm up because I mean I get it. Dr. Oz is a fucking douche.
Dude, 49.2% for Fetterman, 48.3% for Oz.
40,000 vote difference.
Yeah,
wow.
That's pretty
couple
close.
Couple of rural Pennsylvania counties could make all the difference there. Grow the farm up, but is Dr. Oz really a bigger douche than someone who with diminished brain capacity? Well, that's the problem. Is like, God, this is so terrible because Pennsylvania, your senator's not going to be able to actually convince and persuade other senators to do things. Like this is literally
just there to agree.
Yeah, he's there to just placehold, and so he's going to be a one-term senator. And but we will see. We will see. That one still has a little more to go yet, but that's quite a difference. But yeah, Mehmet Oz, the Oprah guy, non-zero chance of him being a senator.
Jesus Christ. So let's look at this map as a whole. So we're going to look at the entire U.S. Senate map now. And we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blue states to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 red states. Now, this is in the Senate side, and we are still sitting deadlocked at 46 each. The Senate race is going to be the deciding factor. Are we going to get an answer tonight?
God, I don't know if we're going to get the answer tonight. Anyways, that's going to be a tough one. But I think we'll probably have the House decided by like 2 a.m, honestly.
Okay.
Thomas Keene Jr., Republican, wins the House race in New Jersey's 7th Congressional District, flipping the seat to Republican.
Yeah. There's one for the House.
Okay.
The Republicans are getting closer to getting over 200. That's flipped 7 seats for the Republicans.
Grow the Farm Up goes, he will be more useless than Kamala Harris as vice president. Ouch. Not a Fetterman fan from Grow the Farm Up. I just don't think it's good for Fetterman.
Now, as
to
I
have
said
to do this.
earlier, Phil, it's not over yet on the House. You've got 189 Republicans, flipped 7 seats. Democrats at 166 now have flipped 3. It's not over, but it's close.
Oh, in the words of the immortal Lenny Kravitz, it ain't over till it's over. So we'll see how that one actually ends
The
up.
governor race sitting tight at 24 to 18.
18 to 24, too old for Biden.
Don't make me get him back.
Got that. No. He can stay. He can stay home. Fetterman is a bump on the neck. I mean, log.
Right.
Yeah, there's a reason why that guy's in Carhartt. He's one of the rare folks who doesn't look good in a suit. He just does not. It's rare you find a man that doesn't look good in a suit, but Fetterman is one.
No, Phil, you fucking nailed it when you said Fetterman looks like a goddamn Goomba from the 1990s Mario Brothers movie. It was perfect.
I'm sorry, but look at the 2 pictures of those next to each other, and if you don't chuckle a little bit, you're a goddamn liar.
Justin, if I sent that to you, you are welcome to put it up.
I was about to say I'm not going to be able to find that meme now. You'll have to get into that. Oh, Tony's going to send you a meme. But God, come on, Republicans, 218. We're at 190. Come on now. Come on. Like to quote Chris Jericho, come on, baby. So, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I saw there was
more chickens than he thought he would be.
There's been a shift in the Georgia Senate. Would you mind going back to there?
Georgia?
Mm-hmm.
I can do that.
Jesus Christ. What is the totals now?
We got Warnock at 1.89, 625, 49.1%. We got Herschel Walker at 1.877994 at 48.8%.
Damn. It looks like a lot of the blue areas are pretty much getting reported in. There's still some red to report, but man,
there's a lot.
There's
a lot of red.
Man, this is gonna fucking be a nail biter into the wee hours.
Right. I'm still curious. Nevada has gotten anything? Nothing.
Nevada with nothing. Wow.
Deadlock, nothing right now, all 3 ways.
That is shocking that Nevada's got nothing at the moment. Because, I've heard some rumors that there's going to be some serious red votes there. We'll see. I don't know if that's going to bear out. I hope it does, because that would make the Republicans' quest for the Senate a hell of a lot easier.
All right. I got what Tony sent me, and I will fix this real quick. Move this. Let's go here. And there you go.
Yay. I'm sorry. He just looks like that character from the Super Mario Brothers when you put a suit on him. It's not a good look. There's a reason why he's in the hoodies.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is kind of weird. The guy's like a semi-career politician, but he wears that. I'm Carhartt. I'm a blue-collar millionaire like all you. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Oh, got 190, 167.
Joseph Morrell wins the House race in New York's 25th district.
Not a big shock. So, Koopa Troopa. The ugly, yeah, that's what it was. A Koopa Troopa. I forgot all about that. Wow. Thank you, Grow the Farm Up. We needed a Gen Xer to give us that one. I wasn't going to be able to. Bandit, I'm seeing what's her face from Mortal Kombat. Oh, wow.
That's funny.
Well done. Well done. So, Koopa Troop. So, I'm going to be honest with you, T. I don't know if I'm seeing a red wave here. I think you're muted, T. You're muted.
Oh, my bad. No, it's not a red wave.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing that here, man. I don't think we're going to be able to get to, like, I think we're going to be able to eke out taking all of the different houses, but I don't know, man. It's going to be fucking tough. It's not a wave. So, T, what are you getting into there?
Is that Jack or Evans?
This is just Jim Beam Black, nothing special, but this is a value buy bourbon.
Nice. I mean, one of the all-time best value bourbons, Jim Beam Black there.
While we wait, though, here for very, very, very close additions to these statistics, Grow the Farm Up said the Koopa Troopa is the ugliest one, and Bandit said, I'm seeing what's her face from Mortal Kombat. I'm curious, because now I have to ask. I just have to. Who played King Koopa in the Mario Brothers movie?
Oh God, fuck it. No, it doesn't. I know exactly who you're fucking talking about.
Yeah. Who is it?
It's not Michael Douglas. Who the fuck? What's his goddamn name? Damn it! It's just on the tip of my tongue.
Quit using Google.
Too late.
DH.
Dennis Hopper.
Yes.
Dennis fucking Hopper.
Fucking Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper pretty much single-handedly saved
King
that
Koopa.
movie. Pretty like him and the guy who was in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The two of those basically single-handedly saved that movie.
God.
The rest of it wasn't great.
You're talking about
Can't remember the guy. He was also when you find out the guy from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He is also, you have to see it. If you've never seen Jet Li Unleashed, you have to see it because he plays one of the best villains of all time.
Talking about Christopher Lloyd?
I think so. Big guy with bald head. No. I'm talking about the main hero from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
It's Bob Hoskins.
Yes. He plays one of the best villains in Jet Li's Unleashed, where he's got this leash on Jet Li, and every time he takes it off, Jet Li becomes an insane killing machine. And when he puts it on, Jet Li is this incredibly docile, very like, he'll just obey anything. And he's like, you can train any child like they're a fucking dog, let me tell you. And he's just dastardly in that movie. Like, he's one of my top 20 villains, honestly, in that movie. So, and also Jet Li's Hoskins. Yes. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? He's one of the best fucking villains in that movie. You really need to check it out sometime if you had.
Miller Meeks wins the House race in Iowa's first congressional district.
Oh shit!
Nice. All right.
Coming
Republicans
up blue
are getting
on the
closer.
Races.
Republicans are getting closer.
Iowa
Nice.
House. Marionette Miller Meeks, Republican, wins the House in Iowa's first congressional district. New Jersey House, Andy Kim, Democrat. New Jersey House. Oh shit! Wait a minute. And immediately, Ashley Hinson, Republican, wins the House race in Iowa's second congressional district. New York House, Joseph Morrell, Democrat. And New Jersey House, Thomas Keene Jr., Republican. And we are sitting landlocked again, as we have all night in the Senate. 46-46. Coming over to the House. Flipped 3 seats. The Democrats have 168. The Republicans have flipped 7 seats, 192. and governors, 18 for the Dems, gained 2 states. Republicans, 24, lost 2.
There
you go.
Boy, howdy.
I would say the
all
red
back.
wave is not happening, but the red wave is still. Oh, and
Holy shit!
we got a man coming back.
The man for you, the man for B, the man we need to see, Tiberius fucking D. How you doing,
The man
sir?
that wants to give the Triple X Para D his thoughts.
I'm
Tiberius D.
I'm okay. I'm winding down. I'm getting tired. I'm probably gonna call it quits here soon. But of course, I had to go back to the people who have treated me the best this evening. This has been an absolute pleasure to be over here. I've gone to a few other people that had me on, and Jesus Christ, like I went over to the ANCAP server, and it was just like, the far right and the ANCAPs getting together and like, we need a national divorce. This is unacceptable. We have an authoritarian narrative that has taken part in our country, and we need to separate ourselves where and when possible. And I just got so much of that shit. And then I'm over at the left, and they're having a bit of a conversation constructively about, hey, how can we start undercutting ourselves? But then I have to listen, and it's like, oh, well, we still have to stop the evil police from, targeting black people. And I'm just like, oh, God, kill me now. So I want to recap with just like what's happened since I left. The only thing that's been called, I believe, was a congressional district. Correct me wrong, a couple of congressional districts, a few of them pretty close. Yes, Fabian's
Fabian's my favorite.
I love Fabian, don't get me wrong, but I was just in there and I wanted to rip my fucking eyes out because it's just like,
Fabian's an asshole to me. He's a fucking wish.com low rent wannabe Stefan Molyneux. Okay, he couldn't carry his fucking jock, and he wishes he could fucking be him. So that's what Fabian is. And also, I made him actually cower out of a debate one time. He's like, you know what, Prime, I'm just gonna wait till the closing statements. I'm not gonna be saying anything. So in that debate, I was the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that made Fabian Liberty cower. So and I said that right to his fucking face too, and he sat there and did not a fucking thing. So
the shade is real. I'm quite curious to see where it goes, but currently the forecasts are that the Republicans are going to be up plus 12 for the House.
Which that's actually a lot closer to your numbers of plus 15. But we will see where it actually lands. But me as a Republican, I'll fucking take it. I will it doesn't matter. Biden, you're getting your ass impeached, motherfucker. Enjoy it. It's well deserved.
Hey, we finally have numbers for Nevada. Holy shit.
What?
Finally just came in.
Get the fuck out.
Nevada.
How bad's the news?
Okay, so Nevada has 44% of the vote in.
Wow.
Currently for the governorship is 44,000 in favor of the Dems. For the Senate, currently is about 50,000 in favor of the Dems.
We've got 54.3 for Catherine Cortez Masto, Democrat, and Adam Laxey, 42.9 for the Republican side. 1.1 third party vote for Nevada on the Senate side, Phil.
God damn you, Tony. We'll see how that is.
That being said, most of these votes are from Clark County, which is obviously Las Vegas, with 65% of the vote in, and it's only a difference of 60,000 for Vegas. That's pretty good because the rest of the state tends to be pretty fucking red.
That one could be another nail biter.
This one's probably going to be another nail biter because other places are showing very strong. Currently,
if that's the case, I will give Endernax credit if he fucking called this one.
Yeah. Currently, Georgia is back in the favor of Warnock. Somehow again, he's up.
11?
How is Georgia still going? 94% called.
If I actually call it where Warnock actually ends with the election, but we go to a runoff, but he still won by 0.5%, I'm gonna shit myself. If I call
it sits right now at 11:51 Central Standard Time in the governor race of Georgia, Brian Kemp has 53.5% of the vote with 2,054,906 votes to Stacey Abrams, 1,761,136 votes. And on the Senate side of things, holy God. Wow. Raphael Warnock has 1,892,641 for 49.1%. Herschel Walker has 1,879,285 for 48.8%. We are legitimately looking at 49.1% versus 48.8%. And Chase Oliver with 2% of the fucking third party vote.
Now,
Yes.
Tony, you got to realize now, depending on how this all ends, if Ralph Warnock has slightly more votes than Herschel Walker by the end of this, and it goes to a runoff, your king of extreme is going to go, Chase Oliver, you beautiful bastard. I could fucking kiss you right now. So, yeah, like if that's how it ends up.
I'm just saying, at this point, 2% of the fucking vote in Georgia going to third party. This is people not being bullied, not being strong-armed, not being fucking pressured, just voting with their heart in their head, but still voting. Thank you, all of you beautiful people in Georgia.
Now, normally, I would say when it goes to a runoff, that's going to be a huge advantage to Republicans. But in this instance, there's going to be so much money poured into this fucking runoff election, man, that like there's not going to be a person in fucking Georgia that isn't aware of the fact that there's a runoff coming in December. Like there's not going to be one, like every man, woman, and child is going to be in some way, shape, or form aware of this fucking runoff. So it's going to be interesting to see.
As it sits right now, as we enter hour 5 of our election midterm special, we're looking at Georgia somehow still. We're looking at Arizona. We're looking at Pennsylvania.
And Nevada.
At this point, we were going to do a pre-record on the Dog and Chicken show this week for some wacky shit, but I think at this point, we may end up going live just to kind of sort things out.
Yep. I think that might be the better part of Valor is if not tomorrow, the next day, do another live to kind of go over the fallout here. And Tiberius, of course, you're more than welcome
Absolutely
to come by with your amazing analysis, sir. But let's see here. Girl the Farm Up's got a couple of comments. Told you Herschel, bad candidate. They should have run anyone else. I don't know.
Hold it.
Had name recognition.
Have to run anybody else. This guy sucked, but he still did better than he should have.
No, it's like Ty said the other night. Fucking Warnock is one of the best fucking candidates the Democrats could ever hope to put up ever. Like, I'm shocked this guy isn't on the short list for president. Okay, like he's one of the best ever. And the fact that Herschel Walker is within the fucking margin of error, this guy is fucking shocking. Like the Democrats need to fucking go back to the drawing board. If a guy who scores touchdowns is within the margin of error, the guy who preaches at Martin Luther King Jr.'s fucking church, guys, that should be a shoe-in. Like that would be a 90s shoe-in. Okay? Like Republicans would have voted for this guy, but we're in a different era now.
I'm just imagining myself. Phil, do you remember the store Duck Walls?
Oh God, that's a 90s fucking Nebraska reference.
Not just small town Nebraska. Like you walk into the small town Nebraska, not even dollar store, just thrift store, dollar store, and you buy whatever the fuck you can because, you know, you were a kid and you were, 12 years old and you've got the sheriff's badge because it's $2 and you've got $3 in your pocket.
Sure.
That reminds me of Herschel Walker.
No, Herschel, hey, let me ask you something. How many touchdowns have you scored in the NFL?
Here's the thing, Phil.
He might become a senator off that shit.
Herschel Walker versus like Tom Osborne. I'm not saying one's smarter than the other. I'm just saying
T.O.
it takes a lot more ingenuity to be a coach than it does to be the guy that like runs with the football.
Okay. I'm not disputing that, but fucking Herschel Walker scored a whole lot of fucking touchdowns, and he might end up being senator off that. So we can not like it, but
yes, and
name
you're
recognition
welcome
is
for knowing
something.
that.
Yes. Thank you, Tony. I was like, did he score touchdowns, or is he like on defense or something?
No,
I didn't know shit.
He was a running back.
Okay, sweet. That and what really impresses me about Herschel Walker, he was like 52 years old. He was in his 50s. He gets into an MMA cage against a dude half his age, fucking jacked motherfucker, and Herschel Walker beats the fuck out of this kid. Like double leg take, because apparently he took some wrestling in high school. So just double leg takedown, just fucking ground and pounded this fucking kid. So Herschel Walker is a bad motherfucker. And that alone was kind of what made me pay attention to him. And when I saw that, I was like, well, okay, yeah, I gotta get behind Herschel.
Yeah, but still.
I know that, like, Ty, when you mentioned like he's one of the best candidates, you're absolutely right. He is one of the best candidates the Democrats could ever hope to put up in any state ever. And the fact that it's fucking close is just awful. Whoa!
And this candidate, what's up?
We've got another run in here. The return of Cypher. How we doing, sir?
A wild Cypher appears.
Yes.
How's it going, everybody?
It's like a rare white elk. Like a Cypher appearance. Well, how are we doing there, sir? So I'm going to be honest with you guys. Since you've returned, I am not seeing a red wave here. I'm just not seeing it. It's
not a red wave.
The Republicans are still going to take the House. It's still going to happen.
There's no blue wave. That's for goddamn sure.
223 GOP to 51 or 52 in the Senate for Democrats. Congratulations, everybody. My prediction was right.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. But we will see how this one ends with the Senate, because that one's going to end up going to
46, and the House is 168.
Warnock just overtook.
Oh yeah, but it's still going to run.
Who did? Sorry, what was that?
Warnock overtook like 10, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. We were just talking about that a little bit.
Yeah.
He's up by like 18,000 at the moment, but.
The latest race calls, we do have both House Iowa Republicans. Ashley Hinson wins the House in 2nd Congressional District, and Marionette Miller Meeks, Republican, wins the House race in Iowa's 1st Congressional District. So, yeah, we're still sitting tight, though, in the Senate at 46 apiece. House is 168 to 192. The Republicans have flipped 7 seats, which is woof.
They'll take by 12. Yeah. My question is, why hasn't Wisconsin been called yet for the Senate race? I haven't been able to keep up with that. It doesn't make sense.
It technically, the reason why is that there is enough votes within Milwaukee County that if it still floods heavily blue, along with a little bit from Rock County and Greene County, that it could still go for is it Melinda Barnes?
Mandela
Barnes. Sorry, I can't read at this point. I've been on streaming for 6.5 hours. The long and the short, the long and the short is that technically there is the numbers and the votes to do that.
He's up by 3%.
Yeah, like because you're talking about heavy blue areas here.
Okay.
Greene County, particularly Rock County. Rock County largely is like a southern extension of Madison, and Greene County is a little bit of that as well. However, I'm going to look at this right now and say it is correct to call it. Greene County has 82% of the vote in, and it's literally neck and neck, which means the suburbs in Wisconsin broke Republican, which means that Republicans will take the Senate seat in that particular regard. What is shocking to me is how well their governor has done in that particular state, because he's blowing out the margins regarding that by a good 5 points on every vote. Every county, every vote. The suburbs said, all right, Tony Ivers, we're revoting in, but they're also revoting in Ron Johnson. So
it's easy to demonize a Democrat about being anti-police, especially if they're black.
Well, the Democratic Party does make it kind of easy. Sorry. I mean, you could not like it, but they do make it easy.
Sure.
Republicans, if you are in this fight, you probably have Wisconsin, you probably have Utah. I'll cement those in, but you need Georgia and you need Nevada, because it looks like Arizona is not going your way at all, and it doesn't look like. And Pennsylvania keeps getting wider and wider for Fetterman.
Yep.
I think you guys have to pull both.
And Project Veritas has already released a video to try to say that Pennsylvania is political engineering. So,
interesting. I'll have to look at
it. What is this? Sorry, Grow the Firm Up asks, Tony, what has a biker gang ever tried to intimidate you into swaying your vote on your way into the Geneva precinct? No.
We love you, Grow the Farm Up.
Okay.
I mean,
he follows up with, I mean, they even put up the little cardboard dividers in case you're worried anybody's looking. No.
Yeah, where we vote, we got these little cardboard dividers where we fill in our
boxes.
ballot. Yep, and we actually fill it out with pen and paper. It's
pens. Yep, not even number 2s, just pens.
Nope.
Following it up, Bandit asks, what's this? Phil, what you're missing is he is playing football right now. For Nebraska. No. Jesus Christ.
Sweet.
No.
Herschel Walker decides to play football for Nebraska.
None of that. None of that. No.
Coach Phil KOE's bringing him in.
No, fucking none of that.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but like literally Arizona had those 2 batches of drops and we haven't gotten a thing since.
Pretty much.
Nevada's only had 1 drop and it was 44% of the vote.
I'm going to refresh my map just in case.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything new out of Arizona, so we're probably going to have
basically just come to a standstill.
Yeah. Well, like Wisconsin keeps
Stop
moving.
me if you've heard this one before.
Wisconsin keeps moving a little bit. Michigan keeps moving, although I'm going to say Whitmer got it.
No. Phil, stop me if you've heard this one. The fucking 1.9 billion trillion gajillion goddamn lottery last night has tabulation problems last night, and then California says they want it. I feel like we heard this story 2 years ago.
Waka waka. Hey, nice. Well, we'll see how that one. When people say it's like nobody cheated in the lottery thing, it's like who would have the incentive to want to take $2 billion? It's not like anybody would ever have the incentive to cheat in that.
I mean, it was a quick pick from a gas station in California, so probably not cheating.
Well, we will have to
you're
look into
memeing,
that.
But I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, I was about to say it's like
I know.
Well, no, nobody has any fucking incentive to try and cheat that. It's only $2 billion.
I'm just sitting here like the previous highest. It was.
Oh my God! Illinois' 18th district is now 3,000 votes ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hang on. Keep looking at this map.
Ooh, I'll take it.
Currently, the map that we're looking at right now.
Wait, why isn't it showing the Senate?
Jesus,
governor.
We're looking at the House right now.
No, I'm.
That's okay. I know we're not talking about a red wave being a success, but Jesus Christ, that's.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what happens when you got a lot of gerrymandering and
blue archipelago and that big, beautiful. I mean, you can cope and blame everything on gerrymandering for the last 30 years, but maybe just appeal to votes. Maybe appeal to voters better.
Okay, Wisconsin goes purple a lot, and yet it's overwhelmingly votes its legislature red. I'm sure that has nothing to do with its gerrymandering.
That was fucking beautiful. I loved it.
Persuade people to vote for you more. It's pretty simple.
No, it's not. It's not about that.
The people who draw the districts were fucking democratically elected. So even the fucking districts being drawn that way was decided by democracy. The reason it's done that way is because it implies there's a worse option.
I love it.
Blah 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 blah. Gerrymandering.
Oh, you can not like it. You cannot like it, but
gerrymandering
it's
is
just true.
bad.
You not liking it doesn't
favorite.
really care.
Okay.
Gerrymandering is
Favorite.
bad inherently.
All right. Let me do this.
So you don't
Okay.
like democracy. Got it, Cypher.
That's not anything to do with democracy.
Can you all like stop slapping each other with your dicks? That'd be fucking great right now.
It's just so
promise
big and it
anything.
needs to slap about, Ty. Come on.
Look, I understand. Let me get out of here and then you can go back at it because I'm tired. All right, some key House races that I think are really telling. Illinois' 17th House district. This is actually gerrymandered to be Democrat +3, and Republicans have it right now by 3,000 votes.
Okay.
That's quite impressive.
Just got to go out and persuade them more. That's all we got to do.
Nebraska's House district, their second House district, currently, this is the district that's Southern Omaha, currently ahead by 6,000 votes for the Republicans.
Omaha, you almost disappointed me.
Well, it's not over yet. 85% of the vote in. Some of these races really goddamn close. Overall, of course, my favorite one that I've been watching all night, although it hasn't moved for about an hour and a half, Indiana's first district,
Jesus.
12,000 difference. That's fucking shocking.
Beautiful map there. Beautiful. Indiana's first district. Let's check it out.
Yeah, this
All
is
right,
basically.
hang on.
Are you guys still using the Reuters map? Because I can't seem to find the.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just using
What the
Reuters.
fuck?
All right, hang on. Real quick before we go any further,
Alright.
I just want to give a nod to our producer for the entire fucking night. Justin Chris fucking killed it. He's got to dip out. He's killed it. He's been amazing. I love this fucking guy, and he's been just my knight in shining armor. Yes, shoulder. Yes, love it. Cheers, indeed. You are relieved of your duties, and I thank you so much
Thank
for
God.
kicking ass.
Later, man.
5 hours was long enough, and we're going live on Thursday. My God, help me! I'm going to be divorced.
Have fun,
Thank
man.
you, Joe.
God bless.
Thanks,
I
guys.
appreciate
Have a good
you.
one.
You never know. Appreciate you.
All righty. So yeah, check him out. Yanked Up Podcast on YouTube,
Yes.
folks. He's good shit. But all right, we've had no developments in the Senate. 168 to 192 in the House. 18 to
We
24.
are getting closer.
Closer. Because yeah, it looked like for a second Wisconsin was blue again, and now it's red again. So that's close.
I think the main map your guys are looking at isn't updating as much as the individual tallies are, because Wisconsin's got 50.7 to Ron Johnson to Mandela Barnes 49.1. And that's still with 80%. That's still 88% of expected votes counted. So it's still a toss up.
Well, it's
Yeah, these are going to be some nail biters tonight.
Is it closer for what you got or further?
Wisconsin is soft red. Let's take a look. So
I was just pointing that out because what we said it was 3%, and either one of us didn't have the map updated or I was off of bad old info.
So we're looking at Douglas County, Bayfield County, and Ashland County on the top. Eau Claire County and La Crosse County. But really, other than that, Wisconsin's pretty much decided.
Well, it's in the little box that's saying 88% of expected votes counted.
Right.
So I don't know.
Right. So in terms of the Senate, we're looking at 88% of expected votes have been counted. Ron Johnson has 50.7. Mandela Barnes has 49.1. On the governor side of things, we've got Tony Evans has 50.9. Tim Mickles has 48.0. So, yeah, no, it's...
Yeah, it's the Republican side, or the Republican. It's the governor's side of things that are going to make it really hard to call this a wave election.
Yeah.
By any fucking measure. So
Wisconsin's there, though. I mean, it's there.
I want to do this. This is my favorite part of the night because you all might see the little bit. Colorado's 3rd district, Lauren Boebert, has been losing all night and continues to still lose. She is short 7,000 votes as a currently with 80,000, or sorry, with 81%.
What do you hate about?
I think she's
Lauren Boebert?
She's a retard.
We love her because she's probably the offspring of one of the Midnight Express, Stan Lane from the Midnight Express, one of the greatest tag teams in pro wrestling history.
Has nothing to do with her politics. She's actually pretty.
She's descended from pro wrestling royalty. Like, yeah, that's if you want me to break it down in its simplest.
Look, that's fine. I'm not saying that she's not an attractive woman, but she's absolutely a Republican Barbie doll. I never liked these folks, particularly whenever they take pictures of themselves with their fucking 8-year-old kids with ARs. Like, no, stop making us look like we're a bunch of gun-toting morons. I would really appreciate that. Please bring on a more moderate Republican Party. And to speak to that, I tell you what, this seems to definitely be more of a win for moderates all over the country right now.
And the Democratic strategy of doing Pied Piper.
You'll have to explain that one to me, please.
Democrats during the Republican primaries and several key House races, and by several I mean like 70 of them, basically put up ads and like the true conservative in this race is so and so, and it was always the more MAGA Republican, or they would say like, this person voted to impeach Trump, they want to represent you, paid for by blah 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 blah.
I remember when the Democrats did that. I kept thinking when they were doing that in my back of my mind, like, the only song they should be playing when they do that is "I Hurt Myself Today."
But they didn't,
because I mean the Republicans are taking the House anyways, and now you're going to have more energized MAGA Republicans in there. And guess what? They are impeaching Biden. Just get ready for it.
I don't care. They're taking it by less.
You're gonna care
because of this. No, when I say I don't care,
whether by inch or mile, victory is victory. It's like, that's the thing that you don't understand. Whether by inch or mile, it doesn't matter. If we take the Senate by one little vote, if we take the House by one little vote, Biden is fucking done.
It actually matters. It actually matters because it actually matters because Kevin McCarthy is not going to be able to wrangle a smaller majority than what would have happened if you guys would have had 50 plus in this House. So because he's going to have to wrangle even less people, if anybody bulks for whatever reason, it's going to be a disaster. And that's what every single Republican strategist and every single Republican coalition, every single one of them are saying right now. The people that actually understand this shit in the Republican side are all saying right now that if they don't win by more than 12 votes, if they don't have a House by more than 12 votes, it's going to be a shit show. They're not going to be able to get anything done.
Well, what you don't understand is that's kind of what the markets want. They want gridlock in government, and that's good. That's actually a good thing. They want actual assuredness. They want to know what tomorrow's going to bring. It's not some random caprice coming out of Congress's fucking ass that's going to now change all of business.
It's not about having gridlock, because what it's going to happen. Because what's going to happen again. What's going to happen again is that Pelosi's going to end up getting wins again.
I need to cut out.
Just like House time.
There's one more race that I find really interesting. That's hyper close.
Go ahead.
New York 22nd district. This is around Syracuse right now. Literally within 250 votes, and the Republicans have it. This is Syracuse. This is not a joke. Like, this is a semi-urban area that they're taking in New York. That's a pretty goddamn big deal. So anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tiberius D. If you are not familiar with me, I too allow geopolitical content on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I also am doing a presentation here in the short term about what is called the seventh party system. Well, the reason why politics looks so crazy right now is that we are in a transition to where the sixth party system of Reagan and LBJ that was largely cemented in the 60s and 80s is no longer real. That started with Trump. It's not over yet. The Republicans are in the process of transitioning into something different, and the Democrats will be forced to follow suit because they had some of their voters stolen from them. Right now, you have a nation that is hyper gridlocked, hyper partisan, and we are definitely seeing that this nation does not agree on what to do. If you want my particular viewpoint, whether you like me or not, because I'm a little bit more of a moderate voter, and particularly is that I put my analysis usually above my politics, is that you can come check out all the wonderful content that I do, because so far I'm proving to be pretty fucking accurate for this particular race. So without further ado, it has been an absolute pleasure to be here on the Big Bucking Empire with your host, Phil KOE, Tony G, and joined by so many others that we really always appreciate. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure, but I'm absolutely fucking tired. And so for my stream, I want to thank you all for having joined me this night. I want to thank the Big Bucking Empire for having me on, and I'm going to roll that wonderful outro. Take care on my stream.
Peace, man.
Thank you so much.
And of course,
Tiberius.
Phil KOE is doing the wonderful outro over there on the Tiberius D stream, kicking ass, taking names. Thank you for that outro. It's absolutely
no problem. I feel like one of these days I want to do one again when I'm here at my studio, all suited up and everything, and just really, because I see how you'd use it now, really fucking ramp it up. But well, another day, another time. I like that intro for now.
Yeah, if you want to do another one, we can absolutely do that. Something a little bit more for everything, but like the certain parts of it are absolutely great. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm so fucking exhausted. Like it's been 6 hours, 15 minutes of me streaming. I'm done.
Jesus.
I'm done.
Nice.
Yeah, we're getting close, and the Senate race should be fucking over, but it's not.
It's not going to be over tonight.
The Republicans pick up one, so 47. Reuters is calling it.
We're getting closer. Here we are. Anyway, thank you so much.
Later, Ty.
For jumping in.
Give me just a second. I'll kill my stream. We can recap this. Republicans, we know, have 48. They're going to pull Wisconsin. The issue is that where's the other two that they need? Like, there's a very real reality that the Democrats pick up a seat.
Devastating.
Pennsylvania, boy.
Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania's going blue. Like I'm calling it. Arizona going blue. The Nevada starting to close up a little bit. There's some new votes that came in, not by a lot though. Georgia neck and neck, obviously. Warnock's actually gained a little bit more of a lead. So yeah, Republicans, if you want the Senate, you need Georgia and you need Nevada. And I'm not saying the odds are forever in your favor. It's not looking good for you at all. So it looks like we're actually going to have a Republican House with an actual Democratic Senate and a Democratic president. So no legislation and all the party appointments for basically the Senate's going to be able to point up legislation and judicial appointments. But after that, this is the end of the Biden administration outside of judicial review. So
that house margin's looking smaller than I thought it was going to look.
Everyone's saying that now. It's like,
except me.
Oh, well, the night's still young. We will see where it goes. But, folks, it doesn't really matter because the Republicans take the House. It's fucking beautiful.
That was a
Biden's done.
conclusion.
It's done. Getting there. All right. Come on. Thank you, Tiberius.
That was the bare minimum.
Ico.
Tiberius has been fantastic. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Always. Ico, good to see you, sir. It's been an absolute pleasure with you this evening.
Oh, thanks.
I am going to cash out. But yeah, if anyone wants to recap what we got wrong, what we got right, excuse me. I'll definitely be doing that. Anyway, bedtime. Take care.
Yeah, I think we'll all get into that tomorrow.
Oh, Tiberius, NBC just called for Fetterman, just FYI.
No shit.
Okay.
Just now.
Hang on now.
Well, live here on stream, Tiberius beats NBC. Okay, folks, you were here to see it on Big Bucking Empire, KOE Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I mean, come on, folks. This is historic. Tiberius beats NBC. Why even bother watching the mainstream media when you can watch streamers like us?
I think Ty called the most important story of the day, which was all of these splits and how they're breaking for moderates.
Yep, that is a very
that's the story of the day.
The split votes of and I like how Nate put it. We're a nation that doesn't know what we want right now.
As a nation, yeah. All right, take care.
Peace, man. All right.
So we're looking at the map. We're looking at it live, and
Yeah, Reuters doesn't have it yet. NBC called it though.
I'm gonna give Reuters a refresh, and we're gonna look at it. Oh boy! So we're still looking at a deadlocked Senate. No, never mind. 46 for the Dems, 47 for the Republicans, 168 for the Dems. Flipped 3 seats in the House. 194 flipped 7 seats for the Republicans, and on governor's side, 19 for the Dems, gained 2 states, lost 2 states for the Republicans at 24. But good God.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
If there's a bright spot for Republicans, it's Nevada. Although
you
now
you
that
can look
maybe
at
I'm
this
not-
map. Look at this
Nevada?
map and pretend that there's a red wave. But I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Most of this is fucking rural
in Nevada.
bullshit.
Oh, that'll be a Twitter
Vegas
meme
did
again.
not break for the
red maps.
Democrats to nearly the numbers they should have, so the rural areas might be able to make that
Let me
up.
ask one more
What?
time, because I think this bears repeating, because
That
we've got
Marino's gonna break for Republican. Looks like.
I know we've got myself and Phil here in the fucking heartland of Nebraska, but we've also got Cypher and
It's all Nebraska and Texas right now.
yeah, well, okay. We've got Cypher and Ikowich. Whereabouts in this map do you reside from, and are you surprised to see what you're seeing right now?
I'm not surprised at the result. Like, I've called every state the way that it's gone so far.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, there's 2 possibilities that I'd be wrong. One is, yeah, Dems are way ahead in Arizona, but this is, if you remember 2020, like,
Are we talking the House or the Senate?
we're talking about the Senate and the governor's race. Like,
Okay, let's look at the Senate first.
So, but this is just like 2020, where it looks Democrats were so far ahead that Fox News called it, and then Trump started making a comeback later in the evening. I think the same thing can happen here. So I absolutely would not call it for Arizona right now. And then the other thing that that could be hopeful for the Republicans is Nevada, because now I thought Nevada would go red. That was my call. I called 49-50 because I thought Laxalt was going to win in Nevada. But if Cortez Masto pulls it out, then it's 50-49 the other way going in, and that's a guaranteed. It's guaranteed that you'll get another 2 more years of the Senate, and then it's just a question of whether or not they have that extra 1 seat, which they don't really need anymore, because as long as the House is lost, they don't need to pass legislation anyway. So 50 votes is enough for them, because all I have to do is confirm people, and Manchin doesn't stand in the way of confirmations. Like, he's always confirmed everybody except for 1 or 2 exceptions. Same thing for Senate.
I was about to say, everybody that was calling Manchin a son of a bitch a year or 2 ago will be calling him St. Peter's best friend.
I was defending Manchin the whole 2 years.
He's still a son of a bitch, but not for the reasons that people think.
Okay, yeah, that was. I was just saying, like, you're
I knew it.
now.
I knew it.
I mean, he's a corrupt piece of shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I agree with
That's
that.
fair.
But I just
We're
mean in terms
looking at
of
it
getting legislation
wholeheartedly.
passed, I knew
Okay.
he'd be an asset.
No, totally fair. No, I love that. Okay, so Cypher, we're looking at the map. I'm gonna zoom back out. Cypher, I know this is not exactly what you probably anticipated.
No, that's about it.
Really, this is
Yeah.
pretty much what you were expecting.
No, yeah, I said that the Democrats would would have 51 in the Senate, and Republicans would have about 223 in the House.
Okay, so we're looking at the governor map right here. And,
I didn't care about the governors. I didn't pay attention to them at all.
Let me switch over to
Dems
the
are ahead on the
Senate.
governor races.
Yeah.
Let me switch over to the Senate side. Are there any surprises what you're looking at on the Senate side?
No. Well, okay. I will say Herschel Walker doing as well as he is a little bit surprising. I thought he would be down maybe another 0.5%.
Okay, so let's look at
but not by
Georgia,
much.
because I think this is.
It's going to a
as
runoff,
I'm
though. I said
saying
that's
this,
what it
we
was gonna
are
happen.
looking at a 46 to 47 Senate lean to the Republicans. Jesus.
That's Bama.
You're at the wrong state.
No. Yeah. Jesus. Here we go. Well, it's supposed to switch over.
Alabama.
There you go. Okay, and we're looking at Georgia now, and
Yeah,
Not
literally
much has
yesterday,
changed.
I said that Georgia would go to a runoff, and then Warnock will pull it off in a runoff again.
I think in the end,
I
Herschel's
hate
probably
it.
going
I
to take it in the
fucking
runoff.
hate it.
Honestly,
I fucking hate everything about a runoff idea.
Why?
I hate
Runoffs are great. It either should be instant runoff or it should always go to runoff.
I
You
bet
should have to
Phil
get
would-
50.
so Cypher,
Yeah,
you
runoff.
agree with Grow the Farm Up that you should have a majority to be able to govern.
I believe that you should have a majority in order to win a race. Yeah, if it's a statewide race.
Okay,
Sure.
so Grow the Farm Up and Cypher are in agreement again. So T, like to me, now what's kind of funny is if Ralph Warnock ends up having a raw
Weird.
more number of
Oh,
votes,
right there.
but it ends up going to a runoff. Republicans everywhere are going to go, oh, fucking Chance Oliver, mwah, I could fucking kiss you right now. So, yeah, it's going to be
Right,
kind of interesting to see
Well,
how
Yeah,
that
but
goes.
it's not a principled stance though. That's the difference. For me, it's a principled stance. Because they were bitching about the Alaska instant runoff stuff. They
Hey,
were like,
Phil.
it was too confusing or blah blah blah. I'm like, whatever.
Phil,
What's
I
up?
bet you'd like to have a runoff in Pennsylvania right about now.
So as it sits,
Fetterman's
right?
not hitting 50%.
Fetterman's not going to hit 50%. Fetterman will get
So as
49.2
we
or
are
something.
literally sitting here right
Well,
now,
each state's
in,
laws their own laws.
in real time, as we are sitting here right now in the Senate race, the Democrats have 46, the Republicans have 47.
Mhm.
Oh God, Jesus! As I say this, never mind.
Mhm.
The Democrats have 47.
So-
the Republicans
Tied.
have 47.
This has
It's
been
tied.
happening.
Pennsylvania just got
This has
called
been
by
happening
this
all
time.
night. If you refresh it again, it'll probably go back. Like it's
No,
the
this
Reuters
is-
maps
this is
updating
current.
weirdly.
This is current. No, they've been doing a great job.
Reuters just called Pennsylvania is what happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that
No,
makes
yeah,
sense.
actually, this has
Then
been
that
the
makes sense.
best map that I've seen.
Yeah.
They have not.
No,
fucked up
Reuters
at
is
all.
really great.
They've done great. They have done great.
No, I just meant the refreshing was weird. I didn't know that they just canceled.
No,
Pennsylvania. My bad.
That's the weird
Can't
thing.
fault him
They've
for
been
that
good.
though.
They've
It's been
good.
overall, I'd give.
But
it
I
an
mean, so can we talk a little bit about Alaska then? Because we haven't talked about Alaska that I know of.
Let's do it here.
We're talking. It looks
Here it
like
is.
6-point lead for Chewbacca
Here, yeah.
so
let's
far.
go in.
That's only 28% in. So
Yeah, let's take a look.
and
Yeah,
also
that one's gonna take all night.
well,
that
it's
one's
that you also have ranked choice voting, right? So those Democrats
Mhm.
surely put
Right.
Murkowski second. So that means if you factor that in, Murkowski might be up ahead by a couple points.
Yeah, Murkowski's probably going to win.
Realistically, Chewbacca probably needs to be at 50% in order to win this one because of the way second choice is going to go for the Chesbro voters. But what about? I wonder how Sarah's doing.
Yeah, go to the House race really quick because that went.
Yeah,
That was a weird one. The weird special election happened.
yeah. I want to see if Palin can pull this off. What was your prediction on Palin second time around, Phil?
Second time around, I didn't care.
Yeah,
So
I
didn't
wasn't
look
really
at it.
following all that
But-
close.
Okay.
I
But,
figured name recognition alone would just kind of carry her over the finish line because whether
I-
you like it or not, a name you know is actually a pretty good
Yeah.
campaign slogan.
Yeah, that's true.
But the thing is that when I can't remember the other woman's name, the woman that won the special election now has the rerun. I
Yeah,
said that would actually help her going into this one. So
Right, because Peltola now has name recognition in Alaska, which she
Peltola,
didn't
yeah.
have before. Whereas Palin has the same name recognition that she had then. So that
Yeah.
means Peltola has incumbency advantage, name recognition gain, and
and then
course,
there's the infighting still between Palin
Right,
and the
Palin
other
and-
person. So
Begich still hate each other. So that's, and it looks like the breakdown is the same. It's there. Palin and Begich are pretty much split down the middle with each other, and Petola's at 45%.
And then the same thing's likely to happen. The Beckett people are not going to go vote for Palin, and Palin's people are not going to go vote for Beckett. So it might come out that Peltola
They'll
wins
both
again.
put Peltola second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or at least a big enough slice of them to where it'll matter.
Or zero, in which case the tabulation gets recalculated anyways.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Now,
So
do we have
that's going exact.
Republicans in Alaska.
Hawaii.
We're only at 29% though. In the,
Yeah, no. I know there's a big ways to go still, but I'm just saying Republicans in Alaska do not hate Peltola.
No. But I mean,
she's hard.
It's
She's
still
hard to hate.
branding. It's still branding.
It is branding. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree. But it'll be interesting to see Murkowski win Alaska, and then Peltola win, and also Murkowski endorsed Peltola. So that tells me that if she goes into the Senate having won because of a coalition of moderates and Democrats, I wonder if that might encourage her to vote a little more centrist in this next term.
More so than she is now.
More so than she is now, like to the point where
possibly.
Because if you look at her voting record, it's still like something like a 90% Trump score, something like that.
Yeah.
And I think maybe she could go closer to 40% Biden score, or even 30%. Even 20% Biden score would be a big improvement on what she was doing before.
Yeah. No, everything's going to basically what I expected. I didn't go through and look at each individual House race. I just the wind's blowing about Republican ways, about 12 seats up.
Jesus.
So I just said it.
I've got some good news for
47 in the Senate.
What's that,
race.
sir?
North Carolina just flipped their state Supreme Court, which probably then means that the new court will strike down the maps that they currently have, and you're going to look at a new Republican gerrymander in North Carolina, which means that you're going to pick up some seats there in the future, and also voting laws in North Carolina are about to
get worse.
Yeah, go around their Democratic governor, and you're going to see. I think Trump. I think whoever the Republican nominee is will win North Carolina easily.
What was their election law that they just passed today?
Oh, I don't know. North Carolina?
Well, yeah, when you're saying it's going to get worse, I'm like, well, how? Like, what did they do? Like, what?
No, they haven't even done anything yet.
No, yeah, the Republican legislature is going to pass a whole bunch of stuff in election laws that will then get vetoed by their governor, and then the new conservative Supreme Court will undo the veto, and that'll become law. That's what I expect.
Okay. So what the people voted for might happen? Like, okay, I don't see the problem here. I'm sorry. It's like sometimes
I'm not passing judgment. I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen. I think North Carolina I think you're going to see.
Come on, raise up. Oh, sorry.
I think you're going to see way more gerrymandered seats, and I think you're going to see conservative changes to voting rights laws in that state.
We'll see. I don't think it's never quite as bad as people think it is. It's kind of like, oh, and we got tea back. All right. Welcome back. But I don't think it's going to be nearly that bad. But yeah, I think North Carolina, the Republicans probably going to win next time around. But it just depends on who the candidate is. Mm-hmm. Goodness gracious. I mean, if it was some sort of Trump DeSantis team, it'd be unstoppable in Republican states. Like it would be. It's like the perfect tag team that can never be.
Unstoppable in Republican states, but where the swing states is going to go. That's the question.
Swing voters love DeSantis. Swing voters love DeSantis. He's like fucking catnip for swing voters. I'm sorry, I'm right.
For now, until he gets
a 2-year-long Democratic smear campaign. I know. Yeah.
Correct. Same thing
because it's like I was trying to
don't forget what Trump said about him.
Get over the fantasy that there's some Republican we can nominate that Democrats are just going to start treating us nice now. Everyone that gets nominated for the Republican ticket will be, this one's worse than Trump. This one's worse than it's how it's always going to be.
DeSantis is literally worse than Trump, but that's not the point.
Oh my God. So it didn't even take us the end of the election night
It's midnight here past election night, folks. And now we're already hearing DeSantis is worse than Trump.
3 reasons. And I don't even care because I'm not a Republican voter.
DeSantis is competent, and he has the same cultural bullshit that Trump does. And if you care about the cultural bullshit that DeSantis, let me finish. So if you care about the same cultural bullshit that Trump is going to try to get passed anyways, you don't want to see DeSantis in office because he's going to actually do it.
So you don't like the fact that he would be a competent
administrator?
I don't like better than Trump because he's more competent.
Yes.
That's
I did a debate. Okay, instead, rather than rehash this all, go watch my video where I talked to counterpoints about this because we talked about it for a good 40 minutes.
I watched that
to
video.
Summarize,
pretty good, but some parts are kind of silly.
To summarize it, though, my concern with DeSantis is that he's actually competent and he has all the same baggage culturally that I don't like with Trump and most GOP. And because he's actually competent, he'll get those things passed, and I don't want those things to be passed. So that's why he's worse.
I'm going to reiterate this without having to rehash things.
It's just worse according to your politics. That's all.
No, I'm going to direct
Correct.
this towards Cypher. Do you think that Donald Trump is pulling his punches in terms of DeSantis, or is he giving subtle jabs to try to say, hey, I'm going to run, but I don't want to say I'm going to run? Or is he just like, I'm going to throw you subtle jabs to say, hey, I'm going to direct all the hate my way while you run as a Republican candidate?
No, Trump's ego's too huge to do that. He's actually trying to do feelers in order to figure out what might stick.
At all that there's any chance that Trump would say DeSantis is the future?
No. Trump is constitutionally incapable of doing that, in my opinion. Now, I could be very wrong about that, but I do believe
Well, Trump's voters would prefer Trump over DeSantis, to be honest.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
it kind of has a lot to do with it, though.
No, it
it's kind of like that's going to decide who gets nominated.
That would be 4D. That would be 4D chess moves.
Yeah.
And one thing we know, we've heard it throughout the Trump presidency, was that he was playing 4D chess, and we're going to see why he made this stupid decision whenever he made one like that. And it always turned out not to be a 4D chess move. He just did what he did. It was what it appeared to be. And he's always what he appears to be. That's one of the things I can say about him is he is like who he says he is. Like he's not hiding it. He's not pretending to be somebody he isn't. He's absolutely those things. And so when he says that if he says something that indicates that he doesn't like DeSantis, like I believe it, but that's not when I said that's not when I referenced what he was saying about DeSantis. I didn't mean that. I meant what he said much earlier, which was that DeSantis is boring. That was his original.
Grow the farm up. Trump's ego is too huge to let DeSantis be more evil than Trump. What?
Not what I said.
No. Here's the thing. And I've been saying this for 2 fucking hours on this stream. Here's the thing. DeSantis, if Trump does not announce his presidency or his candidacy, and Phil KOE does not take over the candidacy,
I'm probably going to.
We know.
Sorry. Yeah, I've already announced my candidacy for president of the United States of America, 2024.
It's Phil KOE, it's Ron DeSantis, it's Donald Trump.
Pretty much even neck and neck race.
There you go. So, no, either they embrace it or they don't. And if Donald Trump is going to pull his punches against his Republican counterpart, no, I'm sorry. It's not going to fucking work. I understand that you've got the 2 quote-unquote most popular presidents in the history of elections going in a rematch. No. Has nothing to do with any of that.
America loves a good rematch.
Don't give a fuck about any of that. If you take the 2 Republican candidates in Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, who whatever lost doesn't matter. No, this is not even remotely close. It's not.
So who do you think takes it in 2024, T?
If you are literally looking at Joe Biden versus Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, 10% of the vote might go to Joe Biden. Maybe.
Yeah, but that's not
It'll
going to
be
happen.
more
Though.
than
They're
that.
not going to be.
It'll be more than that.
I would take
know.
that bet. No. Let's leave it at 10%. I'll take that bet.
Tony's
If
like
you-
wakes up the next day. Oh shit! What did I say? But no, I think Ron DeSantis easily beats Joe Biden.
Because it
It's
doesn't
not
matter.
really much of an issue.
It doesn't matter because
Donald
Joe
Trump
going to be this shitty ass.
I think he
Democratic
beats
candidate.
Joe after 4 years.
No,
I think especially after
you
2
give-
years of
you
the
give whoever
Republicans
you want the
bringing
Democratic
everything to
nomination.
light in the House.
Give
Yeah, it's going to
whoever you
be
want.
Blue
Give
Mondays for Biden going forward.
whoever you want the Democratic nomination. And if it's the incumbent, Joe fucking Biden, the most popular president in history, I'm sorry, no. It doesn't matter if it's Trump. It doesn't matter if it's DeSantis. It does not matter. The Democrats are not going to win in 2024. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
Oh no, that can happen. I don't think it's
It
going
will
to.
not happen.
It can.
will not
It can't happen.
It will not happen.
It
No,
was just as
can.
obvious that Democrats were going to lose the Senate this year too, but until it didn't. Like you can't have that much.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
And you're not taking into account that there's likely going to be a recession next year, a bad one,
I
and
want
how
you to
the
understand that
Republicans.
I am a registered,
Just like the one we got, we
nonpartisan voter.
barely
I'm
eked
a
out of
registered
earlier
nonpartisan
from this
voter.
year.
I'm not
So we had a
Republican.
recession this year, and we're heading to another recession next year. So
I want you
Biden,
to
that's his
understand.
leadership. 2 recessions in 18
Jesus
months, folks.
Fucking Christ.
Well,
I want you
a
to
recession
understand.
with 4% unemployment versus a recession with 14% unemployment. Those are
Right.
two different animals.
And you don't know how the Republicans are
Still a
gonna act under
recession.
that.
Like, I'm sorry.
And you don't know how the Republicans are going to act when they have to actually make decisions in order to prevent cataclysm from happening. And what's going to happen is if they don't do what actually needs to be
It'll
done,
be half of
Joe
what you
Biden,
want. Yes, I know.
Joe Biden is going to have to pass a fuck ton of executive orders. The Fed is going to have to get involved.
And the
There's
courts
going
will
to
strike
be
them down.
chaos. It doesn't matter. It's going to be
It does.
chaos. And
I mean, sorry, if the court
Phil,
strikes it down, that
Phil,
matters.
if
dude.
the court,
you can't
if
just
the
say it
court
doesn't
stri-
matter.
Listen,
just brush it
you're
aside.
not. Yes, but you're not letting me finish. If the court strikes it down, voters are going to blame the court for striking down things of Democrats trying to fix the issue if Republicans aren't trying to fix the issue. That's where it matters. It doesn't matter if they strike it down. It matters
Turnabout's
how
fair
it all
play. I mean,
how
that
how
was
it
what-
has to happen.
I mean, the same shit was happening when Trump was president and his executive orders were getting held up in the courts. I'm sorry, but turnabout's fair play.
You're not understanding me because you're being too partisan.
There's nothing.
Well, no, I understand you perfectly. It's just like, yeah, that sucks. Turnabout's fair play. That's the way the game's
no,
played. All right.
it's not about turnabout fair play. I'm not complaining that the courts are going to strike it down. I'm saying it's going to matter who the voters are going to blame for the instances that this is happening. And if
and they're going to
Republicans-
blame Joe Biden because
No,
he's in
dude,
power and
if-
the buck stops with him.
No, that's not.
Like,
what's
it's not
going
the
to
buck
happen.
stops with him.
If
Hold on a
Quit
second,
trying
Phil.
to pass it to other people.
Wait a minute,
Jesus
Phil.
Christ.
This is what I heard in 2012, that people are going to blame Obama for the economy in 2012, and therefore he will lose to Mitt Romney. What ended up happening is that poll after poll after poll, they kept asking the question, who do you blame for the economy? And even in 2012, after 4 years of Obama, most people still answered that they blamed Bush for the economy. They didn't give responsibility to Obama. for
Obama's
the economy.
uniquely popular in American politics.
Not in 2012,
Can't really-
he wasn't.
Not in
He had been
2012.
falling. He had been
Oh,
falling.
bullshit. He
dramatically.
fucking
The
won
only-
re-election. Are you kidding me?
And the
He's
reason
not
why
popular.
reason why Mitt Romney lost is because of his 47% comment.
No, just Mitt Romney sucked. But
I was about to
Phil,
say, just being a milk toast fucking Republican that didn't fire up the base is kind of what
let's
cost
look at
him
this
the election.
right now. I'm sorry, Phil. We're looking at this. Jesus
Oh, 48.
Christ.
What updated?
Wait, what updated?
I don't know. It went to 48, didn't it?
Yeah,
I think
it's
that was
48.
Oh, was that?
Oh, that was
Pennsylvania?
Hawaii.
Never mind.
It was Hawaii.
Oh,
No,
well.
we- We are at 48 to 47 in the Senate. The Democrats have one seat up on the Republicans.
Did they just stop counting votes in Arizona?
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. 48 to 47 in the Senate.
No,
It's been
Arizona's gonna-
54% on
Just
Reuters.
like
for
it's going to be just like
for like
2020.
3 hours now. It's been
Yeah.
54% in
The
Arizona.
Dems have 171, flip 3 seats in the House, and the Republicans have 196, flipped 9 seats. And on the governor's side,
Oh, look at Nevada.
21 to 24. Gain
That's-
2 versus the lost 2.
Wow. Democrats doing better in the governor races than I was expecting, although I wasn't really paying attention to them.
So
I thought Lake was going to win in Arizona.
Yeah,
you
I
thought
did
who was
too.
going to win in Arizona?
Carrie Lake.
Carrie Lake, the governor.
Oh, I did too. I thought that she was going to win, but I wasn't paying that close attention to it, so I was only getting the.
I was paying very close
right
attention, and I was
Trump needed to
encouraged by
campaign
the
there more.
turnout stuff. Like I thought Kelly was going to win, even though he's behind in the polls, because I saw what the turnout patterns were like in Arizona. But I didn't think that turnout pattern would benefit Hobbs, mainly because I guess I have a bias against people who won't debate, and I just thought Hobbs' decision not to debate Lake was like a shitty decision.
It's
like
cowardly.
if Fetterman
seemed to
it's
be the
cowardly.
best one.
Yeah, if Fetterman can debate in the condition that he's in, there's no excuse for Hobbs.
92.
I was about to say, talk about principles. It's like, yeah, it's cowardly just to not like, no, I'm not going to debate you because I suck at debating and I'm going to get dominated. So,
Oh, is that how you took it? Because the way people took it is that this person is beneath me for even being debatable. Why would we even entertain
it
how
was
crazy
cowardly.
Carrie
Beneath me. You're fucking trying to be elected to public office, and you're like, no, I don't want people to know my actual thoughts, and I definitely can't
Wait, do you
fucking
think
take any kind of
debates
pressure
matter?
under fire. I'm definitely incapable of taking any pressure under fire, so definitely give that person
Do
a
you
fucking
think
leadership.
debates matter?
It
after
shows that you can
this
take
year?
pressure under fire, and you're actually believing what
think
you're fucking
debates
saying.
matter after
yes,
this
they
year?
do to the fucking voters. Clearly,
Dude,
clearly.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Herschel
Why
Walker-
the fuck do you think we have them? The
Herschel
presidential
Walker-
debates are the biggest fucking event in politics to come in years.
Herschel Walker got ass raped on fucking camera by Warnock, and yet he's still almost winning. Fetterman couldn't get a word out because of his stroke, and he won. Debates don't matter right now.
Oh,
Yeah, those are two totally different states with totally different fucking races. You can't say
Cope.
debates mean.
Hang on.
Oh my
Cope.
god.
Look at Pennsylvania.
Okay, so are the presidential debates aren't the biggest fucking event in politics?
Everybody watches them. They don't make decisions based off of the debates because the debate format is shit.
Bullshit.
Hey, can
You
somebody
don't
put this
because
up?
you decided fucking months before the fucking candidate was even decided. You
don't-
or never change your mind in debate. It's never
No,
happened to
'cause-
you once. I know that for a fact. I'm sorry. You're far too partisan.
It doesn't
on the
happen
left.
to most people because debates aren't good. The way we do debates in
Most
the United
people
States
aren't moderates
aren't
like Jody
good.
down here.
Most of the debates that we do in the United States aren't good. You can't get to an actual good answer in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Can somebody put this image up that I just put?
Lincoln Douglas debate. We did it just fine.
Yeah, let me get you.
Yeah, that was when people actually did good actual debates where they went on for like 2 hours at a time and actually answered questions from voters
Cypher,
rather
it
than just
matters.
rapid fire bullshit.
God bless.
I got
Yeah,
you.
well, let's have more of those. But yeah, sorry, people make their decisions based on debates.
I don't
The
think
fact
they
that
do.
Biden didn't have a major medical episode on stage convinced a lot of people like, okay, this guy might actually be able to be
The Bernie
a
debate.
nice
That made a bigger
steward
difference than
puppet
anything.
in the office there. So the fact that he didn't fucking shit himself, pass out on stage, that was huge. That's basically what got him elected.
And this. I'm convinced that Ossoff won because of this. That this image was because he wasn't doing as well as Warnock was. Like you said earlier, Phil. Like he's the Ebenezer Baptist Church, pastor, the inheritor of the Martin Luther King legacy, and he was going up against and a relatively like unknown senator who only got there because she was appointed, right? But then and he was doing way better than Ossoff was doing. But then Ossoff's opponent, Perdue, wouldn't debate, and that image went around the world of him standing next to an empty podium pointing at the person who wasn't debating, and he picked up in the polls immediately afterwards as a result. I think Fetterman benefited from the fact that he had the guts to show up for a debate, even though and I think I understood he performed badly in the debate, and it was not fun to look at.
But the fact that, like you said, he had the guts to show up.
But he had the guts to show up. He said at the beginning of the debate, he had a great line about, listen, I'm going to stumble. I'm going to smush words together or whatever, but this is what recovery looks like. You can knock me down, but I'm still going to get up. And I think people responded to that. And I think,
agree with that.
And I think that everything that the
hang on
Republicans...
just 1 second. Grow the Farm Up says debates don't usually change minds. How candidates handle debates do, though.
Yes. And I think, and I agree with that. And I think that the Republicans overplayed their hand with that debate, and they made themselves look like they were bullying a disabled person. And I think that had something to do with it as well. I'm not saying the debate was everything. I'm saying in very close races, it can make that 1 or 2 point difference that could cause the candidate to win or lose.
Oh, I'm
the reason why
Hillary's
Oz lost is
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the reason why Oz lost is because during that debate, he said a doctor should be in, or sorry, I keep getting that fucked up. He said a politician should be in the doctor office. So,
yes, that's right. Yeah. Right. So there's an example of a debate making.
But I don't think debates ultimately matter in most of the cases. Because
most of the cases, probably not. But because races are so close in a lot of these swing states.
I actually watched the Hillary Clinton Trump debate with a couple of people, and I watched her answer on abortion actually change 3 people's votes right before my eyes. So, like, I've actually seen it before happen. So Hillary Clinton's answer on abortion, nope, can't vote for her. Not after that answer.
You remember
so yeah, actually,
2012?
those are instances where debates do actually change people.
Do you remember 2012 when Obama lost the debate 1 to Romney, and it was like a big deal, and his numbers started dropping right away? And if he hadn't recovered in debates 2 and 3, I think he would have lost that race.
Yeah, I remember debate 1. He was really awkward. It didn't really go well. That one was.
Yeah,
you are correct. That one was pretty bad. But yeah, I gotta go with Ico and Grow the Farm Up here. They are a very important part of any campaign. And I'm sorry, just if you refuse to do it, it is just viewed as cowardly. And that'll be something that is going to carry with whoever's the governor of Arizona. I forget her name at the moment. Whoever might, it's not over yet, but if Carrie Lake wins, if she carries the day, but if the Democrat carries it, she will basically go down forever as a coward. And that will be her reputation going forward into the
currently we are. Jesus, this is there's no blue wave. There's no red wave.
Right.
Let's just look at this.
But it should be a red wave by right.
It should have been a red wave. And the reason that it's not a red wave is because it's culture stupid and they just put up bad candidates.
No, fuck. No.
Well, no, Cypher, like I said earlier, as this is the first national election after January 6th, and it's also an election just mere 5 months after the Republicans overturned Roe v. Wade in the Supreme Court. And if after doing all of that, the Republicans still take one of the chambers of Congress, they are going to consider that just short of a mandate from God himself. So if you think that you're going to get more moderation from the Republicans, that's not going to happen.
I expect the Republicans to double down on all the bullshit that they've been doubling down over since Obama.
And so after all of this, we're still able to take the House. I'm sorry, man. The Republicans are winning. They're getting everything they want. They're going to impeach Biden. They're going to ruin his legacy. They're going to find out everything that's been going on. Hunter and Ukraine and China. And
it's
going to be fucking beautiful, man.
Everything about Benghazi. Cope.
No, it's kind of like that whole Russian collusion. And, Trump being impeached for investigating things in Ukraine that we now know to be true. And we're going to go even deeper into that.
True,
it's gonna be
right?
great, man. It's going to be great.
Yep.
It's going to be awesome.
Cool.
Hold on, I'm still waiting on Whitewater. Forget Benghazi. Like that's way too recent.
Right.
I'm still waiting on the Whitewater investigation to complete. Release the IG report.
Just FYI, we're literally looking at the
Clinton,
Senate.
dirty motherfucker.
The Senate has 48 Dems, 47 Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
House has 197. Republicans flipped 9. Democrats 172, flipped 3. And the governorship has gained 2 with 21. Republicans with 24 lost 2. Phil, stop spiking the football. This is not the red wave you thought it'd be.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful nonetheless because the Biden agenda has been stopped.
You need to chill the fuck out, dude.
Cope.
Well, no, it's over. The Biden fucking administration, his fucking whole agenda has been screeching to a grinding halt. And that's a fucking positive for Republicans.
Dude, the Senate's not chill, man.
You realize every president loses the House in their first midterm. Like that's
well, I could easily just say that's cope right back, but no, here we are. Like I said, the Republicans have had all of these things that we've pushed through, and we still take the fucking House. So I'm sorry, they're just the idea that, oh my God, if they overturn Roe v. Wade, or if they do this, or they go push too far in the Second Amendment, it's gonna. Well, no, we still ended up taking the House.
We're not done with Roe. Like Roe is going to be an issue going forward
for about 40 years. It's settled. Unfortunately, however you like it, it's going to take 30 to 40 years of Democrats playing the long game in the judiciary to get that actually.
Yeah, but you realize
back to where
that's
they
been
want
an
it.
advantage for Republicans for the past 40 years. There's this old principle in politics, which is when you win on policy, you lose on politics. As soon as you win, like for instance, after Obamacare got passed, Obamacare then became an albatross around his neck. It's the same thing here. Like when Roe v. Wade won, once Republicans realized what to do with that politically, for the next 40 years, it became a net positive for Republicans, the abortion issue. Now that it's flipped and it's gone the other way, it's now a political positive for Democrats, even though it's a policy negative. And so it's the same thing. It's going to be in every election, one of the top 3 factors. And everyone said this was going to be like number 5 or 6 on the list. It turns out after inflation, it was the number 2 issue.
I'm sorry. The fact, if that was true, then the Republicans wouldn't be taking the House. There's just not as much gravity. There's just not as much gravity around this issue as some folks would like to think there is. It's just
there is. It's just there are other issues that also have more gravity. Like inflation is obviously the number 1 issue, and that's why Republicans did as well as they did. But the amount that you would expect them to get from the gerrymandering refresh alone is still a larger number than what they appear to be getting today.
Exactly.
I thought it was gerrymandering.
It's Jerry.
No, but the guy's name was Gary.
Gary. Yeah,
his name was Gary. Therefore, it's Gary.
I was about to say, I learned that in high school as gerrymandering, and I've just been carrying that misinformation around for 30 years.
To be fair, everyone says gerrymandering.
People say it because
I also say GIF instead of GIF. All right, so
I mean,
it's not a graphics interface.
Grow the Farm Up goes, leftists will never get over that conservatives outmaneuvered and won the culture war. Look at Supreme Court.
How is that winning the culture war?
Yeah, Supreme Court's definitely not the culture war.
That's not a culture war.
Well, they're kind of the final decider. Like in all the culture war stuff, whether we like it or not. Like from gay marriage to guns to abortion, they decide what happens in the culture war in this country now.
But that's not
culture. They're the 9 kings that make the decision.
Right, but that's not culture, that's war. The final decider on culture is like, I don't know, Hollywood.
Now, that's not culture, that's war. What do you mean by that? Hollywood? I mean, that's a great line. I'm going to steal it in the future, but I don't think it quite applies here.
But culture is defined by cultural institutions like Hollywood, for instance. That's culture. The Supreme Court determines law, which is not at all culture.
Well, okay, so to give some credence to this, as soon as it became legal, the support for gay marriage went up immensely. So there is legalizing something makes people more accepting of it because a lot of people are followers.
It's like if you legalized weed, like in the States, it's legal, it's a lot more accepted.
Well, hold on. You've got your causality reverse there. It's illegal there because people accepted it.
There's but where you legalize it and it's easier to get,
right?
So it becomes lot like it just
that's like
snowball
saying,
rolls.
That's like saying people like crowds because the bigger the crowd, the more people show up for it.
Yeah, it can be cyclical. There's some give and take to it, so it's not. But Aiko's more right than the rest. So,
but well, let's see. We got the culture is Hollywood. That's interesting because, like, for some people, it's like their church and what they're allowed to worship and how they're allowed to worship. That's their culture. And so when you're having things like gay marriage getting legalized, like I was actually in some very evangelical churches at the time, the things you do for love. But so I was going to these very evangelical churches. And I remember in 2015, when the gay marriage decision was passed, what they were saying in the pews and what they were saying in the little luncheons afterwards is, oh my God, we're like 3 Supreme Court decisions away from it being illegal to live our lives according to the gospel. So yes, I mean, what the Supreme Court does very much affects our culture. And when that happened, the right became awakened and they became activated. And that's what actually gave us Donald Trump. Was you had these very hard evangelical Christians were very much worried about, is it going to be illegal for us to live our lives according to the gospel if we lose the Supreme Court? And so I've often said the Democrats, the lefties, you were able to get gay marriage, but it ended up costing you Roe v. Wade. And so I'm wondering, to two guys who are more on the left, was that exchange worth it?
Roe v. Wade's not decided yet. So it doesn't matter.
It's back to the states. It's pretty much, it's done for the next 40 years.
Well, hold
Sorry.
on.
I mean, it is, but was the trade worth it?
Lindsey Graham says he doesn't want it to be back to the states.
Yeah, it's not to the states.
Rand Paul does, and it is.
So okay, so here's
what the Supreme Court did.
Here's where the Supreme Court actually kind of fucked up, because because the 5 people that voted for it didn't all agree on how to legalize it or how to get rid of it, and so you had 3 or 4 people, right, decide that they wanted abortion to be basically illegal all across the board, but they knew if they did that, it's going to super energize Democrats going into 2022, super energized, more so than now. And it will suppress Republican votes because Republican votes got one of the key issues they wanted. So they kept it to be a political issue by kicking it to both the states and Congress. They said the Supreme Court didn't say it is only a states issue. They said it's a political issue. So now it is not decided whatsoever. So that's why you have all these people running in the national level saying we're going to either make abortion completely illegal or we're going to make it completely legal. And it is influencing how the races are coming out.
Yeah, and
that's what happened in
self-serving,
Kansas.
Backstabbing shitheels will come to a quick consensus on that, I'm sure. So that's the problem. Nothing's going to happen in Congress. Like you're not going to get the law you want. Like
look at what happened in Kansas, though. Kansas went to go and make it to keep it a political issue instead of trying to outright outlaw it. And they also lost because of that, because several people among the evangelical right that wants to see abortion to be illegal in all cases, doesn't fucking matter what the reason is. They saw that law in Kansas that was on the referendum and like, that's not far enough. That's actually going to make it, that's actually going to give political leaders too much leeway in this. And so we're going to vote against it, because they wanted it to be completely illegal.
Yeah, but Kansas is also the disappointment child of the Midwest. So, I mean, I take that for what? No, I'm kidding. No, the Kansas.
They were set to have
that one kind of shocked
governor win today until
yes.
that abortion thing happened.
Exactly.
And now they just reelected Kelly for a second term. So, like, I think Roe also lost Kansas for another term.
Grow the farm up. You're just outright wrong. I'm sorry, dude. You're just wrong on this one.
Okay, now he's going to try to explain his way. Terrible, because like Grow the Farm Up says they can't even admit they lost the culture war. They try to change the definition of words. This is what losers have done since the beginning of the spoken language. God damn. Grow the Farm Up. It's decided that the states decide. Yep, that's exactly. Unless the Congress does something, it's all states, and the Congress ain't doing nothing. They haven't done anything for 50 fucking years, dude. They've had 50 fucking years to do this, and they haven't done a goddamn thing about it. Why do you think anything's going to fall from the sky now?
Okay.
That's because for most of GOP history since Roe v. Wade, they haven't really wanted to do anything. In fact, Reagan campaigned. Remember, very famously said there will be no litmus test for abortion on my Supreme Court picks. Like Republicans for decades knew that if they won this issue in terms of policy, they would lose politically, and so they avoided doing something like this. And then eventually, they got to the point where there was a takeover within the party of people that actually did want to get this done, and so managed to do it. And now the dog has caught the train, and they're in a bit of a pickle now.
I said that the day this happens is like I kind of feel like a dog that's finally caught the car. Like exactly like for 50 years, I've just well, not me personally, but like for my whole life, I've been hearing this abortion thing, and we're working on it. Have we done anything about it? Nope. Right. Have we made any progress? Nope. We're going to keep campaigning on it. Yep. And I just kind of figured that was just kind of, that wag the dog situation for the Republicans. Kind of like what Medicare for all and free health care is for the Democrats. It's something that
Democrats didn't agree on.
Wave it in your face, but never give it to you. And I thought that was
even wave that in the face.
It's more like I think with abortion, it's more like defund the police.
No, we got everything we wanted with guns. Thank God for Clarence Thomas. His fucking His decision was beautiful.
You're not getting the comparison. Like abortion for Republicans is like guns for Democrats.
No, I totally get that. There's a lot of weird
I say it's
parallels
more like
between those
defund the
two.
police for Democrats.
Defund.
No, I get what Cypher's saying because there's a lot of weird parallels between the gun and abortion issue.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Defund the police is kind of one of those weird situations that they try to placate the base with some of the same language, but most of the people didn't actually run on it, which is why this whole narrative about like defund the police and why Barnes lost is kind of funny to me, because he wasn't defund the police. He was for more allocation of resources to other sectors and not necessarily touching police budgets, but no one gets nuance, so it doesn't matter.
Well, it was the rhetoric of it that mattered.
Yeah.
I was about to say, it's like, well, what if we move some money away from the police? It's like,
he even abandoned that. He even abandoned that. Like,
well, he had to abandon it. So that's kind of like,
no, he did it. He did it before.
Not a difference.
He did it before running for Senate. It happened during the crime wave of 2020.
Okay, so your position's still your position, but now you change it when you're public. What do we got?
We don't know yet. That's kind of the catchphrase of this guy that I follow. When he says Maricopa incoming, that means we got a bunch of ballots coming in soon.
Okay. Because I'm curious about Maricopa County in particular. This is when I heard that, I was like, oh, we got it. Updates from the fucking desert finally. So
I would expect him to have answers in the next 5 minutes.
Sweet.
Okay. All right. We will hang out for those 5 minutes to see what's up because
I can
but also, did you see Nevada's now 62% reported? And,
no, I did not see that.
Catherine Cortez Masto is still up by about 8 points. So now I'm starting to think maybe Democrats can pull off, at least in the Senate seat.
Well, we shall see.
62% Nevada, yeah.
I mean, of course, all of the counties that have 0% in are all rural counties. So,
but they're rural.
We'll see.
So.
Yeah. So
yes, exactly. Yeah.
So that's gonna be a lot of red votes, but so it's gonna be that one's probably gonna be a wee hours nail biter, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So,
see what Ralston thinks of that
one. Yeah. There's a lot of different things. Like this race could have gone completely differently had Democrats did better messaging on crime, because that was a flip issue. Because inflation, that was baked in. There was nothing they could do. Because there's nothing you can do about inflation, really. That's a Fed and supply chain. President really can't do shit about it. Raise taxes, but no one wants that. So there you go. Yes, ironically, if you want to stop inflation, you raise taxes, pulls money and velocity of money out of the system, slows everything down. You slow inflation. It sucks, but that's actually one of the things you can do. But yeah, so that was already baked in. So the flip issue was crime.
But yeah, so the inflation issue is kind of baked into the cake, like you said. The recession, a lot of folks were feeling fucking bad from this last year. It has not been a good year for a lot of
because
folks.
Of inflation.
And yes, and also negative GDP growth for 2 consecutive quarters. Bam! Oh, sorry, called that shit. And also,
what is it for the year?
Yeah, it's going to be positive. It's looking at about 2.8%.
Oh, well, no, this particular quarter, but the fourth quarter is going to probably be negative again.
So I'm guessing
based
by
on what?
Yeah,
second quarter
what are
of
you
next
getting
year.
at? What are you getting? Where are you getting the negative from?
Oh, I'm just basing this on my own industry and what I'm seeing and what people are buying.
Okay, so
and
let's look at
whether or not
GDP.
they're fucking going to grow their companies or not. So
let's look
and
at
also,
GDP now.
I've got a couple of analysts that I pay attention to that I'm going to keep in this little pocket here that are telling me it's GDP is probably going to be negative fourth quarter and probably first quarter next year. So we're probably going to be dipping back into recession pretty fucking soon here, folks.
It's going to be quarter. It's probably going to be quarter two, but that's not the point.
Atlanta Fed thinks 3.7%.
So we are heading to another recession next year, folks. So do not worry, but I guess worry a little bit. Strap in, strap up. It's going to be.
Well, if it's going to be
time.
because the Fed's tightening, if it happens, because the Fed's tightening takes 7 to 13 months for it to actually kick in and hit the economy.
Well, unfortunately, the alternative is we let inflation keep going fucking nuts. So like
it takes 7 to 13 months for it to hit the economy.
I'm well aware of that, but we've still.
So what they should have done in the last meeting was instead of hitting the rates again by 7.75%, they should have tapered. And if they would have tapered, they could have actually maybe gotten a soft landing in. But since they didn't taper because everybody's living under Volcker's ghost, we're going to end up having stagflation because we're not going to actually see inflation come down to 2% like they want because it's impossible.
No, not
right
in
now.
our current fucking trajectory. We're not going to see inflation be
put
under control for a little while, and the interest rates
has nothing to do with the money supply. The reason
that's the reason
is,
they ratchet up is because if you increase the cost of money, then that's actually a good way to bring it down.
Yes,
yeah, and that's a lot better way than taxes because that's on the front end of the economic activity rather than the back end.
What is our inflation rate compared to the rest of the world?
It's slightly higher.
Top of my head, fuck.
Yeah, it's I think average in Europe is 6.7, and ours is like 8.1, 7.2. I'll look it up right now. 8.2. Okay, so 8.2. I was right with my first estimate. And
Europe is 10.7.
Oh, is it 10.7 now?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then my numbers are way outdated, so never mind.
So I'm sorry, but Grow the Farm Up is accusing Cypher of being a Sith Lord. Only Siths speak in absolute, Cypher.
I didn't speak in what absolute did he even speak
I don't
in?
know.
I don't,
I'm fucking having fun, man. But
the chat is behind like 30 or 40 seconds, so I have no idea what he's referring to.
Well, it happens. So, what is the official inflation rates across the world at the moment, Cypher? And then Ico.
Ico just said, he said it's 10% in Europe, and ours is 8.2. So we're actually faring better than Europe is right now. But that's because of energy prices in Europe, I would say.
God. Now, what do you guys think about the Twitch account where it was the Russian guy that was just playing him keeping his natural gas stove going 24/7 and they took that down? Like, do you think they should have
I think that's hilarious. I mean, obviously fuck Russia, but I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, that was a good troll move, but fuck that guy. And Twitch did the right thing by taking it down. So
interesting. I'm just kind of like, of all the things, like, I get it's kind of a prick move, but I probably would have just said leave it go. What the fuck? I would have been fine. You're not harming anybody. Like it's just being a dick. So like, and there's plenty of people who are dicks in the world. So let's see. Raising interest rates is an economic tax hike in a way. I do understand that. Grow the Farm Up.
It doesn't take money directly out of the system. It helps prevent money going in. That's why taxes are actually better at fighting inflation than interest rates are.
Well, again, I would
it's a direct removal of the money from the system.
Well, it's when you're doing it with interest rates, it's the cost of your money, so you're actually getting that at the front of the spigot of economic activity. So that's actually where you want to try and combat it the most. So I think that's actually the best way to go about it is interest rates. Unfortunately, inflation.
If we did
it's a beast that must be conquered.
If we did it through the fiscal, we would already have inflation a lot lower because rich people can still borrow money and put money into the system. It's the poor people that can't afford the money to put it into the system. And so money is still going into the system. It's just slower. Whereas if you tax it, it comes out of the system directly and it doesn't go into it.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying with the interest
year.
rates, you stop it before it ever even gets into the system, which is where you're trying to deal with it. You're trying to pull it out from the back end, which
So
again, all that's gonna do is just stifle investment, because people, when they put their money in the bank, it just doesn't go underneath the boards. The banks do things with that money.
If you want to stop inflation from happening and you think it's a velocity of money problem, taking it directly out stops it in the track. It's like hitting the brake directly. Whereas raising interest rates, depending on how you do it, is more like letting off the gas. So that's why it takes longer for it to take effect into when it's a monetary policy rather than a fiscal one. That's why when QE,
you don't want to hit the brakes on an economy often. We did that in 2020, and that was a disaster.
Okay, it's not a one-to-one though. It's not a one-to-one. Because you're taking money, you're taking money out and you're making the money velocity less, and it's a little more than it does the Fed, but it happens more readily, it happens more apparently. So,
well, yeah, but I get that entirely, but I just think it's like we're just kind of on opposite ends of a coin here, where I'm just like, well, if you get it at the front end, you take it from the back end, and I don't think we're going to agree on that because taxes, like it. Most Republicans view taxes as just an expense. It's not like an investment, like some folks, like Democrats, try to sell it as. It's just, we view it as an expense, something that we just
and a lot of Republicans view it as a punishment too. It's to me, it's
well, if you tax it, when any tax is meant to get less of a given activity, that's its design. Taxes will get less of any given activity. If you tax it, it will penalize.
So
it.
you don't.
If you decrease the tax, if you decrease the penalties, you'll get more of that activity.
So you don't consider money for the military to be an investment?
Well, for me personally, I'm anti-war, so not exactly.
But Republicans who are anti-war are still pro-military.
I know, but like, do I consider this an investment for me that I'm like so happy about? No.
Trump's argument was always that we should invest more and more and more in the military.
Okay,
I
am allowed to disagree with the guy on things.
I know, but I'm just saying, do you?
Oh, so I'm gonna I have to go soon. But I just remembered the thing I was trying to point out. With the reason why we didn't have as much, possibly as much inflation as what people would expect with quantitative easing, is because the money went to a place where it wasn't getting used and didn't increase money velocity, which is why quantitative easing made asset prices go up, but regular prices not. But when you started giving money directly to people, you started seeing a little more inflation. That was what the point I was going to make. So
yeah, I remember that when the checks started coming out for COVID, I said, this is the first time in history where the people get to actually participate on the inflation on the front end. This is actually going to be kind of fascinating to watch. So
yeah, it's also why jobs are not going down, despite the fact that, according to you, we had a recession. So
well, and you're saying
we did hit a recession, and we're hitting another one very soon, folks. So don't worry. Sure. Your King of Extreme is here to lead you through these times of tumult and chaos. But Cypher, you're saying why don't you tell the folks where they can find you?
Sure. So if you're still watching, thanks everybody for staying up with us.
All of our millions of fans.
1:20 a.m. On a Wednesday. So yeah, we've been having a good time here. My name is Cypher. I stream under the moniker of Crowdsourced Politics. That's with an ED. You can find me on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. TikTok has dog walking thoughts, where I try to keep it within a minute just to give my thoughts and opinions on whatever the fuck's happening. And it's a good time. You get to see dogs, you get some news. It's what we do. I am lib left, which means that I am not Bernie Sanders, but I'm not Joe Biden. And you can get that kind of perspective from me. And I hope that you all had a good time with us. And yeah, so we're going to have good times. I stream live Thursday, so I'm not going to try to take your audience, but you can catch the clips on YouTube.
All righty. Hey, Cypher, thanks for stopping by, man.
Yep. Thank you. Y'all have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Aiko, it was nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Peace. And then there were two. I think I lost Tony a couple hours ago, either to sleep or to the fact that he's got so many children. So
Right,
that's just
right,
the way that is. But well, Aiko, I don't think. Curious, is there any more results that have come in? Anything at all?
Well, yes, the Maricopa came in. It was about as expected, sort of proportionally. It's going to be I think even though Arizona margins look big for the Democrats now, I don't think this is the end of it. I think we're going to be watching Arizona trickle in all through tomorrow and the next day. So I wouldn't consider Arizona to be called. And Nevada, same story. So I think those are the two states to watch in terms of the Senate. It is true that actually Wisconsin also has not been called. It looks like about a 1.5 point race right now between. I still expect Johnson to win, but man, I don't know. Like, it hasn't been called, and there's still some, like, in the Madison area coming in. So I don't know. I would expect that. I'm still going to keep that on the Ron Johnson side of things, but that's a lot closer than I expected it to be. So I don't think we're going to really know about the status of the Senate until tomorrow at the earliest.
Yeah, it's either going to be tomorrow, or I'm wondering if Big Buck and Empire shouldn't go live on like Wednesday. And then we can probably we could probably figure it out from there. I'm trying to find.
Yeah. Now I'm starting to think, I don't know. Now I'm starting to think Arizona and Nevada are kind of in the same category.
Oh boy. The beautiful dream of the Republicans taking the Senate is it's going to be a long road to hoe. We're going to see. It's going to come down to the desert in Georgia.
Yeah, right. And I guess I'd still rather be Dems than Republicans in the Senate right now, but I don't think it's 100% anything close. Like, I don't, I'm maybe 70-30 right now on that.
Yeah, I'd maybe go 60-40, but hanging on to that beautiful dream.
But it could be. I don't think that's unreasonable.
No, but well, Aiko, we've been going for 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something to the folks here. We'll talk for just a moment after go offline. But what I'm gonna say to you, beautiful people, is all that being said, thank you for joining us for 2022 election night. It was the night for me, the night for you, folks. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make it back here to KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, and Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube, Facebook, and Rumble. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Raise a glass to yourselves. God bless. Travel well, every last one of you. Catch you on the flip side, folks.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold.